The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. The House and Gallery will please rise for the invocation, which will be offered by Pastor Scott Wall from Capital Commission in Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a reminder that we have Bible study at lunch up here, and it's on wisdom. I know you all could use wisdom, and that's also our word for the day as I pray is wisdom. And I know a typical view of wisdom is that it is taking knowledge and applying it well. I like another definition, which is understanding the relative importance of things. Understanding the relative importance of things. What you guys do here is important, but there's things that are more important than what you do here. There's things that are less important that you do here. But everything we have to understand the relative importance. So I'm going to be praying for that kind of wisdom for you. The Hebrew word for wisdom is chokhmah, and Sophia is the Greek word. Both those mean to apply the knowledge that you have, that you know in the right way, in the good way. So let me pray about wisdom for you all. Heavenly Father, we ask that you would grant us wisdom, that deep, God-given understanding that guided Solomon as he judged with justice and ruled with righteousness. Let this wisdom not be mere knowledge, but the skillful application of truth. May it be practical, rooted in compassion, and aimed toward justice. May it teach our leaders not only what is right, but how to do what is right, especially in matters that divide or perplex. Bless each representative with clarity, moral courage, and the humility to seek counsel beyond their own understanding. May they be mindful that true leadership begins not with certainty, but with reverent fear of you, which is the beginning of wisdom. And use this in our lives as a foundation for determining the relative importance of every aspect of life that we face today and in the future. In your Son, Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Chair recognizes Dr. Lalani to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please join us in the pledge. Guests in the gallery and people joining us online. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, one nation, for its stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for the Texas. Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one nation, one and indivisible. God bless America. God bless Texas.
Members, please excuse Mr. Vo because of important business in the district on motion of Mr. Wu. Please excuse Representative Bernal because of important business in the district of a motion of Mr. Turner. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair is pleased to recognize Imam Abdul Hakim from North Austin Community Muslim Community Charter in Austin as Pastor of the Day. Members, join me in welcoming our Pastor of the Day. Chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Rozan Pop from Houston as our Doctor of the Day. Members, join me in welcoming our Doctor of the Day. Please excuse Mr. Schoolcraft because of important business in the district on motion of Ms. Richardson. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate. At the door
admit
of
the
House.
messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SB 31, Hughes, relating to exception...
Chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House. Clerk.
HJR number 4.
Mr. Guerin moves to defer the reading and referral of bills to the end of today's business. Is there objection? Chair hears none. It's so ordered. Mr. Money, for what purpose?
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Are we in the routine motion period now?
Yes, we are.
I'd like to make a motion under Rule 7, Section 45 to require a committee to report. Is that motion in order right now?
Not from the back mic, it's not.
Okay, may I bring my motion down front?
Bring it down front.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harless.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for all committees and subcommittees to meet while the House is in session pursuant to the committee postings and recess motions. For the purpose of this motion, committee and subcommittee scheduled to meet or reconvene today upon final adjournment or recess during bill referral if permission is granted or authorized to convene upon adoption by the House of today's adjournment motion.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Members, please take your seats. We have a memorial resolution. Members, please take your seats. We have a memorial recognition. Chair recognizes Mr. Munoz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today, House Resolution 879 recognizes the life of Mr. Ben Cavazos. Mr. Ben Cavazos passed away on March the 8th, 2025 at the age of 94. He was born May the 5th, 1930, graduated from Sheridan High School, and received training in the U.S. Army and worked for Camry Electric in McAllen. Over the years, he co-founded Mission Auto Electric and soon changed the name to MAE Power Equipment, and that same company celebrated its 50th anniversary in 2004. Over the years, Mr. Cavazos mentored many employees as well as customers and continued to be not only of service to the city of Mission and the community, but throughout the Rio Grande Valley. In 1965, he joined the Mission Chamber of Commerce, and today, that same company, MAE Power Equipment, is the longest tenured member of the chamber. He served as city ambassador and was also an announcer for the Texas Citrus Fiesta Parade, and he served several terms as president. He worked not only and served on the local hospital board, but was also very involved in his church, St. Paul Catholic Church in Mission. He and his first wife, Margarita Cuevas, became the proud parents of 3 children, Benjamin, Joe, and Teresa. After the end of their union, he was fortunate enough to find love a second time and married Ms. Rita Cavazos. They were blessed with 2 children, Martha and Oscar. He loved his family, road trips, and also brought wonderful stories, and he always considered any good occasion for a party. Mr. Cavazos gave freely of his time and talents. He benefited the Mission community, and he is deeply missed by those he has left behind. We will continue to treasure his memories and his wisdom, his kindness, and his fellowship there within our community. Today we recognize and we pay tribute to the life of Mr. Ben Cavazos and extend sincere sympathy to the members of his family. In the gallery we have his family that has joined us today, his wife, Tony Cavazos, his son, Oscar Cavazos, his daughter, Martha Cavazos, and his son-in-law, Troy, his granddaughter, Micaela, and also family and friends, Lee and Carol Howe. Thank you very much for giving us an opportunity to honor him today. We thank you not only for his service to the city of Mission, but for being a great friend to all of us, and he will be truly missed. Thank you.
Members, guests in the gallery, please rise and join us in observing a moment of silence. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Mr.
Chair recognizes Mr. Munoz for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today, House Resolution 399, we welcome the City of FAR firefighters and pay tribute to their service. The members of the FAR Fire Department that are with us today, not only here on the dais, but also in the gallery, have been instrumental in serving not only the City of FAR, but the Rio Grande Valley. They went above and beyond the call of duty when they went to assist the catastrophic wildfires that swept across Southern California in January 2025. As the fires broke out in Los Angeles and were fueled by the extreme drought conditions, these individuals took the reins and volunteered to continue to work and serve and help their counterparts in California. The fires were threatening the neighborhoods and the entire communities across the region, and the team from the FAR Fire Department courageously answered the call for assistance. They mobilized with 7 other agencies as part of the Alamo Strike Team and the Texas Interstate Fire Mutual Aid System. These highly trained and dedicated individuals work hard and work side by side with firefighters from around the country to contain the fire and help protect the lives and property of those who were in the path of destruction. They braved treacherous conditions and worked through exhaustion and willingly committed to spending weeks away from their families to render aid. The FAR Fire Department was the only fire department south of San Antonio that stepped forward to help during this crisis. These individuals distinguished themselves through their willingness to venture far from home and put themselves in harm's way at a time of desperate need. And through their actions, they have provided a testament to the strength of the FAR community and the spirit of solidarity that unites us as Americans. Therefore, today, we commend Battalion Chief Sergio Vasquez and engineers Jesus Gonzalez and Charlie Cavazos of the FAR Fire Department for deploying to California to battle the historic 2025 wildfires, and we extend our appreciation to them. On the dais, we have Battalion Chief Sergio Vasquez, Engineer Jesus Gonzalez, Engineer Charlie Cavazos, and FAR Fire Department Chief Pilar Rodriguez. In the gallery, we also have City Commissioner Bobby Carrillo, and on behalf of Dr. Hernandez and the City Commission, we thank you not only what you do and supporting our first responders, but we thank the City of FAR Fire Department for answering the call and representing us and doing their part in assisting their counterparts in California. Thank you very much for what you do, and we appreciate everything they do for the city. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Schaffner for a recognition.
Good morning. Thank you, Speaker and members. Please join me and fellow SFA alums, Representative Isaac and Representative Cook, and Representative Alders for congratulating the Stephen F. Austin University Lumberjacks Sylvans Club on their winning the 66th Annual Association of Southern Forestry Clubs. Please stand. Sylvans are here in the gallery. The club's here in the gallery. If y'all could please stand. And on the dais are 5 members of the team: Paige Sumner, Holly Parkin, Maddie Sweeten, Trent Klein, and Katie Grenier. The Sylvans are SFA's timber sports team, which includes competing in different forestry events like archery, cross-cut sawing, log chopping, chain throwing, pole climbing, yes, girls are on this team, bow sawing, and knife throwing. This win marks the team's 19th overall title and their 7th straight title, which ties the record as the longest streak ever. The historic win was capped off by a record-setting performance in the women's cross-cut sawing by Holly Parkin and Maddie Sweeten, who completed their cut of an 8-by-8-inch square piece of sweet gum wood in lightning-fast 4.69 seconds. The Sylvans are a testament to how important forestry is to East Texas and state as a whole. You have made Texas, state of Texas proud, and we are grateful you are here today. Congratulations on your win. Please give them another round of applause. Come meet them on the dais. Axum Jacks.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 967. Take that back. We're going to do a recognition here. Up in the gallery, if y'all could please stand. The Westlake Chamber of Commerce was founded on June 29, 1995 by members of the Eanes Business and Professional Association. The Chamber proudly serves the vibrant and successful cities of Westlake Hills, Rollingwood, and Austin within House District 48 and Representative Goodwin's House District 47. We've had no sleep. They work to cultivate a sense of community and address safety, crime, and economic growth issues in the rapidly developing Westlake area, fostering partnerships between local businesses, residents, and public officials to support a thriving and secure environment for all. In the last 30 years, its membership has grown to more than 200 businesses. The Chamber continues to support local business through networking events, ribbon-cutting ceremonies, workshops, and a leadership academy guided by their mission to create a vibrant and connected Westlake community. Today, they are here at the Capitol, continuing their advocacy and celebrating the Chamber's first ever day at the Capitol. I am honored to support and uplift the great work of the Westlake Chamber and welcome you all to your state capitol. Thank you for the work you do for our districts.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We're joined in the gallery today by the Texas Healthcare Association member nurses, administrators, and other professional staff who take care of our loved ones in long-term care facilities all across the state. I believe, where are y'all? Oh, yay. There are over 1,100 nursing homes and over 2,000 assisted living facilities in Texas. THCA is advocating every day for policies ensuring high quality of care and improving the lives of the families their members serve. These incredible healthcare workers are visiting your offices today, offering free blood pressure checks to you and your staff. I encourage you to take advantage of that. Members, please join me today in welcoming THCA and their members to the Capitol. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I am excited to welcome the Austin chapter of the National Association of Women Business Owners to the Capitol. 2025, y'all may stand up. 2025 marks NAWBO's 50th year of service. Since 1975, this amazing organization has supported women business owners across Central Texas. They create community, make connections, and uplift their members. They are change makers and ceiling breakers. As a former small business owner myself, actually I'm a current small business owner, I know just how impactful groups like NAWBO are. And doing it for 50 years is no small feat. Thank you for what you do, and welcome to your Texas house.
The chair recognizes Mr. Verdell for a notice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 7, Section 37, Charlie, I hereby give notice that I intend in at least 1 hour's time to move to reconsider the vote by which HB 1006 was defeated. And with that, I move for consideration.
Members, we're about to go on the calendar. If you have a bill on the calendar, please be ready. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1806. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1806 by Sparks, relating to the inspection, purchase, sale, possession, storage, transportation, and disposal of petroleum products, oil and gas equipment, and oil and gas waste, creating criminal offenses and increasing the punishment for an existing criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Dean Craddock to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the bill we passed yesterday, and what this does is set up a criminal charge for the theft of petroleum and gas products. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1806. As a record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Plessa voting aye. Show Mr. Dyson voting aye. Have all voted? Show Mr. Verdell voting aye. Have all voted? There being 143 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1806 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 783. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 783 by Menendez, relating to certain regulations adopted by governmental entities for the construction or alteration of residential or commercial buildings.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill is a cleanup bill that will allow SECO to move forward with future rulemaking. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 783. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 112 ayes, 29 nays, Senate Bill 783 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1271. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1271 by Hancock, relating to the concurrent jurisdiction of this state over United States military installations with respect to certain subject matters.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, SB 1271 creates a legal framework for handling juvenile delinquency cases on military bases. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1271. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 134 ayes, 8 nays, Senate Bill 1271 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 326. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 326 by King, relating to the procedure for determining whether a student violation of a public schools or public institution of higher education student code of conduct was motivated by anti-Semitism.
The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today we have the opportunity to affirm that Texas stands against anti-Semitism in all its forms. Senate Bill 326 ensures that when a student violates a school's code of conduct, any anti-Semitic motivation behind that behavior is properly considered, using the definition already established in state law. I want to thank Representative Rosenthal for his amendment, and my JAs, Representative McQueenie, Metcalf, Shaheen, and Raymond. Thank you. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 326. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 129 ayes, 8 nays, Senate Bill 326 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1637. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1637 by King, relating to an exception to the application of the offense of deadly conduct for certain peace officers discharging official duties.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 1637 seeks to amend the deadly conduct statute to draw a clear distinction between a peace officer who is acting in accordance with his or her prescribed duty to uphold the law and a criminal who carries a firearm to facilitate a criminal offense. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1637. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 102 ayes, 41 nays, Senate Bill 1637 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 769. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 769 by Menendez, relating to a report by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board regarding enrollment and success in higher education for students with disabilities.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know Gonzalez, he's doing a good job. This bill is about special education, helping kids transition from high school to college, and so making sure that we are identifying the gaps. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 769. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 97 ayes, 43 nays, Senate Bill 769 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 897. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 897 by Blanco, relating to the administration of a grant program to support community mental health programs assisting veterans and their families.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lopez of Bear to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker, members. This bill is relating to the administration of a grant program to support community mental health programs assisting veterans and their families. I move approval.
Question occurs on final passage of SB 897. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lopez of Bear voting aye. Have all voted? There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 897 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1035. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1035 by Sparks relating to equitable relief from the enforcement of certain governmental requirements that affect agricultural operations.
The chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the enforcement measure of the right to farm that we passed last session and approved by the voters this past election. I move passage.
Please excuse Ms. Hinojosa because of important business. On a motion of Ms. Goodwin, is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 140 ayes, 2 nays, Senate Bill 1035 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1706. The clerk will read the bill. SB number 1706 by Hinojosa relating to the authority of the governing board by a state governmental body to conduct a closed meeting to deliberate an issue involving certain defense, military, or aerospace issues. The chair recognizes Ms. Ordaz to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we heard yesterday that supports our defense, military, and aerospace community. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1706. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 120 ayes, 20 nays, Senate Bill 1706 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1185. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1185 by Creighton relating to an exemption from boiler registration and inspection requirements for certain boilers and medical equipment and autoclaves.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this exempts small boilers, not broilers, used in FDA-regulated medical devices. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1185. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 135 ayes, 6 nays, Senate Bill 1185 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1194. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1194 by Flores relating to creating the Central Texas Water Alliance, providing authority to issue bonds, granting the power of eminent domain, providing authority to impose fees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we passed yesterday to establish Central Texas Water Alliance in Bell County. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1194. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 121 ayes, 20 nays, Senate Bill 1194 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 384. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 384 by Flores relating to making a donation to the Operation Game Thief Fund when applying for a hunting or fishing license.
The chair recognizes Ms. Orr to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill passed yesterday relating to the donation to the Operation Game Thief. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 384. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bill. Bell. Show Ms. Orr voting aye. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Have all voted? There being 143 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 384 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1426. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1426 by Huffman relating to operation and management of the first Capital State Historic Site and replica by the Texas Historical Commission.
The chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is that bill y'all loved yesterday about the first capital of Texas. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1426. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 134 ayes, 7 nays, Senate Bill 1426 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1468. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1468 by Schwertner relating to the authority of the Board of Regents of the Texas A&M University System to construct, acquire, improve, extend, and equip utility systems located on university system property.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dyson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. SB 1468 seeks to ensure the viability of energy proving ground by providing the Board of Regents express authority to construct and acquire power plants located on Texas A&M property in Brazos County. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1468. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1468 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1215. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1215 by Colkhorst, relating to the placement of a cultivated oyster in a natural oyster bed or private oyster bed or coastal waters.
The chair recognizes Ms. Villalobos to explain the bill.
This allows oyster beds to be replenished after natural disasters such as hurricanes. Thank you. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1215. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1215 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1066. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1066 by Perry, relating to requiring payment and performance bonds for certain public work contracts.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this raises the bond threshold for parks and wildlife construction projects from $25,000 to $150,000. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1066. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 143 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1066 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 599. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 599 by West, relating to the authority of a political subdivision to regulate a licensed child care facility or registered family home.
The chair recognizes Ms. A. Davis of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Senate Bill 599 preempts local child care ordinances to provide regulatory consistency. This bill passed the House unanimously, and I hope the House will follow suit, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 599. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 135 ayes, 6 nays, Senate Bill 599 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1930. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1930 by Hinojosa, relating to the use of proceeds from the sale of saltwater fishing stamps issued by the Parks and Wildlife Department.
The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this ensures saltwater fishing stamp revenue is specifically dedicated for projects that help our fishing hatcheries. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1930. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1930 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 2065. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2065 by Huffman, relating to the Texas Emergency Services Retirement System.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This makes the Texas Emergency Services Retirement System actuarially sound. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 2065. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 140 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 2065 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 767. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 767 by Sparks, relating to creating a database for the firefighting equipment in the state available for use in responding to wildfires.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is for responding to wildfires, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 767. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 140 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 767 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1619. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 1619 by Zaffarini, relating to the use of an epinephrine delivery device by certain entities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Kitzman to explain the bill.
Senate Bill 1619 gives schools, emergency responders, and other public entities the option to stock and administer any FDA-approved epinephrine delivery system, not just auto ejectors. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1619. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Kitzman voting aye. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all voted? There being 140 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1619 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 1738. The clerk will ring the bell.
Senate Bill number 1738 by Huffman, relating to the resumption of service by certain judicial officers under the Judicial Retirement System of Texas Plan 2.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This updates the JRS 2 plan and includes consideration for judges returning to the bench. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of Senate Bill 1738. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 141 ayes, 0 nays, Senate Bill 1738 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1500. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1500 by Belloff Kaufman, relating to the continuation and functions of the Department of Information Resources, including the composition of the governing body of the department.
Chair recognizes Mr. Belloff Kaufman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1500 is the sunset bill for the Department of Information Resources, or DIR. It reflects the work of the Sunset Advisory Commission over the interim. This bill continues DIR, restructures the board, mandates information security assessments, expands training, includes standard sunset updates. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 1500. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Belloff Kaufman voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes and 1 nay, HB 1500 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 718. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 718 by Bell of Montgomery, relating to prohibiting a public institution of higher education from partnering with certain private entities for the construction of a student housing facility.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill we passed to make sure that the people who build student housing get paid for it. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 718. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 131 ayes and 6 nays, HB 718 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 23. Chair recognizes, or the clerk will read the bill.
HB number 23 by Harris, relating to the authority of certain persons to obtain third-party review of plats and property development plans, permits, and similar documents, and the inspection of an improvement related to such a document.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we're waiting on one amendment, so I'm going to move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 23 until 11:15 today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Motion is adopted. Chair lays out on third reading HB 34. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 34 by Metcalf, relating to prohibiting the investment of state money in certain countries and in certain private business entities in those countries.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill. Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of HB 34 by Metcalf under Article 3, Section 35 of the Texas Constitution on the grounds that the caption fails to give the legislature and the public reasonable notice of its subject.
Mr. Wu, please bring your point of order down. The point of order has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, getting back on House Bill 34, prohibits state deposits in banks, headquarters in countries of concern. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 34. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Luther voting aye. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Show Mr. Morgan voting aye. Show Mr. LaHood voting aye. Show Mr. Harris voting aye. Show Mr. Little voting aye. Show Mr. McLaughlin voting aye. Show Ms. Campos voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 119 ayes and 20 nays, HB 34 is finally passed. The chair lays out HB 23 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 23 by Harris, relating to the authority of certain persons to obtain third-party review of plats and property development plans, permits, and similar documents, and the inspection of an improvement related to such a document.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we heard yesterday, and I do have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Harris.
Members,
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris to explain the amendment.
Members, if you recall, yesterday we had a lot of dialogue back and forth about who would be liable if something went wrong with the third-party inspections. And this amendment explicitly states that the liability will be on the person conducting the inspection or review. It's acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Mr. Harris sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the Adoption of the amendment. Chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leach.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is just a clarifying amendment to my amendment yesterday. We're detailing the offenses for which the investigation can cease a development inspection approval, and I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Leach sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Harris to on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I know that you may have some local elected officials who are opposed to this bill, but I promise you, you got thousands of constituents and homeowners in your district who will love it because it'll reduce the cost of housing. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 23. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Gerdes voting aye. Show Mr. Harris voting aye. Show Mr. Lopez Bear voting aye. Show Ms. Orr voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 78 ayes and 58 nays, HB 23 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 119. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 119 by Gerdes, relating to the registration as a lobbyist of persons who engage in certain lobbying activities on behalf of a foreign adversary and to prohibitions on the receipt of compensation related to those lobbying activities, providing a civil penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a prohibition on compensation for foreign adversary lobbying. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 119. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Lisa voting aye. Show Mr. Lopez Bear voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 132 ayes and 8 nays, HB 119 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 128. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 128 by Orr, relating to certain sister city agreements between governmental entities and foreign countries and communities.
Chair recognizes Ms. Orr to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we passed yesterday to address sister city agreements with foreign adversaries. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of HB 128. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lopez Bear voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 104 ayes and 32 nays, HB 128 is finally passed.
The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 130. The clerk will ring the bell. Read the bill.
HB number 130 by Bonin, relating to genetic information security for residents of this state, providing a civil penalty, providing a private cause of action.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 130 will protect Texans' genetic information from foreign adversaries. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 130. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lopez of Bear voting aye. Have all voted? There being 141 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 130 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 132. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 132 by Lopez Bear, relating to the confidentiality of information used to prevent, detect, respond to, or investigate a hostile act of a foreign adversary of the United States.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lopez of Bear to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaker, members, this simply protects confidential data, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 132. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lopez of Bear voting aye. Have all voted? There being 140 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 132 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2756. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2756 by Thompson, relating to training on de-escalation, crisis intervention, and behavioral health for correctional officers and certain other employees of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
The chair recognizes Dean Thompson to explain the bill. Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Mr. Speaker, members, I think there's some misunderstanding about this bill among a few of you, and I want to share with you this situation. You may recall I mentioned to you on yesterday on November 13, 2023, one of my constituents worked at TDCJ as a prison guard. He was a part of an extraction team to go and get an inmate out of his cell. As a result of that, there were 5-member team who went in there. The prisoner had already knocked out his light. His cell was dark. And he went in to get this guy out with his other 4 persons. After getting him out, the team members came out, but he didn't. And going back into the cell and looking for him, they found him on the floor dead. I know how you would feel if you had a 27-year-old child who had not married and you were expecting one day to be a grandparent, to hold that grandbaby in your arm from your son. I know how you would feel if your child was working in TDCJ for the state of Texas to make sure that the persons who were there were secure in those cells and doing what they were supposed to do and got killed. When the parents learned about the death, over a period of time, they got 3 or 4 versions of what may have happened. But today they don't know and there's no closure. They don't know how their child died. I know that you would want to give this parent closure. I contacted TDCJ and worked with them on this bill to make sure that we were putting just some things in place that may be helpful for other person who's going to be working in our prison and our penal institution. We can't give this family closure, but we can prevent other persons who may work on for us in TDCJ an opportunity to do their job without having to lose their lives. I would be glad to yield.
Mr. Harrison, for what purpose?
Just would the gentlelady yield for question?
The lady yields for questions.
To my friend, Mr. Harrison, delightfully.
And thank you very much to my friend, Ms. Thompson. I remember when you laid this out in committee, and I appreciate you bringing this bill before. I took an opportunity to say just a couple words in memory to honor an officer, a detention officer in Ellis County who recently lost his life as a result of an inmate in the line of duty. Is it your intention of this bill to avoid more needless, senseless death at the hands of convicts who might choose to exercise violence over detention officers who could benefit from additional training? Is that what you're intending to do?
It is. And this bill is only directed at Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
And that is my understanding of the intent of the bill, and it's also my understanding of the plain language reading of the bill. I think it's a good bill, and I look forward to supporting it, and I just wanted to publicly say thank you for bringing it before the body today.
Thank you. Members, I hope that you recognize the fact that we have a responsibility for people who work with us to keep them safe, and hopefully to send them home to their families at the end of their shift.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Harless, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for a
The
question?
lady yield for questions.
I will.
The
You
lady
worked
yields.
with Texas Department of Criminal Justice on this bill, didn't you?
I did. I contacted them before I filed the bill to make sure that they had input, utilize their ideas and their suggestions, which is contained in this bill, before I filed it.
So there is no reason anybody should vote against this bill, is that correct?
It does not impact local jails. It only impacts the penal system. And I would hope that they would be humane enough to understand what this family has gone and is going to go through for the rest of their life without any closure, and to be able to provide a safer environment for people who come and work for us and who try to render a service in our penal institution.
Thank you for this wonderful bill, Dean Thompson.
Thank you for getting it out of your committee. Members, I ask for an aye vote. Mr. Speaker, show me voting aye.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2756. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dean Thompson voting aye. Show Ms. Simmons voting aye. Show Ms. Jones voting aye. Have all voted. There being 140 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2756 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 166. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 166 by Capriglione, relating to committing the criminal offense of endangering a child, elderly individual, or disabled individual by engaging in certain conduct involving a controlled substance listed in Penalty Group 1B of the Texas Controlled Substances Act.
The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 166 strengthens protections for children, elderly individuals, and disabled individuals by expanding the penal code for endangering those vulnerable populations through the use or exposure of fentanyl. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 166. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 140 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 166 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 406. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 406 by Ordaz, relating to notification of the execution of certain local economic development agreements by a municipality or county to local workforce development boards.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ordaz to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill that enhances local jobs across the state. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 406. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Patterson voting aye. Have all voted? There being 108 ayes, 33 nays, House Bill 406 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 186. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 186 by Patterson, relating to prohibiting use of social media platforms by children.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the bill. Mrs. Weiner, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Patterson. I just want to ask some questions about how this bill will function. So currently, right now in Texas, if you're going to create a profile on a social media account, do you have to upload your government ID
No,
or
you do
submit
not.
to a facial scan?
You may have a facial scan whether you want it or not, but you don't have to submit your photo ID.
So under this bill, isn't it true that every single Texan is going to end up needing to find some way to prove their age to join a social media site?
Not necessarily. In the bill, it asks for social media companies can use a commercially reasonable method that relies on public or private transactional data. So it could potentially be your photo ID that you would upload. I would contend that the social media companies know far more about you than what's on your photo ID, but it could be another method as well.
So the thing I'm concerned about is, there are some social media companies where it's very public who we are. Most of us on Facebook, and I suspect you with me remember that shift. When we were younger, the internet was not a place where you were ever publicly who you are. You were supposed to be very careful. Facebook popularized it, and it became common for members or people who are on the site to use their full name. But there are other websites, other social media sites that use a different dynamic where the opportunity to cloak your identity for whatever reason is there. So let's say if somebody was opening a new Reddit account under this, wouldn't that require this person to prove exactly who they are to that company and eliminate some option of privacy?
I think the company more often than not knows who their users are. They are not in the business of content sharing between users. They are in the business of data collection on their users. That is their product. We are their product. And so they know everything about their product. So I don't believe that this bill prescribes that every user of a social media platform would have to state in their profile what their name is. I mean, there could still be the random accounts, but the social media companies would have to know who's creating that account, yes.
All right, so somebody could not have an account with a social media company without that company knowing precisely who they are.
100%. Yes, that they were 18 or older.
Well, is there a way for them to demonstrate they're above 18 without confirming their identity?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So what happens to Texans who don't have a current ID or some other way to be able to confirm who they are?
The bill allows for that. It doesn't have to be a photo ID.
So what about the concern that this is helping these social media companies collect even more data on us and have that available and potentially insecurely?
I don't know how they could collect more data on us than they already do. They know when you're happy. They know when you're sad. They know when you're hungry. They know when you break up with your boyfriend. They know everything about you. They know where you plug in your phone at night. They know who else's phones are nearby when you plug in your phone at night. They know more about you than you know about yourself.
So why should we give them more?
I don't believe
Why
that
should we require
are.
adult Texans to give them more information?
I don't believe we are. They can use commercially public or private data to verify their users. I don't believe that there's anything on my driver's license that the social media company doesn't know about me already.
I mean, theoretically, most social media companies don't actually have our driver's license number, correct? We're not giving them that.
Well, we may not give them that, but there's nothing that says that they can't cross-reference the data that they collect on us with other public data that's out there. I mean, these things aren't run by a group of engineers in the back room anymore. Oftentimes, these are AI-operated programs that, I mean, they're pulling data in from all over the internet. They know who their users are. I guarantee you that.
Okay. Is it not true that Arkansas's Act 689, which also has an age verification requirement, was recently permanently enjoined?
That could be true. I'm not familiar with Arkansas, but what I will tell you is that this body last session passed a bill creating age verification requirements for pornography websites. Now, the definition of that was, I think it was predominantly used for pornography. I think that, we could stretch that a little bit and say, Twitter or X, for example, has pornography on their website. Other social media platforms have pornography on their websites. And that bill or that case is being heard before the Supreme Court and is expected to be released this summer, I believe in June. And so we'll know more about that this summer in June in terms of age verification on websites for the state of Texas.
Yeah. Now, to be clear, your bill doesn't just apply to sites where there may or may not be porn, correct?
Any social media platform.
So if a child wants to use a social media platform for a legitimate purpose, like accessing educational materials, coordinating assignments, or connecting with relatives, are they going to be able to do that under this bill?
No, no one under the age of 18 would be able to access it. And let's talk about that real quick, because I think that's an important point. Back in the day, as my kids love to hear me say, you had social media and you were connected to the people that you were connected with, and you only saw the material that they put forward. So if I wanted to have a social media platform and I wanted to connect with my grandparents that lived in another state or my aunts and uncles that live in a different area, I could do that and we could stay in touch for that purpose. But a lot of these social media platforms now have what some call a For You page or other ways to get you to stay on their platforms longer or to connect with other material longer. And that's the most dangerous part of this, because that's where you're starting to see the pornography. That's where you're starting to see the videos about self-harm and suicide. That's where you're starting to see the images about drug use. That's where you're starting to see these rabbit holes that they take our kids down about anorexia and other forms of mental health disorders. And so it's not a safe product for children. It's just not. It would be if all we could do is connect with people that we know and connect with our family members. It would absolutely be a safe product. It is not that anymore. That's not what this is.
Yeah. And, Representative Patterson, I want to be clear. I think I agree with a lot of your goals here. It does concern me the different way a lot of our youth interact with social media, and even the way adults interact with social media.
Yeah.
I think we should see more regulation of that space, particularly around data, particularly around having some good practices that do protect youth. I still am struggling with this outright ban and both the effect it has on adults' privacy and on minors' right to connect. Now, could you talk about why your bill sets a limit at age 18 instead of allowing older minors some ability to use these tools?
Yeah, we set the age of 18 just because we have a number of laws in place in the state, most of which are 18. Some have been moved recently to 21. but to protect their physical well-being. So, for example, you can't buy a handgun if you're under the age of 18. You can't buy alcohol if you're under the age of 18. You can't buy tobacco. You can't do drugs. There's a number of things that children aren't allowed to do that adults are allowed to do. And the age of adulthood in Texas is 18, and so that's why we stuck with that age.
Right. But we have used lower age limits for other things. I mean, driving
100%.
coming to mind for one. I know you've talked about this bill too in terms of like rights for parents to control what their kids have access to. Do parents not already have a lot of that control in choosing whether or not to give their kid a device or set up certain safety settings, which apps to allow children to download?
Yeah, that's a great question. So yes, in this bill, it is prescribed that a parent has the right to take down their child's, if they can prove that it's their child, they have the right to take down their child's social media page as well if one is created. As it relates to those other issues, I don't believe that parents stand a chance against social media companies that hire child psychologists to better hook their users onto their platforms. I don't believe that parents stand a chance to the addictive nature of these social media platforms. I think that's why the Surgeon General in 2024 compared social media to cigarettes. I believe that this is the modern day cigarette. I think that we're going to wake up at some point in this country and realize what we have done to an entire generation of kids that are on this highly addictive product called social media. And I think that that's why there's a lot of concern about that. I think that's why that there are documentaries made about this issue. I think that's why there's books written about this issue, because it is a dangerous product that our kids have access to. I believe personally that it is the most dangerous product that our kids have legal access to in the state of Texas.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for answering my questions, Representative
Thank you,
Patterson.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for
Will the
questions?
gentleman yield for questions?
I yield.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. And Chairman Patterson, I absolutely agree with you. What's your last statements about how dangerous I think social media has become. But my issue sort of is, number one, like that we're doing this just in Texas. I think we should be doing this at a national level so we have a consistent rule throughout all states instead of just state by state. But here is, I think, for me as a civil libertarian, the bigger issue. In your bill, adults would need to verify that they are adults, correct?
Well, the social media companies would have to verify that their users are adults.
And those users would be required to give those companies their personal information.
They do that willingly already.
But, I mean, like submit government records, things...
Not necessarily. It's any commercially, I mean, in the bill it's written, so you don't have to, it's not necessarily a photo ID, a government issued ID. It is, they may use a commercially reasonable method that relies on public or private transactional data to verify the age. So it's, they could require you to upload a photo ID, as many of us have. If we have political ads on Facebook, let's say, we have to upload a photo ID to Facebook to verify who we are, and then they have to send us a letter. But there are other means to verify. I mean,
Absolutely.
there's financial data out there. There's facial recognition software. They know who their users are. I guarantee you that.
And if somebody wants to, let's say for the purposes of political speech, they want to create an anonymous account or a parody account and says, I'm not actually this person. I'm a fake person, or I'm pretending to be this other person as a joke. They would not be able to create those accounts unless they put in their personal information and verified it.
That's correct, but I think, and this is a caveat to that whole thing, yes, the social media company would have to verify that it is an adult creating the account, but nowhere in this bill does it prescribe that you have to use your name on your profile. You could use, there's a host of fake accounts on Twitter, that only talk about what we do in this chamber, and they don't have someone's name. That would not have to change. It would just be that the social media company has to verify that is someone that is 18 years old or older.
What if they choose a cartoon character as their avatar or as their profile?
That's not prescribed. I mean, there's no changes to that in this bill. You don't have to have your picture on your profile. You don't have to have your name on your profile. You could have what I would commonly refer to as a fake account, that doesn't have any identifying information on you. It's just that the company would have to know, the Facebook or the X or whoever would have to know that that person creating that account is an adult behind the scenes.
And what I'm asking is, if somebody, for their own safety, because they're going to make political statements that may get them in trouble for their day job or whatever, they go out of their way to make sure that there's nothing linking them personally to the account, they would no longer be able to create that account.
Well, the social media company would have to verify that it's someone 18 years or older, and then in this bill, it is prescribed. They have to delete that information once they verify that it's an adult, and so that information is not stored anywhere. The social media company deletes it, and so unless they didn't abide by this, what could be law, there would be no information out there for anyone in the public to find.
But can you imagine a situation where people who see how...
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Can you imagine a situation where someone who looks out into the world and sees the number of times that Facebook, that Bank of America, whoever else has had data breaches and has information stolen from them, that they say, I'm afraid to even give them that much. And they say, because of this law, and because of these requirements, and because of the fear that I might be exposed, that now they're pulling back their political speech. Can you see that situation?
I can absolutely see that situation. I would sympathize with someone in that situation. But what I would suggest, and I think that this is a true statement, the social media companies know far more information about you than what they could possibly use to verify who you are as a person. They know everything about you. That is, they know where you are, they know your interests, they know where you shop, they know your likes, your dislikes, they know when you're happy and when you're sad. They know more about you, and this is the scariest part, especially for our kids. A kid that goes through a traumatic event at school or a breakup or whatever, that social media company is salivating at that opportunity to get that kid to have that one sad moment so that they spend 3 extra seconds hovered over that image or that video about something sad, so that algorithm then changes and shifts to give that child the opportunity to see more of that content and more of that content. I laid out the statistics yesterday.
No, I absolutely agree with you.
They know more about us than we know about ourselves. I don't have any concerns whatsoever about the point that you raised.
No, thank you very much. And I appreciate your discussion on this. This is it's an interesting topic.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
I move to reduce the writing conversations on this bill in third reading and place in the journal for purposes of legislative
Members,
intent.
you heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered.
Okay. Mr. Speaker and members, House Bill 186 prevents social media companies from preying on our children. And I move passage in honor of David Molek and the countless other children who have lost their lives due to the harms of social media. I move passage.
The chair recognizes Mr. Toth to speak for the bill.
Members, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of folks that voted against this bill on second reading, and we may be looking for the perfect social media bill. You're not going to get it. We're losing children every day. And I want to thank Mr. Patterson for introducing this bill. We are losing kids every day to trafficking because of social media. Please support this bill. We can come back 2 years from now and do things to make this better based on what we see happening over the next 2 years. Kids' lives are at stake. Please support this bill.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 186. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Patterson voting aye. Show Ms. Fairley voting aye. Show Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso voting aye. Show Ms. Leo Wilson voting aye. Show Mr. Verdell voting aye. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Show Mr. De Ayala voting aye. Have all voted. There being 116 ayes, 25 nays, House Bill 186 is finally passed. Members, earlier this morning, Mr. Verdell gave the required 1-hour notice of a motion to reconsider the vote by which House Bill 1006 failed. The chair will recognize Mr. Verdell for a motion now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to reconsider the vote by which HB 1006 failed to pass to engrossment.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears. There is objection. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Verdell voting aye. Show Mr. De Ayala voting aye. Have all voted? There being 61 ayes, 80 nays, the motion fails. Is Mr. Patterson on the floor of the House? Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 331. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 331 by Patterson, relating to certain presumptions applicable to claims for benefits or compensation for certain medical conditions brought by certain first responders.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill ensures that our first responders have up to 8 hours after the end of their shift to get a presumption on heart attacks. Passed unanimously last session. Would love to see it pass again. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 331. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Verdell voting aye. Have all voted? There being 140 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 331 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 380. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 380 by Guillen, relating to the applicability of sex offender registration requirements to the offense of improper relationship between educator and student.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this requires individuals convicted of an improper relationship between an educator and a student to register as a sex offender, and also extends the statute of limitations for improper educator-student relationships to 10 years. Move final passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 380. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 142 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 380 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1583. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1583 by Hull, relating to the peace officer's notification of emergency detention form for persons evidencing mental illness and retention of that form.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that updates the emergency detention notification form. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1583. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Patterson voting aye. Have all voted? There being 141 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 1583 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1584. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1584 by Hull, relating to the creation of a list of priority facilities by electric utilities.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill requires utilities to maintain a list of priority facilities and provide the list to TDM during a disaster. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1584. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 141 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 1584 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 621. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 621 by Patterson, relating to the authority of a property owners association to regulate the assembly, association, and speech of property owners or residents related to governmental officials or candidates for political office.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the bill.
Members, this is that good freedom bill we passed yesterday saying that HOAs can't restrict First Amendment rights. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 621. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Have all voted? There being 139 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 621 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 303. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 303 by Fasut, relating to the authority of a Type A or Type B general law municipality to change to a Type C general law municipality.
The chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is about freedom for tiny towns. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 303. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 141 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 303 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 552. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 552 by Gonzalez of El Paso, relating to a study by the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service to determine standards for the appraisal for ad valorem tax purposes of certain agricultural land used to raise or keep bees.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill, we all have beekeepers in our districts. This bill is about helping them with the support Texas A&M AgriLife. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 552. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Patterson voting aye. Show Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso voting aye. Have all voted? There being 95 ayes, 47 nays, House Bill 552 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading House Bill 366. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 366 by Phelan, relating to required disclosures on certain political advertising that contains altered media, creating a criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Mr. Phelan to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will yield for questions.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. Representative Phelan, this bill is numbered House Bill 366. That's correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And I'm seeing it was filed on February 27th of 2025. Is that also correct?
That sounds correct. Yes, sir.
House Bill 365 in front of it and 367 behind it were filed on November 12th of 2004. Were you Speaker of the House on November 12th of 2024?
I sure was, sir.
Why did you save bill number 366 for this bill that you filed 4 months later?
Well, I reserved 366 for a piece of legislation. It just happened to be this piece of legislation.
Did you consider doing any other bills in the spot for 366?
I can't recall. I had so many bills in Ledge Council that this was one of the first ones that was ready. Yes, sir.
I'm looking at the race for House District 21, and apparently the election night returns had you winning by the runoff by 366 votes. Is there any correlation between the House bill number of 366 and winning by 366 votes?
There might be. That's a heck of a correlation you made there. But I will say the official vote was 386.
Okay. And so why did you choose this bill about political speech after your margin of victory in the primary?
I actually have about 5 bills dealing with ethics reform and the Ethics Commission and disclosures. I felt it was time that the legislature address those. They're not fun topics, and it's something that is near and dear to my heart. The integrity of elections. This bill is not about me, Mr. Tinderholt. This bill is not about you. This bill is not about anybody in the House floor. This bill and other bills I hope to bring to the House floor. I have 2 tomorrow that I'm sure you're going to love as well. It's about the integrity of our elections and what the voters see on whether it's media or mail, and we know that AI. This would be probably the 5th bill that we vote off on the House floor dealing with AI. So it's obviously something that is infiltrating different aspects of our
Did you
lives.
consider whether using your margin of victory as the bill number might make the bill look like a personal vendetta versus a true mission to try to change the election process?
A personal vendetta against whom, sir?
I don't know.
I know you asked the questions, but it was a number that I appreciate my voters sending me back on.
Members, reminder not to impugn the motives of the member.
Yeah.
Would you agree that
it's simply a bill number.
Would you agree that laws targeting speech should be written objectively and not emotionally?
Sir, there's not a bill I've ever had on this House floor that I'm emotional about.
I just find it ironic that it's 366, and that was the first number that came out for the election numbers. I understand they changed, but I just find it very ironic. Thank you.
There's nothing ironic about it.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Luther, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Certainly yield for questions. Yes,
Gentleman
ma'am.
yields.
Thank you. And so this bill is a Class A misdemeanor.
That is correct.
So what are the consequences for this? Could you explain that to me?
Well, you would have to, of course, it would go to the district attorney's office, and a Class A misdemeanor is, let me see if I have the actual penalties in front of me.
Excuse me?
Yeah, it's up to a year in jail. Yes, ma'am.
So up to a year in jail.
Correct.
I've been to jail for 3 days for working. Do you think that that's a fair punishment for someone creating an image or a meme?
Well, it's a very serious offense.
Up to a year in jail, sir.
Well, we could do a civil fine, correct? And as of right now, well, going into session, there's 750 cases totaling $3.6 million in uncollected fines. So fining someone $500 in a campaign that could be $5 million, $10 million, correct? A $500 fine is a cost of doing business in an election. But if someone were to commit an offense of this nature, it would certainly get their attention and
you're
hopefully
saying
prevent them from doing it.
You think a year in jail for making a cartoon, that matches the offense?
It will be probation. You and I both know that. This
No,
will
I
result in
don't.
probation.
It literally says in your, because I personally have dealt with judges who take a personal vendetta against you and make you an example. I have actually lived that my whole life. For working, I got thrown in jail. So I'm asking you, if someone creates a cartoon, they could go to jail for a year. That's what you're saying in your bill.
Now, what I'm saying is, and by the way, your circumstances and your confinement has nothing to do with this piece of legislation.
No, I'm talking about if the punishment matches the offense. I can talk about that all day long, sir.
Well, and that's your prerogative. This is a deterrent in using fake or altered media to drastically change the outcome of an election. And I think that's a serious offense, and it should be taken serious. I'm not taking this lightly at all.
So you don't think there's been political satire it's been a tradition in America for a long time.
Absolutely.
And if someone's
it will
not,
continue. It will continue.
Right. So now that you have this bill, you're expecting that to completely stop.
No.
And then if you're in an
No.
area like Dallas,
No.
they'll say, we're going to put you in jail for, we have J6ers that are in jail for doing nothing.
This has nothing to do with January 6th. I'm sure
No,
you would...
I am comparing the offense to the punishment.
Okay, that's fine. This bill applies to individuals whose political speech is currently being regulated by the state of Texas, either through statute or through rule of the Texas Ethics Commission. The persons, line 10 through 18, are already required to have disclosures. They have to have political ad paid for by. That's the same universe that is currently being regulated, that is being regulated in this bill. No new individual, no new person is being brought in to HB 366. I know that's the narrative out there on Twitter or social media. It is not accurate. This is the same universe that is being regulated currently that will be regulated under 366. All you have to do is disclose that you are lying to the public with your media. That video's been altered. It did not occur in reality, and that's all you have to do is disclose it, just like you disclose political ad paid for by.
So the first night that I was in jail, everyone looking at me, they said, "Why are you here?" And I said, "I was working." And can you imagine someone going to jail for a year and they say, "What are you in here for?" And they say, "I drew a cartoon."
Well, it wouldn't apply to them unless they are currently also not following the law.
I will not be voting for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Schatzline, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Of course I will.
Gentleman yields.
Representative, are you familiar with strict scrutiny?
I can't hear you. Say that again.
Are you familiar with strict scrutiny?
You can enlighten me.
It's the standard by which courts review government regulations on speech. It requires the government to have a compelling interest and for the bill to be narrowly tailored. What is the compelling interest here?
Again, we have been regulating political advertising since before I was born. This has been going on for decades. This is nothing different than we currently do with political advertising. You as a candidate office holder have to put it political ad paid for by when you enter this political advertising arena, and all this does is ask you or tells you to add in a disclosure that you are using altered media.
So if a law burdens more speech than necessary, would you agree that it is unconstitutional?
Absolutely. This is regulated speech that we've been doing for decades. It is no different.
Did you consult with a constitutional lawyer before drafting this bill?
I actually did consult with several attorneys. Yes, sir.
Were you aware that courts have consistently struck down vague or overly broad speech regulations?
I don't think they apply to this bill, sir.
I want to reiterate another question that's been asked because I think it's important. So is it your goal to put someone in jail for political speech because that's what this bill would do?
It is my goal to prevent someone from impacting or altering an election by using fake media that never occurred in reality, be it AI or deep fakes. And we saw the chilling effect it had this past cycle. We see it every day, whether it's President Trump or former President Biden, where their voice and their likeness is, you cannot distinguish between reality and this new technology. You can't tell the difference.
So we know that this law is going to be abused to put people in jail for political speech. Is it your intent to limit grassroots organizations from criticizing their elected officials?
This does not apply to grassroots organizations, sir. Again, 1, 2, and 3, Section 255.0015, 1, 2, and 3. You have to satisfy those requirements to be in this bill. And if you are 1, 2, or 3 in this bill, you're already required to put political ad paid for by. You already have regulations on your political advertising speech.
Representative,
that is the current law as we sit here today.
This is going to end up with people in jail for political
it will
speech.
Not.
I am going to oppose, and I hope everyone else does too.
Thank you, but it will not.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Olcott, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
The gentleman yields.
Is it true, Representative Phelan, that when you laid this bill out in committee, that initially Texas Public Policy Foundation supported your bill?
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
Is it true that they later recanted that bill and retracted it?
To my knowledge, they were in my office this week supporting the bill, sir. That is my knowledge.
That's interesting, because I was told this was the statement that I had been informed that they read after coming out in support. They recanted it and said, while we appreciate the efforts of Senate Bill 893 and House Bill 366 to ensure the integrity of our elections, Texas Public Policy Foundation's testimony did not adequately reflect the concerns we have with the current language or go far enough in specifying the precise conditions under which we would ultimately support the bills. We look forward to working with the bill authors and committee members to make the necessary changes that would accomplish the goal of protecting voters and the integrity of our elections. Have you made the changes that they recommended?
Were they speaking to the file version or the committee substitute?
That was a statement they actually just issued. I believe that was a public statement.
Well, you say that. I don't know if you're accurate or not, but...
Okay. You're not aware of that statement then?
I'm not aware of that statement, but I do know after that hearing, the committee substitute addressed the concerns brought up in committee.
But you have not Have you discussed any of these changes with Texas Public Policy Foundation, the ones that they brought up?
Sir, I have not had any conversations with Texas Public Policy Foundation this session, period. When they supported the bill, it was when they walked in and testified in favor of the bill. I did not talk to him prior to filing the bill, and I have not talked to him since the committee substitute's been laid out and voted out of committee.
But you're going on record here saying that Texas Public Policy Foundation currently supports your bill.
I don't know, sir. I don't know. You say they don't. I can tell you no one testified against the bill, and no one's come to my office opposing the bill since the committee substitute's been voted out. Zero, not one person.
Okay. Well, apparently they have changed their mind, and they were looking to work with you, but apparently you didn't want to. So, but yeah, I'll be voting against the bill. Thank you, sir.
That statement is your statement. I will call Texas Public Policy Foundation when we get off the floor, though.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Money, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Will the gentleman yield
Sure.
for questions?
Representative Phelan, can you identify some of the specific types of political advertising that you think would be a crime under this bill?
Well, again, if you knowingly, with the intent to publish through broadcast political advertising, including an image, an audio recording, or video recording of an office holder or candidate's appearance, speech, or conduct that did not occur in reality.
Okay, so last election cycle, you and various PACs directed by you spent quite a bit of money in Republican primary elections that published, distributed, and broadcasted political advertising. Is that correct?
I donated money to individuals. I
And-
was not involved in the creation of media or the mail or the radio and TV. I did not get involved in that. No, sir.
But
no more than when you give a donation to a candidate, you get involved.
Sure. And the kinds of political advertisements that we're told are concerning are maybe a picture that didn't happen in reality, such as I think a famous picture is of you hugging Nancy Pelosi, and you've never hugged Nancy Pelosi. Is that correct?
I've never been in the same zip code as Nancy Pelosi.
Me neither, and I don't think you would hug her, but there was a picture of you hugging her that would violate this rule. Is that correct?
It would certainly require disclosure that that image did not occur in reality. That's it. That's all it would take.
And if someone published that picture without publishing that disclosure, they and any broadcast company, social media site that broadcasted that would be subject to both civil and criminal penalties. Is that correct?
No, sir. I don't think you've read the bill, because if you go to page 2, it certainly carves out all those individuals who would have been liable for publishing any type of media.
Okay, I'll move on then. So last cycle, if there's a PAC that you donated heavily to that sent a political mailer to my district showing a picture of me next to Xi Jinping with the Chinese flag superimposed on farmland, falsely claiming that I helped to sell farmland to the Chinese Communist Party, that would be a crime under this bill, correct?
Are you sure you're not talking about my election with that piece of mail was sent?
I think maybe there's probably more of us than just one that got that, but that would be a crime.
I definitely got that one. Yes, sir.
Okay.
But you're correct. That would fall under this disclosure that I did not meet that individual. I never shook his hand, and a disclosure saying this did not occur in reality would have to be included on that piece of mail, just like in my race and in your race. This is a equal opportunity disclosure bill here, sir.
Do you think voters in House District 21 believe that you actually did hug Nancy Pelosi?
You know, that's a great question. Yes. The same reason they came up to me and said, you know what, I don't think Donald Trump endorsed your opponent. That was some deep fake AI stuff. I was not quick to correct them and tell them, no, actually he did endorse my opponent, but they did not believe it was real because there's so much out there that's not real. So when things occur that are actually accurate, they also don't believe it. And that's the point of the bill, sir. Mr. Money, it's not about you and it's not about your election. And I'm sorry you had some mail you didn't like. I got mail I didn't like. This is about what your voters believe and what my voters believe. It's not about us. And you and I will just be a face on a composite in the basement one day, and we won't be remembered. But if we don't protect our elections, and if we don't do something about the integrity that our voters see on a daily basis, all this is not worth it. Because then you know what? Anybody could be up here. An image, a video of anybody could go run for election. You know what? I'm not the best looking man, right? I got a big forehead. I'd love for my forehead to be a little bit smaller, but that wouldn't be reality. I'd like to be 6'2". That wouldn't be reality, right? So let the voters know exactly what they're getting every time they go to the ballot box. So why anyone would want to operate in the shadows is beyond me.
I don't want to operate in the shadows.
Well, good. Vote for 366 and you won't be operating in the shadows. Put a disclosure on any mail piece you put out there that says, this is fake. I'm lying to you, voter.
But if someone makes your forehead...
Members, please don't talk over each other.
Let him finish his comment about my forehead, please.
No, I'm saying if I don't want anybody to make fun of my appearance either. You've got a nicer head of hair than I've got. But if someone makes your forehead larger than it should be, I don't think that they should be subject to jail time for that. This is an overreach. Nobody likes bad political advertisement. You don't, and I don't, and I get that. But that's part of what we have to live with. And when people overreach and they say that we've sold land to the Chinese Communist Party, they say we're affiliated with neo-Nazis and ridiculous comments like that, then that is what... Then we answer for it, and truth covers truth, and we move on.
This won't stop lies. People will lie about me. They're going to lie about you. They're going to lie about anybody who runs for office, whether it's local, state, federal. There always will be lies. The problem is we're getting to a point in time, again, this is the 5th bill we've heard on the House floor dealing with AI and new technology. We have to get ahead of it. We're always playing catch up to technology. When I first got elected, it was just the World Wide Web. It was Facebook. Now this is AI, right? On Monday, Senator Ted Cruz passed the Take It Down Act, 409-2. The federal government
That's
is finally
a
doing something.
different bill. Let's keep it about your bill.
It's still about AI, though. It's still about AI infiltrating our lives on a daily basis.
We're talking about political memes, and I appreciate it, and I don't like lies in political advertising as well, but this bill goes too far, and I'll vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, may I make a motion to extend the time?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The gentleman's time is extended.
Thank you, Speaker Phelan.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
This gentleman yield for questions.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Of course.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Speaker Phelan. The conversation got a little emotional. My questions are going to be a little more technical.
Sure.
Okay. So, Speaker Phelan, this morning I woke up and there was a meme on social media by the learned scholar Carnifex Maximus, and it has you in Soviet regalia, and it says you're harboring unauthorized memes. And obviously that wasn't you, right?
I hope not, no, sir.
Certainly not. So my understanding of your bill is that you are hoping to exclude or regulate memes like that if they are promulgated by a certain class of person. Isn't that what the bill does?
It is a narrower approach, yes, sir. We're trying to stick within the boundaries of current law, and those who currently their speech is regulated because they fall in the category currently either through statute or rules that we regulate political advertising.
So you said earlier in your response to some of these questions that this isn't about us, but it seems to me that this is expressly about us. And the question of whether the members of this body should be subjected to ridicule, which aren't there really good reasons to ridicule the people in here?
100%. We sign up for this. I will say our families don't sign up for this. Our wives and children don't sign up for this, but we certainly enter this arena and we certainly sign up for it. I don't care about memes. I don't care if they're lame memes or funny memes. This has nothing to do with Twitter. This has to do with political advertising, which is a different threshold under statute and under TEC rule.
Well, Speaker Phelan, you said earlier that this isn't about the grassroots and it's not about memes, but I'm looking at Section A2 of your bill, and here's how I read this. Please correct me if you think I'm wrong. It says the section applies to a person who makes expenditures during a reporting period that in the aggregate exceed $100 for political advertising. other than an expense to cover the basic cost of hardware, messaging software, and bandwidth. And so a person in the grassroots could make expenditures in excess of $100 in a reporting period about something totally different than that meme, and they would be subjected to reporting under this section. Isn't that right?
Well, again, this mirrors current TEC rule under political advertising disclosures. That is current rule. Chapter 26.1, C2, subsection 2, is the exact same language. So if you spend over $100 in a reporting period in the aggregate that exceeds $100, for political advertising other than an expense to cover the basic costs of hardware, messaging software, and bandwidth, you have to put political ad paid for by on that messaging right now as we speak. So if they're not doing that now, they're not going to have to do the disclosure on AI.
I appreciate,
or fake
I
media.
appreciate your response, Speaker Phelan, but that wasn't the question that I asked. My reading of this bill as a lawyer is that if I am a person who spends $100 or more during a reporting period for political advertising about anything, not about this meme, when I make a meme and I put it out, I've got to append a disclosure to it. I mean, isn't that right?
Well, I would think subsection B applies, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's right, isn't it?
But
that if I've spent $100 on political advertising anywhere about anyone during any reporting period, I now have to append this disclosure to any piece of satire that I put out into the world. Am I, as a lawyer, reading this correctly? I think that I am.
Well, I would think that a person with the intent to influence an election knowingly caused to be published, and through 19 through page 2, line 5, that would apply.
Everyone, Speaker Phelan, who uses satire, political satire, is trying to influence an election, aren't they?
I would, no, sir, I would push back on that. I would say the memes that were published last night, this morning, are not trying to influence my election, whether I return in HD 21 or not.
How do you know? How do you know whether Carnifex Maximus wants you to be reelected or not?
There is, within TEC rules and the statutes about election for or against, that is not, making fun of someone, joking around with the meme is not necessarily influence an election at all. Well, it could just be a joke, an absolute joke.
I
Who
totally
cares?
agree, but my concern is if I have spent $100 or more, let's imagine I'm not in the House, if I have spent $100 or more in political advertising in any reporting period, I still have to make this disclosure, right?
You have to, according to Texas Ethics Commission, again, their own rules, you have to put political ad paid for by on the bottom of a political advertising that is trying to influence an election if you spend more than $100 during any reporting period in the aggregate.
And the purpose,
that's the current rule. I'm just adding another disclosure that says if you're using fake media to influence the election and you're knowingly publishing that, then you have to add that disclosure.
Well, you've used the term fake media. Fake media doesn't appear in your bill.
Altered media. I'm sorry. I'm channeling my inner Donald Trump. I'm just saying, altered media.
I understand, but any type of altered image is going to require this disclosure if you satisfy, or if you're one of the categories of A1 through 3, right?
Well, correct. I do have an amendment that I would like to add on third reading that would exempt some of the media that you may be concerned about.
I'm sorry that I didn't know about your amendment, but let me ask you a couple more questions about your bill.
Sure.
So, in your original House bill that you filed, it was broader, and what you did in your committee substitute was you took out any internet service provider, any publisher, any social media site, so they wouldn't have liability, right? You excluded them.
That was part of the testimony in some of the stakeholder meetings, sir. Yes, sir.
But you excluded the big companies. You excluded Facebook, Meta, Google, YouTube. You excluded all of them from liability. But anyone who spends $100 on political advertising in a reporting period, we're okay with them being liable, right?
Well, they're not required to add political disclosures with or without this bill.
Well, my concern is, well, in your original bill, they were going to be liable for publishing it, right? And then in your committee substitute, you took them out.
They were not expressly omitted.
So, Speaker Phelan, a narrower question. The purpose of this bill is to regulate a kind of speech, right? That is the purpose.
The purpose of this bill is that our voters know exactly who they're voting for and whether or not an image they are seeing ever occurred in reality. Whereas a video of you shaking hands with Nancy Pelosi, your voters need to know you never met her, you never shook her hand. Images are very powerful. Quite often people don't even bother to read the verbiage or what's on paper or even what's on screen. The images are more powerful than the words.
Speaker Phelan, I agree they're very powerful. I had images that you paid for sent into my district of me between Joe Biden and Beto O'Rourke. And the question is, why is it okay for you to do it and it's not okay for the people out there to do it? What makes sense about that?
I don't know what was sent in your district. I just know what was sent in my district. And I know it was sent in other people's district. And it shouldn't be right. And again, this is the beginning, I think, of a new era in ethics where the voters need to know what is real and what is not. This AI technology gets better every single day. It gets more inexpensive, more reasonably every single day. It's going to become the norm. And quite frankly, my voters, again, if they can't tell that my opponent was endorsed by Donald Trump, which is a very valuable endorsement in our primary politics, when they don't even believe that, that's pretty eye-opening.
Speaker Phelan, it seems like you want a new era because you found out that when you live by the sword, you die by the sword.
Well, I didn't die by the sword.
Well, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Harrison, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Of course.
The gentleman yields.
You mentioned just a couple questions regarding that last exchange. You talked about AI, and AI is certainly advancing at an exponential rate. There are benefits and there are risks associated with that. But I want to clarify because in the context of this bill, both yourself and the other proponents of this bill constantly reference AI, and your bill does reference AI, but the bill is not scoped exclusively to AI, right? As in it is much broader. You are not simply trying to regulate speech that is generated by AI. Is that correct?
There are other elements of the bill. I will say that if you're too narrow on use the word AI, there could be something in the interim, maybe next year, that is call something different and is just as powerful, just as misleading.
I just want to get at that because it's really.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Harrison, for what purpose?
Move to extend time, please.
This motion requires unanimous consent. There is objection. The gentleman's time is not extended. The following amendment, the clerk will read the.
Are you?
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Phelan.
The chair recognizes Mr. Phelan to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a clarifying amendment. The last thing we want to do is bring in small tweaks, whether it be a change in the saturation, brightness, contrast, color, or any other superficial quality of an image or video. If you take a photo and the shadows are wrong, maybe there was a bug flying in your hair, and you want to remove that, that would not be subject. This is similar to language that was approved in the Senate in a version that's come over to the House as well, and it is acceptable to the author.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. Is there amendments acceptable to the author? Is there objection? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hopper.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hopper to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a really simple amendment. The bill author actually said just from the dais a moment ago that this bill isn't about anybody on the House floor, and that's what this amendment affirms, is that we want to make crystal clear to everyone in Texas that we are not passing this bill to protect ourselves, and that's what this would ensure. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Phelan in opposition to the amendment.
I appreciate where Mr. Hopper's heart is on this. It does make some sense, but again, this is not about us.
Where did he go?
This is about the voters. And if you have the luxury of spending many years here, like Ms. Thompson or Mr. Craddock, their elections should be applicable to this bill as well. So I don't see why we would carve ourselves out of this legislation. I think the voters in these 150 House districts deserve the same truth in advertising that HB 366 provides for them. So I will be opposed to the amendment. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hopper to close on his amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Hopper, do you think it is wrong to lie to try and influence the outcome of an election?
I think it's wrong to lie at all times, but here's the deal. We have a system of government that affirms our right to free speech, and this body needs to make it very, very clear that this bill is not being put forward to protect a class of people who will use the system of government to silence political opponents. Many of the people in this room have been challengers that received just as insidious or more insidious of material, and the reality is that we have an electorate that's informed, and we already have platforms out there where people can talk. It is not the role of government to sit there and be a nanny state police force to decide. And here's the deal. The deal is we're just saying, hey, let's just make it really clear. We are not doing this law to protect ourselves, and that's what this amendment affirms.
Do you agree that it is reasonable for us to require that there be disclosures on political advertising? Like right now, under current Texas law, it has to say, this ad paid for by.
Well, Ms. Weiner,
Do you agree that that is legal and constitutional and a good use of state resources?
I would abolish the TEC tomorrow if I could, if that
Okay.
gives you an idea where I'm at.
So your position is free for all on all of this. Let people actively mislead the public of the state of Texas with no regulatory oversight.
I think you're trying to twist me into taking a position that you know I don't believe.
Well, what would it be then? You just said you would eliminate the TEC and you don't support the current required political advertising disclosures.
No, I think we have a body here that has the entire political establishment and lobby behind them that is trying to ensure that anyone that would come against us in an election, that we can use the entire arm of government against them, but we're never going to use to see it the other way, to allow people to come into this body by basically fighting their way in and saying, hey, listen, I'm fighting for this. This is what I'm for. And the reality is this not the role of government to decide whether or not your little meme was a joke, was obviously comic. And I agree with the comments by Representative Little. If I'm a 501c4, I'm not a state GPAC, and I use a MailChimp account, that could force me to never be able to make a political cartoon. That's the outcome of this bill.
Representative Hopper, I think we're going to have to disagree on the reading of the bill. I would just ask you to consider that the people of Texas deserve to know the truth when they go to the ballot box.
Thank you. Move adoption.
Mr. Hopper sends up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Turner voting nay. Show Mr. Phelan voting nay. Show Ms. Jones voting nay. Show Mr. Schatzline voting aye. Show Ms. Fairley voting nay. Have all voted. There being 25 ayes, 112 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Does any member wish to speak on, for, or against House Bill 366? The chair recognizes Mr. Schatzline in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm going to keep this incredibly brief. At the end of the day, we signed up to be scrutinized by our constituents when we do something that either goes against the will of the people or goes against their perception of what the will of the people is. We signed up for this. It is as simple as that. To throw someone in jail is to silence political speech. This is insanity that we would propose such a harsh penalty for simply expressing our displeasure of an elected official. This is anti-American. This is anti-Constitution. I hope that today you would recognize that this bill stands in the way of our constituents speaking the truth that they know to be true or having an opinion that we might not agree with.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Harrison, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield?
I will in one moment.
Not at this time.
I'm asking you, for those of you who ran off of making sure that we keep this constitutional republic and make sure that people can have a voice so that they can speak up against the differences that they have with their elected officials, these grassroots organizations, I just have to bring up, what was said up here when I asked the question to Speaker Phelan was simply, are we going to see grassroots organizations thrown in jail as a result of this bill? And he referenced something that they already have to report. Well, that's true if they're a PAC, but what about the C4s? What about those that are doing the work, the public servants? Look, members, it was said up here that this is not about protecting politicians. I would challenge you, we're called to be public servants. And right now, the only thing that this bill serves is us. It is time to take a stand for the people and for free speech. I ask that you would vote no. And yes, I will yield for some questions.
Thank you. Very much appreciate you yielding.
Mr. Harrison, for what purpose?
The gentleman.
Will the gentleman yield for
yes,
questions?
I will.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you very much for yielding. I'm trying to get my head around this bill, and I appreciate your clarifying remarks, Representative Schatzline. As I read the bill correctly, are you reading the bill to also create a Class A misdemeanor? And is your understanding that a Class A misdemeanor is actually a crime that's punishable by up to a year in jail?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you believe that Americans should risk jail time for engaging in political speech?
I do not believe that jail time should even be on the table for political speech.
Yeah, I agree. And I can't remember if it was you who was engaging in the questions with the bill author, but did you hear the bill author just a minute ago say that he, and I quote, I wrote it down, "I don't care about memes." Did you hear the bill author say that? So I found that very interesting because, well, first of all, wouldn't you agree that memes are sort of a type, a subcategory of satire?
Absolutely, and I would also say that memes absolutely do play a role in elections. They do have an effect.
Right, and a necessary role. And isn't it also true that political satire has a very long tradition in not just our state, but in our country dating back to prior to our founding? Is that your understanding?
Even before our founding in other countries as well.
Right, and since the bill author says he doesn't care about any memes, I went through and looked through the bill again briefly. It's a short bill. I was unable to find any exception in the bill for satire, for memes, for parody, for obvious jokes. I'm really curious why it wasn't in the bill, but maybe I missed it. Do you find any exceptions for memes, which the bill author says he doesn't care about, in the bill?
I have read this bill fully, and I do not find that.
Yeah. Is it your understanding that this bill, instead of leaving a consequential decision, like, for example, what the disclaimer should say, what it should look like, are you aware that this bill hands the full authority to issue regulations which carry the force and effect of law to unelected bureaucrats at the TEC to determine the type and the manner and the size and the way in which these disclaimers are to be displayed? Are you aware of that? Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
Should we be leaving decisions like that to unelected bureaucrats?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I'm very concerned about that. A couple final questions then. If we have to choose, because in government we can never find perfect equilibrium on most issues, but if we have to decide here, shouldn't the default presumption in America to err on the side of protecting speech, not on the side of restricting speech?
Absolutely.
Do you believe this bill is a restriction on free speech?
I absolutely believe that.
Don't you think that it should be the voters, not politicians and bureaucrats, that should be the ultimate judge on what is protected, free speech or not?
Absolutely, I do.
And wouldn't you agree that regulating political speech based on whether a government bureaucrat determines something to be true or false is a hallmark of a totalitarian regime, not of a free people?
I completely agree.
Can you think of anything more important than protecting in the state of Texas than our First Amendment protections?
I cannot.
And in closing, are you aware that this bill, the fact that we are even debating this bill, has made national headlines from coast to coast? Do you agree with me that it is a disgrace, that we bring shame upon our body, that we are even deliberating such a measure in the state of Texas today?
I am aware, and I do agree with you.
I agree. Thank you for the answers.
Thank you, buddy. Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Raymond, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, I will.
Gentleman yields.
So what I would like to ask you, because I appreciate and agree with what the Speaker is doing with this bill. I do. I really wish that we would have less lying in campaigns and all that. I understand free speech. But for example, let's say some years from now, you're governor, right? Governor Nate Schatzline.
Has a nice ring to it.
So let's say you're governor, right? And you're running for re-election. And let's say, I don't know, I'm running against you, right? And I do a TV ad that shows you. It looks like you. It's generated by help with AI. And it shows you, and my ad says, Governor Nate Schatzline allowed all these illegal immigrants to come into the country, and it shows you standing there at the border doing this and saying, come on, hey, vénganse, come on, come on. And it's you. I mean, it's you, baby, because it's you. It looks like you, it sounds like you, it smells like you, right? Well, maybe not smell. But is that okay?
I think even more egregious things are being done right
no,
now.
No, but I'm asking you about that specifically. And let's say it's you and you're
Well, I
running.
think the question that you're asking
I'm just
is not
asking
relevant.
you a very specific example because I'm trying to be specific, okay?
Yes.
Is that okay? Governor Nate Schatzline is telling, hey, guys, come on, cross over illegally. It's okay. Come on. Oh, some of you look like, oh, you got guns, cartels. Come on, it's okay. And I'm doing this ad that says Governor Nate Schatzline is letting all these people come in illegally and these cartel members come in illegally. And I'm just asking you, fundamentally, are you okay with that?
No, and I appreciate the
Wait
question.
a minute, you're not okay
no,
with that?
I'll answer it. No, I'm going to answer it.
Okay.
I am obviously not going to say that I would desire to have that happen. However, I am willing to let people say lies about me to protect free speech inside of our country, inside of our state.
But are you okay with that example? Would that be okay?
Oh, I would hate that ad.
So would you like for that not to be able, for someone not for me as your opponent not to be able to do that?
We cannot create
or
law
if
off
we do,
our
or
preference.
if I do make that ad, at minimum that I put on there, hey, this Richard Raymond, I paid for it. It's not true. I made it up. Would that be okay?
So, Representative, what I would say is, even if you did that, I would not want you to spend a year in jail.
I'm asking you first and foremost, do you think you'd be okay with someone not being able to misrepresent and lie to the voters about Governor Nate Schatzline asking cartel members and people to come into this country legally standing there?
And it's a great question. People lie about me every day, and,
No,
and I'm
well,
sure about
and
you
I
as
wish
well.
they- I wish they
I do
wouldn't.
not think that merits a year in jail.
Say again?
I just don't think that merits a year in jail.
But you think it's illegal. You think it should be illegal.
I don't want to limit free speech.
Do you think the example, if you think it's okay, say, you know what, it's okay.
Here's what I'll say. I would err on the side of I would rather them be able to do that than to put them in jail for a year.
Can you see that if people did that, I'm a lot more likely, even as a Democrat, to get elected governor than you get reelected as a Republican governor if I've shown you in ads where you're asking cartel members and people to come in illegal. Can you see how that's a bit that
think
kind
it's
of a lie
easily- it's
would
easily
impact?
refutable.
Can you see that that would impact the outcome of the election in a significant way because we lied to the voters?
The question would be, do I think someone should spend a year in jail, and I don't.
Well, should they spend one day?
I don't think that they should go to jail. And ultimately, I don't believe that's our role as government. I think that we have to accept the fact that when you sign up to run for office, people can lie about you, they can tell the truth about you, or they can hold you accountable.
Well, I think it's about election integrity. It's about election integrity. And if the voters are deciding whether or not to vote on you based on something that's completely fabricated, that you're letting cartel members and you're encouraging cartel members and people to come into this country legally.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to speak for the bill.
First, I want to thank Speaker Phelan for putting this bill out there and for changing the tone and helping everybody understand exactly what this bill does. I'm sure you've all seen on Twitter and other places as AI goes and expands the message and the inaccuracies of what this bill does. And so you can see today, right now, how artificial intelligence, generative AI, can be used to spread misinformation and disinformation, in this case, about a bill about itself. This bill is clear. It is not about the general public being able to create a meme. What this bill does is it requires a disclosure when a candidate, an office holder, someone attempting to influence the election is lying. They can still lie, of course, some always will, but all this bill does is require that disclosure. For those of us who have been paying attention and working on generative AI for a long time, it's not about when these lies can be spread or how accurate they can be. That can already happen today. I have seen just in the past year that the deception that can occur goes beyond anything we ever thought possible. Just a year ago, I would not have thought that you could create whole entire videos, change people's voices to try not only influence them, but steal their money. And so when I look at this bill, this is not a bill about serving us. This is about a bill so that we can serve the public, so that they can be better informed. Companies all over the world have already decided to disclose artificial intelligence, whether it's Google and Meta, and all we're saying is time for politicians to do that as well.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions? Gentleman yields.
I hear your concern about generative AI. My question is this bill narrowly tailored to only deal with AI?
The bill, as it stands, is tailored to go and provide disclosure that the ad, whether it's video or image, is trying to deceive the public. And so I know a lot of times people have been saying, hey, is it okay for us to be able to lie? All this bill is saying is, should you have to tell the truth? And for once, we have a bill that says that, yeah, we have to be honest.
I want people to tell
and
the
I
truth.
don't understand, if I can just finish the question, why there are people who would oppose being forced to tell the truth. We already have ads everywhere having to disclose what we do. And the speaker mentioned it several times, that this is normal campaign disclosure. If you spend $100 or more in your campaign, you have to put on the bottom of it, political ad paid for by Brent money. Now, if you're using generative AI in an attempt to deceive not the candidate on the other side, but in an attempt to deceive the public, either it's because you're mailing 10,000 people or you're sending a broadcast commercial to 200,000, all this bill is saying is, tell the people that you're not being truthful. And I don't know how anybody can oppose that.
I absolutely want to tell the truth. I do tell the truth.
Well, I hope you absolutely want to, but I hope you do.
I will answer to God for every word that comes out of my mouth. I understand that. What I don't want is the Texas
God doesn't
Ethics
need a
Commission.
disclosure, but sometimes when you have
question.
technology like this, you have to provide notice.
I don't want the Texas Ethics Commission to become a ministry of truth to decide whether or not something is true or not. I don't want something to decide.
If you remember in 1984, in the Ministry of Truth, that's where they created lies. But those lies were created by the politicians and the candidates and the office holders, and that's what this bill goes and ascribes the penalty to. The penalty is not to the general public. The benefit we're providing is to the public. And the only thing I hear, no offense, and with full respect, is you trying to defend the lies.
The benefit will be for the members of this body and for other politicians who, by the way...
I don't want to provide the politicians any more benefits. Let's provide the public the benefit.
The politicians are the ones that are going to get a mailer in their mailbox, pick up the phone and call their sheriff, pick up the phone and call their police chief.
I'm not worried about the politician. What I'm worried about is like...
Don't interrupt me, please.
Members, please do not speak over each other.
They're going to call their DA because politicians have the kind of power to do that. The guy in his basement creating a meme where he puts a rhinoceros horn on my face and calls me a rhino is the person who's going to be attacked here, not me. I've got a voice, I've got a platform, I've got the ability to stand up and say, no, that's not true. And the answer to lies is truth. The answer to lies...
And which is what a disclosure is, right? And so, and again, no offense, I don't really care about your feelings. I don't think the public does because you're a politician. What we're trying to say is that everybody can see this today. Everybody knows that almost everything, a lot of what they read is just not true. There's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of lies being spread. Most content is being created by artificial generative intelligence. That's just the reality. And so what we're doing with this bill and with others that we have passed and are going to pass is provide the public that disclosure, to provide them the ability to know to the full extent that we can what is true and what is not. And I don't think anybody in this chamber opposes providing disclosure about about what we're doing. So,
I'm just
anyway, thank you.
astonished that the people in this body would think that creating a criminal offense and putting
Well,
the
we make laws.
Texas Ethics Commission in charge of deciding what is true and what is not true cannot lead to enormous abuses and will lead to enormous abuses, and that's why this kind of law has not been in place before.
Well, it hasn't been in place because
we
generative
have free
AI has-
speech. Thank you.
Again, with due respect, the law has been put in place because of generative AI being new. But anyway,
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Chairman, help me figure
The
out if
gentleman
I'm...
yields.
Thank you. Chairman, help me figure out if I'm reading this right. The first category, it says this section applies to a person, only to a person who is an office holder, candidate, or political committee. That's A1.
And spends money in a campaign.
No. That's not what it says.
Or spends money in a campaign.
Okay. There's 3 categories. I'm just dealing with category 1. I think that if I'm an office holder and I retweet something else from someone else that falls into this category of an altered image, I think I'm guilty of a Class A misdemeanor. Don't you agree?
I think if you're an office holder or candidate holder, people consider you to be a leader, and you should probably not spread misinformation and disinformation.
So the answer to my question is yes, right?
I did not say that. I mean, the reality is that what your job is as a leader, and as you'll learn, is to go and to represent people, to go and pass legislation that helps the people, not your donors, not your contributors. First and foremost, we work for the people.
Chairman, that wasn't my question. If you can offer an answer to my question, I think it's going to matter to everyone in here. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they've already decided what they're going to do.
I think most people have,
Hold on a second.
luckily.
Hold on a second. I think if I retweet an image from someone else, I'm guilty of a Class A misdemeanor because I'm an office holder.
Well, I hope that you do not retweet misinformation. I hope that you don't knowingly try and influence an election by lying.
It sounds like the answer to my question is yes.
I don't know what the retweet has to do with this bill. This talks about whether you're spending money, whether you're deliberately trying to influence an election by spreading, generating, and creating generative AI in order to manipulate the outcome.
It says a person may not, with the intent to influence an election, knowingly cause to be published, distributed, or broadcast. So I think if I'm
you
using...
know, well, I mean, you
I'm
answered
sorry,
the
I wasn't
question.
done with my question.
So
Chairman,
you caught yourself.
Chairman, I wasn't done with my question. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman has yielded for questions.
Isn't it true that if I am an office holder and I cause something to be published or republished from someone else, then I'm guilty of a Class A misdemeanor?
Well, I heard you pause for a second when you said the word that mattered, which was knowingly. So yes, if you are knowingly spreading disinformation, you are culpable. And that's true for a lot of other things, knowledge and intent. And since we've had this conversation, you'd have a hard-pressed case to say you didn't know what the law was. But thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to speak for the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm going to ask you all to just bear with me. This is going to take just a little bit. Speaker Phelan is going to be nice about this, and I'm not. My community, Jefferson County, Southeast Texas, you all know I love where I'm from. You all don't know the hell that we went through with lies. This bill does not stop you if you are a community grassroots person and you're sitting in your basement and you create a meme and you share it with your followers. You are not subject to this bill. If you are Texas Democratic Party, if you are progressive Democrats, if you are Stop All Rhinos or We Hate Dade Phelan, yeah, guess what? And you put money in that PAC, from that PAC, you need to put your name on it. This is what doesn't make any sense to me. We ask businesses, matter of fact, take that back. We mandate that businesses have to tell you what the product is. If not, you owe the consumer money because you lied. Let me also tell you something else that you all don't want to think about. We signed up for this. 150 people in this darn room. But our mothers, our sisters, our brothers, our wives, our children, they didn't sign up for this. You may have asked them, but they didn't sign up for this. They didn't put their name on that paper. Let me tell you what happened in my community. Someone told my speaker, your speaker, whether you voted for him or not, it took one bullet to take him out. Do you know what that meant to his family? Let me tell you also what happened. Someone came to his house one night when he wasn't there because he was knocking on doors, and they were going from neighbor to neighbor pretending to be on his campaign, saying negative things about him, and they were told, do not go next door. That's the Phelan's house. And they went next door anyway and harassed his wife while she was home by herself. And I'm going to tell you this, and I don't care who reports this. I told him, if that had been my wife, I'd have blown both of their kneecaps out. And I hope they're listening, because I would have blown both of your kneecaps out. You would have remembered me for the rest of your damn life. This doesn't make any sense. This is not about liberty, what you all are talking about. You just voted on a bill yesterday on Second Amendment that created a class of people to protect. And you gave it to an unelected body, a school board or school officials, to decide what is and what is not anti-Semitism. So now we're for freedom of speech because it comes to political ads when you want to take somebody out. Well, guess what? You got what you wanted. He's not the speaker anymore. But there are other people in this building who their children, their wives, their husbands, their partners, their grandmothers depend on this damn bill. You don't know what it felt like to hear older people say, I have never seen anything like this in the history of my life. You don't know what it was like for people who supported Covey or supported Speaker Phelan, who said, I don't know if I can go to this place because someone might do me something. The vice chair of the Republican Party in my district had a man, and I don't care what any of you say, any man that runs up on a woman and doesn't have respect, you should get popped too. And I mean that. I don't care what you all say. I don't care about any left-wing groups or right-wing groups. I'm telling you. Respect women. If you don't, you know how I feel about you. Ran up to a woman at a meeting to discuss policy and yelled at her. Yelled at her for discussing Republican policies. And I know you all are like, well, damn, you're a Democrat. I am. But I'm also a human being. And you all know I love and respect every one of you, even those of you who we don't agree on 95% of policy. I still think, and I always tell you, you deserve to be here. Your voice deserves to be heard. I stood up for every one of you for every extension. I have never voted for not an extension of time. If it takes us all day and all night, be damned. We ran for this. But don't give me any bull crap and tell me that we need to be distorting people's images, lying to people, changing their names, changing their voices, who they voted for. You all don't know what it felt like to get 2 to 3 different mailers in your district a day and have people terrified to show up to political events. And I'm not talking about Democrats, because I know that's what you all think. I'm talking about Republicans. Let me tell you about my district. My district is not 90+% Democrat. My district is 59 to 60+% Democrat. Very hard for me to lose. But I love my Republicans. I talk to my Republicans, even the ones who don't like anything I vote for, but maybe 2 or 3 things. I respect them. I go to their bars. I go to their events. And I ask them, what do you need? I tell them, I'm not going to be able to vote for everything that you like, and you're going to be disappointed with me sometimes, but I promise you, I can always explain how I voted. But the number one most important thing is, regardless of where you fall in a political party line, I will always work for you. You always have constituent services. You can always call me and tell me you disagree, and you can always ask for a meeting. All this bill says is, if you're going to lie and you're going to be a liar, then tell the damn truth. The Bible says right here, I tell you, on the day of judgment, people will give account for every careless word they speak. And I say this, and some of you think it's a joke, but I mean this. Hell is hot, and it's going to stay hot. And if you can't keep your wicked tongue in your mouth, then prepare for what is Judgment Day. And if you don't believe Judgment Day is real, I promise you to God it's real. Every one of us in here will be on hands and knees shivering before the Lord thy God. Don't make a mockery of this building. If you're not for free speech when it comes to protecting all of us, which is a melting pot, then don't all of a sudden be for free speech when it comes to making sure that our families don't have to deal with bullshit when it comes to what could happen to people. You all, I'm sorry for that language. You all don't understand what we dealt with. And I'm going to say this lastly. I'm not going to even talk about him. I'm going to talk about his wife. That woman donates her time not to black people, white people, Democrats, Mexicans. She donates her time to youth of all races. She stands before a judge and defends them when they're in juvenile court. She doesn't ask for a dime. She doesn't pretend to be black or white or Hispanic. She pretends to be Kim Phelan, a wife, a mother, a child of God, a family member of other people. And every one of you that are sitting up here thinking that this is about you, this is a woman whose life you put at risk, who makes sure that children who have been raped, molested, abused, and neglected don't go to jail, but they get rehabilitation. And that's the kind of woman you had lunatics, evil people, non-Americans go to her door. I believe in liberty. I believe in free speech. This isn't the best country, but this is the best country that we have had. And in less than 500 years, we have done a lot of good compared to everybody else in the world that has had thousands of years to get to where we are. Don't make a mockery of our system and try to make this something that it's not. This is not about protecting you and our petty egos. This is about protecting our constituents, our families, and the people who will come after us. And I ask you personally, for my district, for Southeast Texas, as a proud East Texan, vote for this bill and stop the lying. And remember, if you lie, the consequences are something that you can't comprehend, because none of us in here are God. None of us in here are the Messiah. And if you can stand before him today and take a vote and say you don't care who lies because you worry about a little bit of jail time, we put people in jail for lying. We put that executive who had the blood machine, she's in jail for 7 years for lying because she put people's lives at risk. Don't put my constituents' lives at risk. Don't put your constituents' lives at risk. And I'm not going to apologize for how mad I am, because I'm going to tell you, you put us through hell for 6 months. Democrats, Republicans, independents, non-voters, postal workers, poll workers, they deserve so much better than what we did. And we can do the best by correcting this. This has nothing to do with what we talked about. This is someone's political agenda. We deserve better than this. Thank you.
Members, please excuse Ms. Janice Holt on motion of Cecil Bell. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Gates in opposition.
You know, I sit here and I've listened to the debate, and mine isn't about these extreme examples or whatever. But what does concern me is line 3, it says criminal offense. And on line 8, it says criminal penalty. You know, I own a bunch of properties. I have city inspectors come out. And under city codes, they criminalize everything. Everything's criminalized. I'll have people come up to my managers and say, if you don't open that door with the police officer, we're going to arrest you. With no court order. I'm just concerned. I understand. I don't want false advertising. I've been subject to that at all. But what really concerns me is the criminal offense and the criminal penalty. For something, while you can come up with the far examples, what about small examples? And I'm just bothered by how so much of our society is turning to giving the power to government of criminal penalties and being able to incarcerate someone. That's why I'm voting against the bill.
Mr. Davis, what purpose?
Manuel's remarks on HB 366 be reduced to writing and placed in a journal.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Toth in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm concerned what this body is doing. I'm concerned at what this body did to our Attorney General last session. And you can smirk all you want to, but this body led an attack on our Attorney General, and we're doing the very same thing with this piece of legislation. In 1988, the courts would have struck down something like this. The courts, when Jerry Falwell was angry at what Hustler had said about him, the courts really clearly, in an 8-0 decision, stated that public officials are open to scrutiny. And no, Hustler did not have to disclose that it was satirical. The courts will strike this down. The TEC should not be an arbiter of truth in language, and we should stand against any time government wants to regulate speech.
Chair recognizes Speaker Phelan to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I apologize for the lengthy debate. Certainly didn't expect the emotions. If I raise my voice, I apologize. My wife told me I should never raise my voice. But this is a very serious piece of legislation. Elections are very serious. Elections are permanent. We've seen elections, Ms. Howard, I believe, by one vote. If you don't think a deceptive ad can change one vote, you're mistaken. A deceptive ad could change 366 votes very easily. These are $1 million campaigns now, unfortunately. And a $500 fine, I'm going to speak to the criminal nature of this bill, a $500 fine in a $10 million campaign is a rounding error. It would be the cost of doing business. And I will say I misspoke. There are not 750 outstanding cases in front of the Texas Ethics Commission. There's 2,500 cases before the Ethics Commission. Pardon me, referred to the Attorney General. 2,500 referred to the Attorney General. He has collected on 7% of those. 93% of those cases referred for collection to our AG's office have not been collected. So what is a fine if you don't have to pay it? What is a $500 fine on a $10 million campaign, especially if you don't have to pay it? The Class A misdemeanor is a range of 0 days to 365 days. It's a very common punishment when you're dealing with something as important as an election. Especially an election, I could say, is a stolen election, when in the last 72 hours of a campaign, a video could be released that entirely changes the nature of the electorate going into Election Day. If it has not already happened, it will happen. So I understand the heartburn on the penalties, but it's the only way to get someone's attention on something as serious as our elections here in the state of Texas. I appreciate Mr. Capriglione and Mr. Manuel's wonderful remarks. I don't have to go to church on Sunday. Thank you, Christian. You brought it home today. But I appreciate you reminding folks that there's a human element to elections. There's a human element to lying about elections. And again, this is the first, I hope, of many bills we have this session that takes the elections out of the shadows and puts them back into the voters' hands. And we want integrity in our election. If a proponent of election integrity, which I believe the Republican Party platform stipulates, then you support a bill like HB 366. And with that, members, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 366. This is a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Speaker Phelan vote aye. Mr. King voting aye. Ms. Jones voting aye. Mr. Dutton voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 102 ayes and 40 nays, House Bill 366 is finally passed. Members, I'd like to remind the body as we get to the final few weeks of hearing House bills and Senate bills that we need to preserve decorum. We've done a very good job thus far. Part of preserving decorum is to take conversations outside the rails during debate, making sure that the questions from the back and front mic are contained to the bills at hand, and also not to have outbursts from other members while other members are speaking so that we can respect and confine the debate to the members of the front and back mic. Thank you, members. Plus, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask all remarks on the last bill, House Bill 366, be reduced to writing and entered into the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Tepper for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to shift gears and do a little gallery recognition for a little bit of a special story. Mr. Shamalis, please stand. Alex has passed the bar a couple of weeks ago. And, you know, about a week later, his father passed, the great Dr. Michael Shamalis, who was an emergency room physician in Lubbock and saved countless lives and was one of the most distinguished physicians on the High Plains. And I know he was proud of his son, who just a few hours ago got inducted into the Texas Bar. So Alex has had an up and down few weeks, and sometimes what we do here comes down to some individuals. And Alex is one of those individuals who I've known since he was a kid in high school, and I think I can speak for the speaker in me, of how proud we are of Alex and how you have fought through some trying times and some incredible times for this celebration today. So congratulations, Alex, on passing the bar and being inducted into the bar, and we love you. Thank you.
Ms. Rose for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm honored to have UT Southwestern Institute Mobile Cancer Clinic and 18-wheeler here at the Capitol. Many of you know that April is Minority Cancer Awareness Month, and our dear friend and our colleague, the late Ruth Jones McClendon, established April as Minority Cancer Awareness Month, and we want to try to keep that tradition going. We know this is the last day, but we wanted to still make sure that we recognize and honor minority cancer awareness this month. And so I hope you all will join us on 11th Street, and all the staffers as well. Everyone is welcome to come out to the mobile center for cancer screenings and have more information about minority cancer awareness. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to make this announcement.
Chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I just want to congratulate my friend Carrie Isaac on her 25th wedding anniversary. Congrats to Carrie and Jason. You've made it this far. You better keep going.
Chair recognizes Ms. Perez for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to welcome our County Commissioner, Leslie Briones. If you please stand up and be recognized. Thank you for being here, and welcome to your Texas House.
Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 463. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 463 by Jones of Harris, relating to the automatic expunction of arrest records and files after certain controlled substance offense charges are dismissed.
Chair recognizes Ms. Jones for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 463 until the end of third reading on today's calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading
Ms. Jones, can I get that red slip?
House Bill 1211. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1211 by Lujan, relating to tuition and fee exemptions at public institutions of higher education for certain students who are under the conservatorship of the Department of Family and Protective Services.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. HB 1211 extends the tuition for for the unfortunate children that age out and haven't been adopted and they age out of foster care system. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1211. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Ms. Wiener voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 114 ayes and 26 nays, House Bill 1211 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1327. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1327 by Harless, relating to the continuation of a healthcare provider participation program by the Harris County Hospital District.
Chair has Mr. Harless.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply extends the Harris County LPPF for another 2 years. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1327. It's a record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 109 ayes and 31 nays. House Bill 1327 is finally passed. Dr. Buckley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Public Education to meet while the House is in session today at 2 p.m. in room 1W14, the Ag Museum, to consider pending referred and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Public Education will meet today at 2 p.m. in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1461. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1461 by Frank, relating to the confinement or detention of certain individuals in a county jail or other facility operated by or for the county, and to the compensation to the county for the cost of that confinement or detention.
Chair has Mr. Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will help your counties be compensated by the state for the incarceration costs that should not have been theirs in the first place. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. It's a record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Ms. Leo Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? 142 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 1461 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 923. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 923 by Garcia Hernandez, relating to the Texas Medical Disclosure Panel.
Chair has Ms. Garcia Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we passed yesterday, adding public members to the Texas Medical Disclosure Panel. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 109 ayes, 29 nays. House Bill 923 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1760. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1760 by Leach, relating to increasing the minimum term of imprisonment and changing the eligibility for community supervision, mandatory supervision, and parole for persons convicted of intoxication manslaughter.
Chair is Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is Lauren and CJ's law, cracking down on drunk drivers and keeping them off of our roads. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? 129 ayes and 12 nays. House Bill 1760 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2467. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 2467 by Van Dever, relating to the compensation and benefits for certain peace officers commissioned by the State Fire Marshal.
Chair goes Mr. Van Dever.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this brings fairness and consistency in how we pay peace officers who serve in the State Fire Marshal's office. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 140 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 2467 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 5333. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 5333 by Bonin, relating to the establishment of the STEM Excellence Graduate Fellowship Program.
Chair goes to Dr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation helps us to create more American PhDs in STEM fields. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 121 ayes and 19 nays. House Bill 5333 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1592. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 1592 by Plessa, relating to an alert system for dangerous plant and wildlife pests and disease administered by the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service.
Chair guys, Ms. Plessa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a bill we passed yesterday, creating an opt-in system for agricultural alerts. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 110 ayes, 27 nays. House Bill 1592 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1576. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 1576 by Oliverson, relating to a grant program for hurricane and windstorm loss mitigation for single-family residential property.
Chair goes Dr. Oliverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this will allow us to establish a mitigation program through TDI that will help lower property and casualty insurance rates for all of your homeowners. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 120 ayes, 21 nays. House Bill 1576 finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1552. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 1552 by Paul, relating to changing the name of the offense of child pornography to child sexual abuse material and to updating references to conform that terminology.
Chair recognizes Mr. Paul.
This is the bill to make sure that we can strengthen child sexual abuse. Let's get rid of those guys. Vote yes. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell.
Is this your first bill?
Have all members voted? 143 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 1552 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2018. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 2018 by Ashby, relating to the Texas Farm and Ranch Lands Conservation Program.
Chair goes Mr. Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill just simply clarifies that Parks and Wildlife will prioritize working agricultural lands in their Farm and Ranch Land Conservation Program. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 142 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 2018 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3511. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 3511 by Anchia, relating to the interconnection of electric vehicles to the ERCOT power grid.
Chair guys, Mr. Anchia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I know we're on a roll here, but I do want to provide somewhat of a layout today, since yesterday we were a little bit distracted on ancillary issues. Texas is the 8th largest economy in the world. We are growing. In fact, we heard testimony today in State Affairs that we're going to double in the amount of load demand in the foreseeable future. We need every electron possible. The CEO of NVIDIA tells us that our ability to increase processing capacity is limited by electrons being produced and electrons being distributed, right? And we have a serious challenge ahead of us in Texas. But one of the things that we are able to do is innovate in this state, right? And as we think of electric vehicles, we oftentimes think of them as cars, but they're not. They're actually batteries on wheels, okay? And that's really how we need to think about these things. One electric vehicle produces 100 megawatts of power. That can power 100 homes. And currently there are about 380,000 electric cars in the state of Texas. It's projected by the end of the decade to be over 1 million and far more by 2035. So this bill simply asks the PUC to consider these mobile sources of battery capacity to be allowed to interconnect into the grid and sell electricity back into the grid. Develop that framework that is important, most importantly, safe, and develop the framework to allow the interconnection back to the grid. That's what it does, okay? And so I just ask people to just very quickly look up from your scorecards and simply understand this is going to be good for the grid. This is going to be good for domestic auto manufacturing. In fact, GM, Ford, Tesla, the new car dealers, the Texas Association of Car Dealers are in favor of this bill, okay? The Texas Public Policy Foundation is even in favor of this bill. So I know, Charlie. It's shocking, isn't it? But really, I want us to look up from our scorecards for a minute and understand that this is good policy for domestic auto manufacturing, and it's good policy for the Texas grid, given the growth that we're going to experience in the near future. Just in the Permian Basin, members, we are set to add the equivalent of an Los Angeles metro area in energy demand. It's staggering when you think about it, okay? And whether that's the Stargate project or other projects, it is going to be happening in the short term, and we need every electron available in this state to continue to grow. Because I don't want to be just the 8th largest economy in the world. I want us to surpass number 7 and number 6 and keep going. I want us to catch all of the data centers, all of the industrial uses, all of the Bitcoin mining here. But in order to do that, we are constrained by electrons. Let's adopt policies that we discuss every day in state affairs, and this came out unanimously in state affairs, to allow electrons to get from whatever the source is to the grid. So members, I really ask for your favorable consideration, and thank you for the time and the use of the hall today. I move adoption.
Question occurs on final passage. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. King voting aye, Mr. Guerin voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 103 ayes and 36 nays. House Bill 3511 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1781. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1781 by Gonzalez of El Paso, relating to the Texas Livestock and Rodeo Education and Continuation Grant Program.
Chair has Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1781 will create the Texas Livestock and Rodeo Education and Continuation Grant Fund. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 108 ayes and 30 nays. House Bill 1781 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2013. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2013 by Bella Montgomery, relating to the authority of certain property owners associations to prohibit or restrict the keeping of chickens.
Chair has Mr. Bell.
City says you can, property owners can't, the property association can't say you can't. So you can have your chickens. Move past it.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 140 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 2013 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2340. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2340 by Metcalf, relating to the qualifications, communications, and record keeping of a child custody evaluator and the admissibility of a child custody evaluation under certain circumstances.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this requires child custody evaluators to complete at least 3 hours of specialized training for those dealing with children with disabilities. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 140 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 2340 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2508. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2508 by Turner, relating to an exemption from ad valorem taxation of the resident's homestead of the surviving spouse of a veteran who died as a result of a qualifying condition or disease.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2508, once again, is the enabling legislation for H.J.R. 133 we passed earlier this week that expands the exemption of property tax afforded to a surviving spouse of a service member who died of a condition caused by their service. Before I move final passage on this, members, I want to reflect on a core truth, and I ask you to reflect with me. We are only able to be here in this beautiful chamber and have these spirited debates that we have and advocate for our constituents and for our beliefs. We're only able to do that because of the sacrifices of the brave men and women who put their country ahead of themselves and risked it all, and in many cases gave it all for all of us. For that flag up there on that dais over my right shoulder. One such Texan I want to tell you a little bit about was Army Sergeant Richard Manone. He was in the 101st Airborne Division. Sergeant Manone served our country from 1989 to 1996 in uniform. In 1990 and 1991, he was deployed to Saudi Arabia and Iraq during Operation Desert Storm in the successful effort to liberate Kuwait. It was during this deployment that Sergeant Manone was exposed to toxic, cancer-causing burn pits. Years later, as a result of his service, Sergeant Manone was diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer. On December 8th, 2021, he bravely completed his last battle. Members, today we are joined in the gallery by Sergeant Manone's widow, Liesl, and I'd ask Liesl if you would please stand. Mrs. Manone drove down to the Capitol early this morning to watch this bill be laid out and passed here in a minute. She came a few weeks ago and shared her powerful story to all of us in the House Ways and Means Committee. But she's not here just to advocate for herself, but for other widows and widowers whose spouse made the ultimate sacrifice in service to our nation. So, Liesl, we salute Richard's service and sacrifice. We honor your courage and advocacy by being here today. And as a small down payment for a debt that we cannot ever repay, I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Button voting aye. Cortez voting aye. Ms. Turner voting aye. Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 144 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 2508 is finally passed. Mr. Martinez-Fisher, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move the remarks of Chair Turner be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2970. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2970 by Paul, relating to the implementation of projects by the Gulf Coast Protection District.
Chair has Mr. Paul.
This bill ensures two-way traffic in the coastal area. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 142 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 2970 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 865. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 865 by Moody, relating to civil liability arising from a firearm hold agreement.
Chair recognizes Speaker Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I took a little bit of time with this yesterday, but I do think maybe there's a little confusion because it was a bill by me about guns, and had a few no votes on this, and I know that I don't take issue with that very often, but this is really about helping those who are in crisis and making sure that they can be safe and secure. It certainly protects our Second Amendment rights. It also limits liability for our FFLs and our VFWs if they're helping folks with those crisis situations. And so I'm very happy to welcome my new joint authors today, Mr. Tinderholt, Mr. Kane, Mr. Verdell, and Ms. Goodwin, who had a bill that was very similar to this. So that's probably a unicorn of JA sheets in the back office, but I wanted to make the point that this is very critical, and if we get this passed, we're going to save lives.
Yeah. Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Yeah, a question for Mr. Moody.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Speaker Moody, I know some people had some confusion yesterday, but let's just go through it a little bit more.
Sure thing.
The purpose of this bill is about protecting the owners of these ranges, correct?
Correct. So the concern that we heard from FFLs was we'd love to engage in these firearm hold agreements when we know people are in crisis, but they were worried that when the agreement comes to an end and they return the firearm, if some harm comes to either the person they gave it back to or someone else, they were concerned that liability was going to land on them.
Yeah.
So that's what the bill targets.
Let's flip it around. So currently, there's a fear that someone would be sued, potentially put out of business because they operate a firing range.
Correct.
This would give them a shield of protection from being sued. So it's pro gun range, correct?
Yeah, this is going to give them the protection that they've asked for so that they can take care of these folks. In other places where this has been done, we have most certainly seen lives saved. We know very well that, and again, like I said, it's not specific to veterans, but we do know that there is a crisis, a suicide crisis among our veteran population. And so this is absolutely going to
Yeah. And I was going to ask, could you talk about the amendment that was put on yesterday? Because I think that was a really important amendment that the people on my side of the aisle really need to hear what
yeah,
they
and
said.
so as we heard the bill in committee, you know, and as sometimes happens when we hear a bill in committee, we get a witness that comes forward and they've got an idea on how to make the bill better. So we had a gentleman come to testify, loved the bill as was, but he said, you know, what about our congressionally, our VFWs?
Yeah.
These people that have direct connections with our veteran population, and they have secure and safe storage just like an FFL. Could they get this same protection if they entered these firearm hold
Let's
agreements?
go further, because you mentioned something that I think was really actually kind of neat. That somebody, maybe they've got trouble, and it allows them to use their weapon in a safe space. It's a safe place for them
Correct.
to return to doing something they love without putting themselves at risk of being sued and shut down.
Correct. Yeah, this is about safety and security for both the individual that may be having an issue, but also some level of comfort for those businesses that are entering those agreements. That if they do the right thing and they do it the right way, then we absolutely don't want to subject them to liability.
No, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 140 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 865 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2851. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2851 by Howard, relating to including nursing school applications in a consolidated application service.
Chair has Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill creates a centralized application system for nursing school applications. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 114 ayes and 22 nays. House Bill 2851 is finally passed. Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask to reduce to writing the comments by Dean Thompson that I would call a master's class on how to bring all of our caucus together when representing your district, and in this case, Jovian Motley's memory. House Bill 2756.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Money, for what purpose?
Oh, I was going to wait for Mr.
Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3385. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3385 by King, relating to the promotion and sale of wine produced in this state, creating a farm winery permit, authorizing a fee.
Chair has Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is House Bill 3385. It creates a farm winery permit.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Money, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I'll yield for questions.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Mr. King, yesterday I believe I misunderstood some of the things about your bill, and I voted no. After looking at the bill a little more carefully and talking with some people, this bill actually lowers government or reduces government regulations, correct?
It certainly does for wineries that are growing Texas fruit and bottling wine that's 75% Texas grown fruit. It creates a new permit for those wineries. While it doesn't do anything to stop other wineries that don't emphasize Texas fruit from having the standard G permit, it would stop the redundancy for true Texas wineries from having to have multiple permits when they could be spending their dollars to promote their business.
So it's not that right now these farms or wineries do not have any permitting process, and now we're going to add one to it, correct?
That's right. For Texas wineries that produce wine with 75% Texas grown fruit and bottled in Texas, it's going to allow them to have one permit instead of maintaining multiple.
So it's reducing bureaucratic red tape both on the state's end, but also on the business owner's end, which which sounds like a good thing, and I'm going to change my vote from a no to a yes, and I hope other people will do the same.
Thank you, Mr. Money. I
Thank you.
appreciate that. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. So Mr. Alcott voting aye. Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 132 ayes, 9 nays. House Bill 3385 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading. House Bill 3336. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 3336 by Buckley, relating to an alcoholic beverage tax credit for certain liquor or malt beverage byproducts donated for agricultural use in this state.
Chair recognizes Mr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill establishes excise tax credit for craft brewers who donate spent grain to ag producers for animal feed. This is Beers for Steers, and I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 129 ayes and 10 nays. House Bill 3336 finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3309. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 3309 by Canales, relating to the use of automated traffic control systems by local authorities and law enforcement agencies.
Chair recognizes Mr. Canales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, this is our construction worker safety bill. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 111 ayes, 29 nays. House Bill 3309 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1127. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 1127 by Gomez, relating to the promotion of breastfeeding and the prohibition against interference with or restriction of the right to breastfeed.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, ladies and gentlemen, HB 1127 is a vote to show Texas mothers, who are the backbone of our families and our communities, that we support them and that we're here to protect them. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Guerra voting aye. Have all members voted? 93 ayes, 47 nays. House Bill 1127 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1232. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 1232 by Turner, relating to the reporting of violations of law under the whistleblower protection laws.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is a narrow bill that protects state and local public servants who report violations of law by elected officials. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 107 ayes, 32 nays. House Bill 1232 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1397. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 1397 by Harris, relating to the transfer and the care and custody of the letter known as the victory or death letter.
Chair recognizes Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in memory of Colonel William Barrett Travis, victory or death, move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Martinez Fisher voting aye. Have all members voted? 143 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 1397 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4236. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 4236 by Martinez Fisher, relating to the establishment of the Property Value Study Task Force.
Chair has Mr. Martinez Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Property Value Study Task Force bill we passed yesterday. A lot of talk about school finance, property taxes, appraisals. This study impacts that. It hurts our school districts. Thank you to Chair Meyer for elevating this issue in the committee as a priority. I move final passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Ms. Simmons voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 129 ayes, 14 nays. House Bill 4236 finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 4041. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 4041 by Morales of Maverick, relating to the authority of the Railroad Commission of Texas to impose an administrative penalty on a propane distribution system retailer.
Chair has Mr. Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This allows the Railroad Commission to set performance standards for propane distribution systems. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 99 ayes, 43 nays. House Bill 4041 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1965. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1965 by Garcia Bear, relating to a study on mental health services provided to veterans through the Texas Veterans Commission.
Chair recognizes Ms. Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is for Representative Josie Garcia's bill that was heard yesterday. HB 1965 implements a recommendation from the Texas Coordinating Council for Veteran Services by creating a study to identify strategies for increasing access to military peer support network. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? 128 ayes, 8 nays. House Bill 1965 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 2730. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2730 by Darby, relating to the authority of the chief appraiser of an appraisal district to require a person allowed an exemption from ad valorem taxation of a resident's homestead to file a new application or confirm the person's current qualification for the exemption.
Chair has Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply says that homeowners are not subjected to unnecessary reapplication for their homestead exemptions. So move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 141 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 2730 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3698. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3698 by Vo, relating to participation in reemployment services as a condition of eligibility for unemployment benefits.
Chair has Mr. Wu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm laying this out for Representative Vo, who's out sick today. This bill fixes a problem with the Texas Workforce Commission in relation to the reemployment services and eligibility assessment. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 138 ayes, 1 nay. House Bill 3698 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 3699. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3699 by Vo, relating to initial claims under the unemployment compensation system.
Chair has Mr. Wu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is another Workforce Commission bill that closes off a loophole that bad actors have been using to abuse the unemployment benefit system. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 142 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 3699 is finally passed. Members, the remainder of the third readings on today's calendars were transferred from the Local and Consent Calendars Committee. It is the intent of the chair to move through these bills quickly. So if you have a bill on the calendar, please be ready to go.
Please excuse Ms. Nina Hosa to attend a meeting of the Committee on Public Education on a motion of Ms. Pettis. Is there any objection? Chair is none. Motion prevails. Chair lays out on third reading HB 163. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 163 by Cortez, relating to the possession and administration of epinephrine auto-injector by certain entities.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cortez.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 163 permits entities in this state to adopt epinephrine maintenance and schedules. I move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 163. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Pettis of Harris voting aye. Have all voted? Being 138 ayes, 0 nays, HB 163 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 201. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 201 by Perez of Harris, relating to the Financial Crimes Intelligence Center.
Chair recognizes Ms. Perez of Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 201 expands the scope of the Financial Crimes Intelligence Center to include motor fuel theft.
Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 201. It's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Pettis of Harris voting aye. Show Ms. Goodwin voting aye. Have all voted? Being 123 ayes, 15 nays, HB 201 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 272. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 272 by Perez of Harris, relating to the prosecution of the offense of fraudulent use or possession of credit card or debt card information.
Chair recognizes Ms. Perez of Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 272 aids in the prosecution of credit card and debit card skimming related crimes in Texas.
Move passage.
Members, the question occurs in the final passage of HB 272. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Perez of Harris voting aye. Have all voted? Being 121 ayes, 19 nays, HB 272 is passed. Finally passed. Please excuse Mr. Frank to attend a meeting of the Committee on Public Education on a motion of Mr. Bonin. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading HB 405. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 405 by Hayes, relating to fees on and grants for fuel, ethanol, renewable methane, biodiesel, and renewable diesel.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hayes.
Ethanol, methane, biodiesel.
Members, the question occurs in the final passage of HB 405. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hayes voting aye. Have all voted? Being 132 ayes, 7 nays, HB 405 is finally passed. Please excuse Mr. Buckley and Hunter to attend a meeting of the Conference Committee, of the Committee on Public Education on a motion of Mr. Patterson. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading HB 519. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 519 by Gonzalez of El Paso, relating to honey production operations and the harvesting and packaging of honey and honeycomb.
Chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the bill.
This is a great bill about honey production operations and the harvesting and packaging of honey and honeycomb. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 519. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 105 ayes, 32 nays, HB 519 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 654. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 654 by Leo Wilson, relating to the dismissal of a criminal charge related to the illegal hunting of certain deer, authorizing fees.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson.
This is a first-time offense waiver for first-time hunting violations for those who self-report.
Members, the question occurs in the final passage of HB 654. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Leo Wilson voting aye. Show Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting aye. Have all voted? Being 134 ayes, 2 nays, HB 654 is finally passed. Please excuse Mr. Cunningham and Ashby to attend the meeting of the Committee on Public Education on a motion of Mr. Oliverson. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading HB 694. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 694 by Gervin Hawkins, relating to the notification of certain persons concerning certain events related to children in the managing conservatorship of the Department of Family and Protective Services.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, moves passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 694. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting aye. Have all voted? 137 ayes, 0 nays. HB 694 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 791. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 791 by Cortez, relating to the issuance of Central Catholic High School specialty license plates.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cortez.
With loyal hearts, Central Catholic High School, I move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 791. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cortez voting aye. Have all voted? Being 100 ayes, 34 nays, HB 791 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1136. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1136 by Gomez, relating to a study conducted by the Texas Department of Motor Vehicles regarding parking for certain individuals with disabilities.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gomez.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is for our disabled veterans. Move passage.
Question occurs on the final passage of HB 1136. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Gomez voting aye. Being 96 ayes, 38 nays, HB 1136 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1240. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1240 by Guillen, relating to certain governmental operations affecting the border region.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this standardizes the definition of the Texas-Mexico border region across multiple codes to eliminate confusion and ensure consistency in state law. I do have an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Guillen.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment, at the request of the Border Prosecution Unit, strikes Section 4 and 6 of the file bill, which are the portions of the bill that pertain to the BPU. It's acceptable to the author and move passage.
Members, Mr. Guillen sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Move passage.
Members, the question occurs in the final passage of HB 1240. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting aye. Have all voted. Being 128 ayes, 7 nays, HB 1240 is finally passed. Please excuse Ms. Kerwin to attend a meeting of the Committee on Public Education on a motion of Ms. Richardson. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out in third reading HB 1266. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1266 by Guillen, relating to expedited credentialing of certain physician assistants and advanced practice nurses by managed care plan users.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this creates an expedited credentialing process for PAs and APRNs, allowing them to treat patients as in-network while their credentialing is pending under their employer's existing contract. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 1266. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting aye. Have all voted. Being 133 ayes, 1 nay, HB 1266 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1275. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1275 by Gonzalez of El Paso, relating to the issuance of permits for producer dairies in certain areas of the state.
Chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is about El Paso County and Hudspeth County being able to dairy farm. I move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 1275. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 109 ayes, 25 nays, HB 1275 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1437. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1437 by Gonzalez of El Paso, relating to the Task Force of Pollinator Health.
Chair recognizes Mr. Patterson.
This creates the Task Force for Pollinator Health. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 1437. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 86 ayes, 50 nays, HB 1437 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1532. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1532 by Cunningham, relating to the creation of the Lake Houston Dredging and Maintenance District, providing the authority to issue bonds.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill would create the Lake Houston Dredging and Maintenance District in the Kingwood, Humboldt, Atascocita of Harris County.
Members, the question occurs in the final passage of HB 1532. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Campos voting aye. Have all voted. Being 114 ayes, 19 nays, HB 1532 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1675. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1675 by Campos, relating to the interment of certain cremated animals' remains and human remains in perpetual care cemeteries.
Chair recognizes Ms. Campos to explain the bill.
This is by Mona's Law, and it allows families the dignity and comfort of choosing a final resting place for their pets. I move passage.
The question occurs in the final passage of HB 1675. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Campos voting aye. Have all voted. Being 99 ayes, 36 nays, HB 1675 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1842. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1842 by Guillen, relating to the sale of charitable raffle tickets by certain nonprofit wildlife conservation associations.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this allows nonprofit wildlife conservation groups to sell raffle tickets online. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs in the final passage of HB 1842. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting aye. Have all voted? Being 101 ayes, 35 nays, HB 1842 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1868. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1868 by Leo Wilson relating to performance tier funding under the Public Junior College State Finance Program.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to explain the bill.
This is regarding the funding disparity between school districts and junior colleges. It's a study to evaluate the fiscal impact.
Members, the question occurs in the final passage of HB 1868. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? 103 ayes, 30 nays. HB 1868 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1894. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1894 by Metcalf relating to designating November as Veterans Month.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
That's exactly what it does. Veterans Month. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 1894. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Have all voted? There being 135 ayes, 0 nays, HB 1894 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1943. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1943 by Landgraf relating to the compensation for members of the Winkler County Juvenile Board.
Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will improve the operations for the Winkler County Juvenile Board. I move passage.
This question occurs in the final passage of HB 1943. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 112 ayes, 23 nays, HB 1943 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 1990. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1990 by Guillen relating to limitation of certain liability of owners, lessees, and occupants of non-agricultural land.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this extends existing civil liability protections for agricultural landowners to include non-agricultural properties. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 1990. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 133 ayes, 2 nays, HB 1990 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2029. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2029 by Noble relating to vehicle safety inspections of certain travel trailers.
Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No safety inspections for travel trailers. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs in the final passage of HB 2029. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 125 ayes, 10 nays, HB 2029 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2061. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2061 by Holt relating to the designation of the State Highway 242 bridge intersecting State Highway 59 in Montgomery County as the Lance Corporal Armando Hernandez Memorial Bridge.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell of Montgomery.
I'm laying this out for Representative Holt, designating a portion of State Highway 242 in Montgomery County as Lance Corporal Armando Hernandez Memorial Bridge. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 2061. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 133 ayes, 0 nays, HB 2061 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2286. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2286 by Craddock relating to the renewal of a certificate of registration by certain interior designers.
Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain the bill.
This bill is the renewal of certificates of registration for interior designers. Move
Question
passage.
occurs in the final passage of HB 2286. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Noble voting aye. Have all voted? Being 135 ayes, 1 nay, HB 2286 is passed, finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2523. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2523 by Lopez of Cameron relating to the designation of the portion of State Highway 4 in Cameron County as the Deputy Constable Ruben Garcia Highway.
Chair recognizes Ms. Lopez of Cameron to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill designates a portion of State Highway 48 in Cameron County as a Deputy Constable Ruben Garcia Memorial Highway. Deputy Garcia tragically lost his life on September 30th, 2024 in the line of duty. Deputy Garcia was a devoted public servant who was deeply loved by his wife, children, and the community. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 2523. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 134 ayes, 0 nays, HB 2523 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2622. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2622 by Metcalf relating to the transport of female patients to a mental health facility or residential care facility.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this gives more flexibility for easier transportation of mental health cases and move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 2622. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Have all voted? Being 135 ayes, 0 nays, HB 2622 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2652. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2652 by Ordaz relating to establishing a certified caregiver pilot program and the Boardplex Workforce Development Area.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ordaz to explain the bill.
This is for El Paso families. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 2652. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Ordaz voting aye. Have all members voted? Being 88 ayes, 43 nays, HB 2652 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2692. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2692 by Guillen relating to the codification and clarification of local laws concerning the San Antonio River Authority.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members,
Mr.
this
Speaker.
codifies the local laws governing the San Antonio
Mr.
River
Speaker.
Authority.
Mr. Cortez, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Mr. Gann?
Yes.
Would
Do
you like to
yield
ask
for
him
questions?
Yes.
Do you yield for questions?
Gentleman yields.
Do you represent the San Antonio area? Just curious. I mean, just for giggles here.
The greater Bexar County area. Yes.
Greater Bexar County. What do you think, Dean Martinez Fisher?
Mr. Speaker, would gentleman yield?
Does gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Are you familiar with Rule 5, Section 16?
Please refresh my memory.
No, you don't want me to refresh your memory.
Does he spend a lot of time on the San Antonio River?
Did you even go to the San Antonio River Walk?
And to clarify, the San Antonio River Authority is also within my district.
This is the San Antonio River Authority right here. This is Chairman Cortez. We would suggest humbly, my friend, that you just stick to the River Authority in Medina County or whatever it is over there. So good luck with your first local San Antonio bill.
Not my first. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 2692. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Gertie's voting aye. Show Mr. Lujan voting aye. Have all voted? Being 104 ayes, 32 nays, HB 2692 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2842. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2842 by Zwiener relating to the control by lethal means of white-tailed deer in certain areas.
Chair recognizes Ms. Zwiener to explain the bill.
Members, this is the bill that lets Texas Parks and Wildlife permit local entities to conserve wildlife populations and habitat. I move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 2842. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Zwiener voting aye. Have all voted? Being 106 ayes, 28 nays, HB 2842 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 2885. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2885 by Gerties relating to allowing the governing bodies of certain political subdivisions to call for a local option election during the sale of alcohol beverages.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gerties to explain the bill.
Bastrop Economic Development, move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 2885. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 112 ayes, 22 nays, HB 2885 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 3016. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3016 by Lujan relating to the circumstances in which a rental property may void a damage waiver for a rental vehicle.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lujan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Supports law enforcement and helps disrupt organized vehicular theft. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs in the final passage of HB 3016. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lujan voting aye. Have all voted? Being 136 ayes, 0 nays, HB 3016 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 3096. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3096 by Cunningham relating to designating March 17th as Profound Autism Awareness Day.
Chair recognizes Mr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this makes March 17th Profound Autism Awareness Day. Move passage.
The question occurs in the final passage of HB 3096. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Oliverson voting aye. Have all voted. Being 135 ayes, 0 nays, HB 3096 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 3248. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3248 by Cortez relating to the authority of a defense-based development authority to employ and commission peace officers.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cortez of the Great Bear County to explain HB 3248.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a San Antonio bill, and it's regarding Port San Antonio peace officers. I move passage.
Members' question occurs in the final passage of HB 3248. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cortez of Bear County voting aye. Have all voted. 133 ayes, 0 nays. HB 3248 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 3255. Clerk will ring the bell. Read the bill.
HB number 3255 by Paul relating to the authority of a development corporation created by the Gulf Coast Authority to finance certain projects.
Chair recognizes Mr. Paul to explain the bill.
This bill's got nothing to do with San Antonio, but it does got to do about wastewater plants from chemical plants. Move passage.
Members, the question occurs in the final passage of HB 3255. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Paul voting aye. Show Mr. Morgan voting aye. Show Ms. Simmons voting aye. Have all voted. Show Mr. Morgan voting aye. Being 120 ayes, 14 nays, HB 3255 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 3479. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3479 by Morgan relating to the Rio Grande Vegetative Management Program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morgan to explain the bill.
This is for my San Antonio friends. This has helped you out. This is a Rio Grande vegetation management one. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 3479. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Morgan voting aye. Show Ms. Simmons voting aye. Have all voted. There being 127 ayes, 9 nays, HB 3479 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 3611. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3611 by Curry relating to the civil penalty for certain signs placed on the right-of-way of public roads.
Chair recognizes Mr. Curry to explain the bill.
Members, this is the bandit sign bill. Cleans up our neighborhoods. Move passage, please.
Members, the question occurs in the final passage of HB 3611. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Simmons voting aye. Show Mr. Curry voting aye. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all voted. Being 112 ayes, 23 nays, HB 3611 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 3623. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3623 by McQueenie relating to the manner of solicitation of bids for certain purchases by the Comptroller of Public Accounts and state agencies.
Chair recognizes Mr. McQueenie to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This removes the word telegraph from the comptroller's language. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 3623. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all voted. Being 133 ayes, 1 nay, HB 3623 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 3803. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3803 by Lambert relating to the confidentiality of certain financial information related to perpetual care cemeteries.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain the bill.
Perpetual care cemeteries and perpetual care state trust funds. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 3803. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lambert voting aye. Have all voted. Being 135 ayes, 0 nays, HB 3803 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 3804. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3804 by Lambert relating to the regulation of state banks.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain the bill.
Cleanup bill on regulation of state banks. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 3804. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lambert voting aye. Have all voted. Being 135 ayes, 0 nays, HB 3804 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 3805. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3805 by Lambert relating to certain enforcement powers of the Banking Commissioner regarding the regulation of money services business.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain the bill.
Enforcement powers of the Banking Commissioner regarding regulation of money service businesses. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 3805. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lambert voting aye. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Have all voted. Being 135 ayes, 0 nays, HB 3805 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 3806. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3806 by Lambert relating to prohibited activities of a state trust company under supervision.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lambert to explain the bill.
Cleanup bill on prohibited activities of a state trust company. Move passage.
The question occurs in the final passage of HB 3806. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lambert voting aye. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Have all voted. Being 131 ayes, 0 nays, HB 3806 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 3810. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3810 by Alders relating to the dissolution of the Rose City Municipal Utility District.
Chair recognizes Mr. Alders to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill to get rid of a mud that never got off the ground. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 3810. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Alders voting aye. Have all voted. Being 133 ayes, 0 nays, HB 3810 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 3816. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3816 by Metcalf relating to the prosecution of the criminal offense of cruelty to livestock animals.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is about penalty Group 1 controlled substance in our livestock animals. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 3816. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Have all voted. Being 135 ayes, 0 nays, HB 3816 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 4129. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4129 by A. Davis of Dallas relating to the contract requirement for a contract between a single source continuum contractor and the Department of Family and Protective Services.
Chair recognizes Ms. A. Davis of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that we passed unanimously yesterday, and I ask for your vote again. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 4129. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 135 ayes, 0 nays, HB 4129 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 4163. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4163 by Guillen relating to the applicability of certain city requirements to agricultural operations.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this protects agricultural landowners from being required to maintain vegetation in the public right-of-way next to their property. Move passage.
Members' question occurs in the final passage of HB 4163. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 117 ayes, 18 nays, HB 4163 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 4187. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4187 by Metcalf relating to the authority and responsibilities of the Texas Historical Commission authorizing fees.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the bill modernizes how revenues from exhibits and gift shops managed directly benefit site operations. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 4187. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Have all voted. Being 135 ayes, 0 nays, HB 4187 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 4238. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4238 by Meyer relating to the collection of consumer debt incurred by the certain individuals as a result of identity theft.
Chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Helps victims of coerced debt. Move passage.
Members' question occurs in the final passage of HB 4238. This is a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Meyer voting aye. Have all voted. Being 135 ayes, 0 nays, HB 4238 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 4454. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4454 by Vo relating to the solicitation of patients and other prohibited marketing practices and the establishment of the task force on patient solicitation, increasing criminal penalties.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wu to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, I'm not Rep. Vo, but I'm laying out his bill. This is about creating a study group to deal with the practice of getting kickbacks for patients. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 4454. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wu voting aye. Have all voted. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. Being 100 ayes, 34 nays, HB 4454 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 4588. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4588 by or relating to the regulation of aquatic vegetation management by the Parks and Wildlife Department, providing a civil penalty, creating a criminal offense.
Chair recognizes Mr. Diallo to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the aquatic vegetation management bill we passed yesterday for Texas Parks and Wildlife. I move the passage.
The question occurs in the final passage of HB 4588. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 109 ayes, 24 nays, HB 4588 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 4643. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4643 by DeRazio relating to access to criminal history record information for purposes of the Medicaid program.
Chair recognizes Mr. DeRazio to explain the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the criminal history information for purposes of the Medicaid program. I move passage.
The question occurs in the final passage of HB 4643. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 133 ayes, 1 nay, HB 4643 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 4738. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4738 by Guerin relating to the elimination of the portion of the loan administration fee remitted to the comptroller.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. 4738 eliminates a portion of the loan administration fee. I move passage.
Members' question occurs in the final passage of HB 4738. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? Being 133 ayes, 0 nays, HB 4738 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 4739. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4739 by Guerin relating to the elimination of the portion of the retail charge agreement delinquency fee remitted to the comptroller.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. 4739 eliminates a portion of the retail charge agreement delinquency fee. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 4739. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guerin voting aye. Have all voted? Being 135 ayes, 0 nays, HB 4739 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 4945. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4945 by Ashby relating to a study conducted by the Teacher Retirement System of Texas on the feasibility of offering alternative service retirement benefits to the Texas A&M Forest Service wildland firefighters that are members of the retirement system.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill just looks at updating the retirement for our Texas A&M state firefighters. I move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 4945. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye. Have all voted? Being 117 ayes, 16 nays, HB 4945 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 5015. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5015 by Guerin relating to participation by certain retirement systems in the proportionate retirement program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. 5015 is to help recruiting of Tarrant County law enforcement positions. I move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 5015. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guerin voting aye. Have all voted? Being 133 ayes, 2 nays, HB 5015 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading HB 5616. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5616 by Howard relating to the Texas Presidential Library Promotion Program and Fund.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the creation of the Texas Presidential Library Promotion Program for the 3 presidential libraries in Texas. Thank you. Move passage.
Question occurs in the final passage of HB 5616. It's a record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Howard voting aye. Show Mr. Guerra voting aye. Have all voted? Being 90 ayes, 45 nays, HB 5616 is finally passed. Chair lays out HB 463 as a matter of postponed business. On third reading, clerk will read the bill.
HB number 463 by Jones of Harris relating to the automatic expunction of arrest records and files after certain controlled substance offense charges are dismissed.
Chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris.
Thank you. This is a bipartisan bill with joint authors Reps LaHood, Curry, and Little. It's supported by Right on Crime, Texas Policy Research, and TCC. TCC changed its position to support and I'll be filing I filed a perfected amendment which alleviates their concerns. This bill protects actually innocent people by expunging their records. Senator Huffman is carrying it in the Senate. She used to be a criminal district court judge, and I need to do the amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Jones of Harris.
Chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris to explain the amendment.
Yes, thank you. This is an amendment that cures all the problems that TCC had. I move passage or acceptance of the amendment.
Ms. Jones of Harris sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair has none. The amendment's adopted. Chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris.
Move passage.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Schofield, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes.
So now,
Gentlelady
Ms.
yields.
Jones, with the amendment that you just put on the bill, if the substance is tested and maybe he'd been charged with, they had in the charging instrument that it was cocaine, but it ends up being fentanyl, but it is a controlled substance, just not the one they originally thought. Now with your amendment, he doesn't get expunged, he can still be charged.
Yes.
So your bill now, after your amendment, is actually an actual innocence bill. You have to actually not have been in possession of any controlled substance to get the benefit of your bill. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mundy, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Gentlelady
Yes.
yields.
Ms.
Gentlelady
Jones,
yields.
I'm a co-author on this bill, am I not?
Yes.
This is an actual innocence bill.
Yes.
This does not help criminals.
No.
This helps people who are thought to be criminals, and it's proven that they're not criminals, to not have a criminal record. Is that correct?
Absolutely. So this is for actual innocence. Somebody thinks you did something, you get charged, you get arrested. In some instances, you get convicted, and this actually cleans your slate and allows you to go on because, again, you were wrongfully arrested or convicted, and it's, again, to reiterate your point, you're actually innocent.
This is a good bill. It was a good bill in committee. It's a better bill with your amendment, and I plan to vote for it.
Thank you. Move passage.
The question occurs in the final passage of HB 463. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Morgan voting aye. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Show Mr. Curry voting aye. Have all voted. There being 133 ayes, 1 nay, HB 463 is finally passed. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 1749. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 304. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 304 by Perry, relating to the jurisdiction of municipal courts over health and safety and nuisance abatement ordinances.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply allows city councils to adopt an ordinance granting their municipal courts the same jurisdiction as courts of records for determining health and safety and nuisance abatement ordinances. With that, I move passage.
Members, the question occurs in the passage of third reading of Senate Bill 304. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. Being 109 ayes, 25 nays, SB 304 is passed to third reading. Mr. Darby moves to lay House Bill 1749 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1775. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 608. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 608 by Flores, relating to reporting information regarding certain evidence collection kits.
Chair lays on second reading SB 608. Recognize Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill was brought to me by DPS and the Texas Association Against Sexual Assault. According to DPS's latest numbers, as of November of 2024, there were 119 sexual assault kits in a medical facility waiting to be picked up by law enforcement. Each of these kits is connected to a Texan who has been sexually assaulted and is awaiting justice. Senate Bill 608 aims to improve transparency and shine a light on these uncollected kits by requiring all sexual assault response teams to collect and share this data with their county commissioners, DPS, and the legislature. Doing so will highlight where these violations are occurring so that corrective action can be taken. Texas owes it to all sexual assault survivors who have made the emotionally and physically taxing effort to undergo a rape kit exam to have that evidence collected and processed in a timely manner. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading. Record vote's been requested. Clerk ring the bell. Ms. Howard voting aye. Ms. Flores voting aye. Have all members voted? 139 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 608 is passed to third reading. Ms. Howard moves to lay House Bill 1775 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 118. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 2312. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2312 by Hughes, relating to the establishment and powers and duties of the Texas Advisory Committee on Geopolitical Conflict.
Chair has Mr. Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we're all aware of the growing global tensions and their potential impact on the supply chain we all depend on every day. A global conflict can potentially sever supply chains, including pharmaceuticals, hospital equipment, power, transformers, and semiconductors. Federal authorities warn that our domestic critical infrastructure would likely be directly attacked when a conflict begins. SB 2312 establishes the Texas Advisory Committee on Geopolitical Conflict, a 9-member body that will assess and mitigate risk to the state's critical infrastructure and supply chain in anticipation of a potential geopolitical conflict. And members, I have an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hefner.
Chair has Mr. Hefner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment first administratively attaches the advisory committee to the Texas Military Department in order to ensure that the operation and reports produced by the committee are ran seamlessly. It also changes the advisory committee appointee who will chair the committee to the Texas Military Adjutant General or their designee. And finally, it adjusts the committee appointment dates and report due dates to give the committee a little more time to ensure that the work of the committee and the reports are done properly. And it is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Hefner sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wu.
Chair has Mr. Wu to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is a good bill to talk about the dangers to the state and what kind of things happen at a national security level. One of the most important parts of our state is our economy. And what we want to do is make sure that when we look at national security, when we look at the security of the state, we don't miss anything, and we especially don't miss the biggest thing there is. And that is, again, our economy. What this amendment will do is add into this study, add into this group, that request to study the impact of retaliatory tariffs and trade wars on Texas economy. This is not us not our tariffs on other people, but other countries putting their tariffs on us, and what happens to our goods as they're trying to sell our oil and gas, trying to sell our soybeans, trying to sell our beef and pork to other countries. What kind of things are they doing to retaliate against us, and how that affects our overall economy?
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I would.
Would you just,
Gentleman yields for questions.
thank you. Representative Wu, would you just walk me through what your amendment does?
Absolutely. So, again, the purpose of the bill is to create a study, a commission, to look at the dangers that are posed to the state and what we can do about it, what the recommendations are, and all those things like that. One of the big issues of national security, of the state security, and of our society is what happens with the economy. Because often what we realize is that countries might use tariffs, trade policies as a retaliation, as an attack, as a whatever they want to call it against us, and we might do reciprocal tariffs on them and all these other things. If we're going to look at security and how things around the world affect Texas, we shouldn't leave out the biggest thing in the room, which is the economy.
Thanks, Rep. Wu.
Let's just vote. Let's just put it on the table. Let me go.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
None. Thank you.
Hey, move the table. Just put it on the table. Yeah. It's going to take forever to.
Mr. Hefner, in opposition.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I don't believe this amendment is even germane. We're talking about appointing a committee to help us prepare for aggressive attacks from hostile foreign adversaries, and I will be moving to table. Please stick with me on motion to table.
Mr. Hefner, Mr. Wu sends up an amendment. Mr. Hefner moves to table. A record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye, Mr. Hefner voting aye. Mr. Guerra voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? 88 ayes, 51 nays. The motion prevails. Chair recognizes Mr. Hefner to close on his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage's third reading. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? 128 ayes and 10 nays. House Bill 2312, Senate Bill 2312 is passed to third reading. Mr. Hefner moves to lay House Bill 118 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out House Bill 1762 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1762 by Leach relating to changing the eligibility of certain persons to receive community supervision, including deferred adjunction community supervision.
Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1762 until 9 a.m. Friday, May 2nd.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out House Bill 2520 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2520 by Johnson relating to the open meetings law.
Chair guys, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Also want to thank the list of joint authors on this bill. What House Bill 2520 does is ensure that if TEA takes over your school district and creates a board of managers, that they cannot in-run the Texas Open Meetings Act, and they need to keep what they are doing transparent and available to parents at all times. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage of engrossment. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 139 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 2520 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 24. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 24 by or relating to the procedures for changing to a zoning regulation or district boundary.
Ms. Hicklin for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 24 until 10 a.m. on Monday, May 5th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 45. Clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 45 by whole relating to the duty of the Attorney General to prosecute human trafficking criminal offenses.
Mr. Meyer for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 45 until today at 3:30 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 15. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 15 by Meyer relating to business entities.
Chair asks Mr. Meyer for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 15 until today at 5:30 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 35. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 35 by Thompson relating to a peer support network for first responders.
Chair asks Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Speaker and members, the vast majority of firefighters and EMS persons are non-officers, but they work in the capacity of firefighters and in the capacity of EMS. What this bill attempts to do is to create the Texas First Responders Peer Network for fire and EMS personnel at TDM to help curb suicide rates and support their overall mental health from repeated exposure to trauma. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote's been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Mandeaver voting aye. Have all members voted? 109 ayes, 28 nays. House Bill 35 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 38. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 38 by Busey relating to improvements to the Texas Information and Referral Network.
Mr. Busey for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 38 until 9 a.m. Friday, May 2nd.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 47. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 47 by Howard relating to sexual assault and other sexual offenses.
Chair goes Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 47 is the culmination of another 2 years of dedicated work by the Governor's Sexual Assault Survivors Task Force. The SASTF was formed in 2019 with the goal and purpose of establishing a survivor-centered, collaborative, and coordinated response to sexual violence in Texas. Over the last 6 years, I've had the honor of working with these incredible public servants to bring survivor-centered sexual assault policy reform before the legislature. Together, this legislature has made Texas a leader in sexual assault policy reform. I want to take just a moment here, please, to thank Nicole Martinez and Hillary England with the task force, Ashley Brooks with the Texas Association Against Sexual Assault, the Children's Advocacy Centers of Texas, and the rest of the members of the task force for their continued persistence and work to transform Texas's response to sexual violence. Over the last biennium, the SASTF has initiated a forensic nursing program coaching pilot project to increase access to high-quality sexual assault forensic examinations in hospitals, freestanding emergency departments, and community-based programs. They've added a new service category, specialized services for male survivors, to the Resources for Sexual Assault Survivors online directory to ensure that male survivors can easily identify providers in their communities. Developed sexual assault training for law enforcement and for hospital emergency room administrative staff, and much more. In addition to this work, they also developed 10 policy recommendations for us to consider this session. House Bill 47 is an omnibus bill that includes 9 of these recommendations and seeks to enhance safety measures for Texans in their homes, when using public transportation, in the court system, and in the healthcare system. I'm proud of what we've been able to accomplish over the last 6 years and look forward to continuing to work together to create a better, safer future for all Texans. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Howard voting aye. Ms. Flores voting aye. Have all members voted? 139 ayes and 0 nays. House Bill 47 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 318. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 318 by Guillen, relating to the establishment of grant programs to provide financial assistance to qualified sheriff's departments in certain rural counties.
Chair goes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this tackles the severe staffing shortages in rural sheriff's departments and ensures that rural counties have the boots on the ground and the tools they need to keep Texas families safe. We do have a floor substitute.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Guillen.
Chair goes Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there was a mix-up in committee where they accidentally voted out the wrong sub. This correct sub reflects input from the Comptroller's Office, which combined the 2 programs of the bill into one and adds technical clarification requested by the agency to facilitate implementation. The floor substitute is acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Mr. Guillen sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. It is adopted. Mr. Guillen to close on the bill as amended.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Flores voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 112 ayes, 27 nays. House Bill 318 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 349. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 349 by Flores, relating to civil liability for removing certain individuals or animals from a motor vehicle.
Chair goes Ms. Flores.
Mr. Speaker, members, thank you. House Bill 349, or the hot dog bill, is in a new bill for a lot of you. This has been several sessions in the making, and HB 349 would grant civil liability protections to individuals who act in good faith to rescue a domesticated animal, such as a dog or cat, from a hot locked vehicle, provided they meet specific responsible conditions. This bill does not apply to livestock and requires a rescuer to believe the animal is in imminent harm and there's no other way for it to escape. They need to notify law enforcement or call 911 before entry, use no more force than necessary, and stay with the animal in a safe location nearby until the first responders arrive. A person is not protected under this bill if law enforcement instructs them not to enter the vehicle, and they do so anyway. I bring this bill because it is important given the temperatures we experience in our Texas summers when dozens of animals suffer unavoidable deaths. When the temperature is 90 degrees, it only takes 10 minutes for the car to reach 109 degrees and only 20 minutes to reach 119 degrees, even if it's not in fully direct sunlight. Currently, Texas is #1 in the nation for heat-related pet deaths, nearly 6 times the national 5-year average and twice more than any other state, with a majority of these deaths resulting from being confined inside an overheating vehicle. This bill mirrors laws already on the books in 14 other states which protect Good Samaritans acting to save animals in distress. This is the exact same bill that we agreed to and passed out last session with 100 votes on second reading.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Luther, for what
Not at
purpose?
this time. Let me finish, please. HB 349 is a common sense measure. It ensures that those who act reasonably to prevent suffering or death of an animal are not punished for doing the right thing. I respectfully ask your support, and I move past, and
Ms.
I do yield.
Ms. Luther, for what
question.
purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
She yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Flores. We had a really good conversation before the floor started, and I appreciate your time on that. We're both huge animal lovers, and we want to make sure we do the best for the animals that are helpless. My first question that we discussed was, in some electric cars, I know that they can be turned off, but their air conditioning could be running inside the car, and people leave their pet in there while they go to the post office or run in and get something. What if someone accidentally breaks a window and then notices that the air conditioning is running for the animal?
Well, first of all, the animal needs to be showing distress in the vehicle, and if it's just a run in and run out, you probably be there before the person has the opportunity to call law enforcement and 911 to report that. And if there's any way to maybe feel for the car, they have to do it under reasonable conditions. They have to make sure that, that they're not acting just because they want to. They need to call law enforcement, 911, and actually receive permission to go ahead and go forward. So, and I appreciate your question. Those vehicles are relatively new, but I would assume that even after 30 minutes, those cars shut down. And if that person is out and is out longer than 30 minutes when the car stops idling and the air conditioning turns off, then that person would have every reason to be able to, enter into that vehicle. So I appreciate your concern, but that's going to be one of very few instances, and I do believe that there are safeguards and guardrails that would prevent that from happening.
So you're suggesting that if someone sees a dog in a car, they don't go in and just break the window, that they should call the police first and get their advice. They'll probably ask the make and model of the car and say, are you sure it's not an electric vehicle? It could be on.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, they have to call 911, report it, get permission to go forward because the animal is in imminent harm.
So if the person doesn't call 911, are they liable for breaking the window?
They will be liable. They have to meet all of these conditions that I laid out. So yes, they would be.
Great. And I have one other question. And this may or may not happen, but it's possible. What if someone breaks the window of a car and the dog actually attacks that person and bites them or does something? Who's liable?
Well, right now, the person who breaks into the car, they also have to make sure it's the least invasive way. If there's a way to pop a lock or do something, if the animal does bite that individual, they're assuming the risk. I would like to explore this further with you. I'd like this bill to pass cleanly right now, but if we can ask the Senate sponsors, we can look into this further. But my belief is that I believe it would be an assumption of the risk.
Great. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Members, I ask that you do the right thing for the pets in the hot summers in Texas. So please vote yes, and I move passage. Thank you.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 349. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. I will give you time to get to your desks, members. Have all voted? There being 93 ayes, 45 nays, House Bill 349 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 554. The clerk will read the bill.
House Bill 554 by Leo Wilson relating to the sale of fireworks on and before the Juneteenth holiday in certain counties.
The chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to explain the bill.
Speaker, members, House Bill 554 allows for the sale of fireworks during Juneteenth holiday. I'm proud to represent Galveston, the birthplace of Juneteenth, where this holiday isn't just remembered, it's felt with every wave touching our shores, every brick that lines our historic streets. It's where freedom's first message took hold and our island becomes alive. Juneteenth is a wonderful community-wide celebration, and it honors the spirit of emancipation, freedom, and resilience. Speaker, I move passage.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by manual.
The chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The amendment simply strikes that if a county already allows fireworks during this period from June 14th and June 19th, that we're able to do it without the county's permission. This is for liberty. Thank you so much. Move passage.
I love that.
Mr. Manuel sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to close on the bill as amended.
Thank you. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 554. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 134 ayes, 7 nays, House Bill 554 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1359. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1359 by Hernandez, relating to a program to provide assistance for certain retail electric customers, authorizing a fee.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Back in 1999, as part of the creation of the competitive electric market in ERCOT, the legislature created the System Benefit Fund, which provided funding for certain programs, including assistance to vulnerable electric customers. In the spirit of that, this bill is helping consumers facing financial challenges, particularly when usage is high during extremely hot and cold weather. When consumers fall behind, that's when they face a greater challenge to get back on track. With that in mind, this bill would establish a fund through an appropriation, and it would provide bill payment assistance for low-income customers during times of extreme weather. And it would provide a one-time assistance for critical care residential customers who have received a notice of impending service disconnection for non-payment. Low-income customers would be identified by the Department of Health and Human Services, and customers would have to contact their electric provider to start the process in order to receive assistance. We all have concerns about affordability and how that impacts our constituents, especially our seniors on a fixed income and those who are dependent on electric-powered medical devices to stay alive. This bill will provide a meaningful benefit to our most vulnerable customers facing challenges with their electric bills. I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hernandez.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is just a clarified amendment to make sure that it's clear that this would be statewide, including our municipally owned utilities and electric cooperatives. Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Hernandez to close on the bill as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1359. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Vo voting aye. Have all voted? There being 92 ayes, 50 nays, House Bill 1359 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1373. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1373 by Raymond, relating to the designation of a portion of the Farm to Market Road 70 in Nueces County as the Los Robles Trail.
The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this road is partly in Representative Villalobos' district and partly not in my district. But it would name the road between Highway 44 and the intersection with Farm Market Road 1833 Los Robles Trail. And we have an amendment to make it 4 signs instead of 2.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Raymond.
The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this would make it 4 signs instead of 2 signs. 4. And they're donated by Mr. Little, and I appreciate that, Mr. Little. Thank you so much. You're very generous. Move adoption.
Mr. Raymond sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to close on the bill as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank Representative Villalobos. I want to thank her for joining me on this and move passage.
The question occurs on the passage to engrossment of House Bill 1373. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Vo voting aye. Have all voted. There being 143 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 1373 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1647. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 494. The clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill 494 by Sparks relating to the establishment of a theft petroleum products task force.
The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would establish an oil field theft task force at the Railroad Commission. I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Landgraf.
The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment simply changes the bill so that the Railroad Commission is not asked to do anything outside the scope of its jurisdiction. I move adoption.
Mr. Landgraf sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 494. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Landgraf voting aye. Show Ms. Hull voting aye. Show Mr. Vo voting aye. Have all voted. There being 136 ayes, 8 nays, Senate Bill 494 is passed the third reading. Mr. Landgraf moves to lay House Bill 1647 on the table, subject to the call. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second readings House Bill 2254. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2254 by Hull relating to certain healthcare services contract arrangements entered into by insurers and healthcare providers.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill would allow for primary care physicians and only primary care physicians or primary care physician groups to voluntarily enter into value-based or capitated contracts with EPO and PPO insurance plans, just like they already can for HMOs. These arrangements allow for providers to receive a set amount per patient and incentivizes keeping patients healthy through primary care and preventative services. I have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hull.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this bill uses the term primary care 17 times because it only authorizes these arrangements for primary care physicians. We are adding it an 18th time at the request of specialists to make extra sure it is primary care only. I move adoption.
Ms. Hull sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to close on the bill as amended.
I close, move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2254. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 141 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2254 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2259. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2259 by De Ayala relating to the instructions for an application form for an early voting ballot.
The chair recognizes Mr. De Ayala to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, currently the font size for early voting by mail application instructions are ridiculously too small. HB 2259 addresses this issue by making the font size larger. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2259. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Vo voting aye. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all voted. There being 138 ayes, 5 nays, House Bill 2259 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2853. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2853 by Perez of El Paso relating to student union building fees at the University of Texas at El Paso.
The chair recognizes Mr. Perez of El Paso on his first bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a straightforward bill impacting only the University of Texas at El Paso. HB 2853 authorizes UTEP to adjust its student fees, specifically to enhance student services and campus facilities. Move passage.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Mr. Perez. Ms. Flores, for what purpose? Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Reluctantly, yes.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Perez, were you dreading this moment?
A little bit, Representative. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Flores, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield the floor?
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, I'll yield for
Yep,
questions.
yes, he said yes.
Yield for questions.
Mr. Perez, please move out of the way. Ms. Flores is recognized.
Hi, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Perez, well, first question is whiskey in favor of this bill?
Hang on, Ms. Flores. You can't ask him questions from the front mic.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Perez, for what purpose?
Representative, I guess here to ask questions. Do you yield
Well,
for questions?
I understand you
Ms.
have
Flores
a very,
yields.
very favorite animal here, and I'm just wondering whether or not you have the support of your favorite pet, who frequents the Capitol. And so I want to make sure that aside from UTEP being in favor of this bill, whether or not you have the support of whiskey as well.
Does the gentlelady yield?
Yes, I do yield.
Well, to answer your question, yes.
To the question.
Okay.
She yielded the floor, Mr. Perez. The chair recognizes Mr. Perez.
Well, to answer the gentlelady's question, yes, my dog is a local celebrity in El Paso, and he is very much in favor of this legislation.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2850. Oh, I'm sorry. Miss Perez. For what purpose?
Will the gentleman will he yield?
I will yield only for questions.
Gentleman yields for questions.
So the gentleman yields. What about Mr. Perez? Does he yield as well?
I'll yield for questions, yes.
So yes, was
Yes.
that a yes?
Gentleman yields for questions.
So there are two Perez's here in this chamber. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And which one's been here longer?
Representative Mary Ann Pettis has been here longer.
Because there were three, right? And now there's two.
I wasn't aware of that. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so, all right, we've determined I have more seniority, and which one doesn't look very smart right now? Because I didn't even make that mistake when I was a freshman. I'm just kidding.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
I
how
yield
it
for
works.
questions.
That's how it works. Okay. I'm really disappointed in you trying to rush this through when I was off the floor working on another bill. And I know why you were doing that. You didn't want to talk about your history before you came to this body, and I'm pretty sure that's why you were avoiding me asking you questions. Like others in your freshman class, you held elected office before, isn't that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And we won't get into how that ended, but you served as a county commissioner in El Paso County.
That is correct.
And if I recall, and correct me if I'm wrong, during your time on Commissioner's Court, you were very much seen as a budget hawk.
That is correct.
Very conservative, fiscally conservative, and making sure that where we spent our dollars was meaningful and that it mattered.
I think watching out for taxpayer dollars is always a good thing.
So, okay, that's a fair characterization of your history before you set foot on this floor.
That is correct.
Okay, then can you please explain to the members why the first bill you brought to the floor is to charge kids fees at UTEP?
It is possible I was set up by my delegation with this piece of legislation. Yes.
Who gave you this piece of legislation?
Speaker Pro Tem Moody gave me this piece of legislation.
It's a great bill. Welcome to Texas.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Morales, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield?
Yield for questions, yes.
He yields for questions.
Mr. Pettis, it's been a great honor to serve with you here.
Likewise.
And as you know, I have a particular desk mate that I have to deal with on a regular basis. Were you aware that this is the first time in Texas history that we have an ex-couple working together on the legislative floor?
I was not aware.
How does
Not
it feel working with your ex-wife?
She's an excellent representative for the people of El Paso.
She says she don't buy it, and she's got the chancla right here. We're ready for you, okay? So your answers better be good. Now, I have to deal with her on a regular basis, too, so I understand, and I think that both of you and I deserve some general little stars here for putting up with Ms. Ordaz. Second, I can understand then why you took my legislative director, I guess, as a form of retribution. For those that don't know, isn't it true that you were without a chief of staff recently?
Yes, Representative, yes, and I am very
I
much...
can't hear you, Mr. Pettis.
And
Can
the
you
people-
speak to the mic?
The people of House District 77 are very appreciative for your assistance in that matter, and thank you very much.
And can we just name the legislative assistant that you were able to pluck out of my amazing A-team that we had set, and then sent her over, and she became your now, what, chief of staff?
That is correct. Yvonne Munoz, who is watching these proceedings, she's doing a great job. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you for giving her an opportunity, and I believe that those that have an opportunity, all our staff have done phenomenal work, and I hope that she continues to deliver for you and for your team and sets a great example.
Thank you, Representative. Very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Move passage.
Not yet, Mr. Perez.
I'm sorry.
Mmr. Moody, for what purpose?
Well, I apologize. Will the gentleman yield for just one more question?
Will the gentleman yield for another question? The gentleman yields.
In my rush to applaud your good bill, I forgot to talk about a little bit other things about your history before you came to the floor, because a lot of people have a lot of different backgrounds before they come here, and they rise to the great heights of being a state representative. And I don't know if this is true, so I want to ask you, are you the first member of the Legislative Ladies Club to later become a state representative?
I was a proud member of the Legislative Ladies Club. John Denisi previously served as the first male member who was president of the Legislative Ladies Club. It's a wonderful organization doing great things for the House of
Representatives. Wait a second. Hold on. Mr. Harless is informing me that maybe you're a few down the list on that, but you've joined a great group of people over here, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Lambert, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a couple of quick questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I will yield for a few questions. Yes.
Representative Perez, when you laid this bill out in higher education, correct?
That's correct.
And you talked about the student fees that are going to be increased and how the students voted for their own, basically, increase in their own fees, correct?
That's correct.
And are these fees going to be used to pay for things like pool tables and ping pong tables and other recreational activities?
It is going for the student union facility to increase services that will directly benefit students.
And Mr. Perez, is El Paso in a different time zone?
That is correct. It is in Mountain Time Zone.
How did you vote on the bill that would make Texas conform to Texas time?
If we can have sunshine a little bit longer, I was all for it.
Does that mean you'll be 2 hours behind Texas?
No, we will still be 1 hour behind.
1 hour time.
That's correct.
It's great to have you in the Texas
Thank you.
House. Congratulations
Thank you,
on your
Chairman.
bill.
Mr. Harless, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a quick question?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I will yield
the
for
gentleman
questions.
yields.
Perez, is it true that all your exes live in the Texas House?
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2853. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Ordaz voting nay. Show Ms. Simmons voting aye. Show Ms. Garcia voting aye. Show Ms. Collier voting aye. Have all voted. There being 90 ayes, 51 nays, House Bill 2853 is passed engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3073. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3073 by Howard, relating to the prosecution of the offense of sexual assault.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Johnson.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. For those that serve on the Criminal Justice Committee, y'all got a chance to meet Summer Willis. Summer Willis was sexually assaulted more than a decade ago. She was drugged by one individual and raped by another. She suffered the emotional harm, the pain that comes with that assault for years. Because of Texas law, she was not able to seek justice. Chairwoman Howard's bill can go a long way to solving that issue. Earlier this session, Summer Willis came to Austin and she literally crawled the half marathon on her hands and knees. She had run almost 30 marathons to get attention around the issue of sexual assault and lack of consent when you have been intoxicated. But she crawled in Austin to this Capitol to ensure that we knew the hardship and the pain that victims suffer every day in silence, and to advocate for us to be here today to pass this very bill. I am so grateful that Chairwoman Howard is accepting this amendment to turn this into the Summer Willis Act. I move adoption.
Ms. Johnson sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the Summer Willis Act is the final recommendation of the Sexual Assault Survivors Task Force, and I'm honored to author this bill along with my Senate companion author, Senator Angela Paxton. 2 in 5 women and 1 in 5 men have been sexually assaulted in Texas, but fewer than 3% will ever see their abuser behind bars because our laws do not adequately reflect the experiences of crime victims and do not provide a clear definition of how consent is to be communicated or understood. This is unconscionable and must change. House Bill 3073 makes important and necessary updates to the state's consent laws by aligning it with the definition that's used throughout the rest of the penal code, and will give prosecutors the tools they need to put violent sexual offenders behind bars. I urge you to join me and the governor's task force in supporting the Summer Willis Act and hold rapists accountable for their heinous crimes. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3073. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Howard voting aye. Show Ms. Flores voting aye. Show Ms. Jones voting aye. Show Ms. Goodwin voting aye. Show Ms. Cole voting aye. Show Ms. Ordaz voting aye. Have all voted. There being 143 ayes and 1 nay, House Bill 3073 is passed to engrossment. Mrs. Weiner, for what purpose?
I move to reduce the debate on House Bill 3073 to writing and place it in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3088. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3088 by Orr, relating to standards and procedures for purchasing goods for resale by the Parks and Wildlife Department.
The chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I am not Representative Orr. House Bill 3088 seeks to provide Texas Parks and Wildlife Department the flexibility to establish different procurement standards for concession resale operations. The bill allows the department to more easily acquire site-specific customized products, as well as goods made by local artists. State competitive bidding requirements hamper the ability of the department to offer site-specific goods for resale at state park gift shops and other concession operations. House Bill 3088 grants Texas Parks and Wildlife targeted authority to establish procurement standards and procedures for items bought specifically by the department for resale. The goal is to increase visitor satisfaction and support department revenue potential by expanding retail operations for attractive and mission-related merchandise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3088. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 139 ayes, 3 nays, House Bill 3088 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 353. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 353 by Patterson, relating to creating the criminal offense of trespass on or near school or daycare center property.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 353 keeps creeps away from our daycares and schools by forcing them to leave. If not, they can get arrested. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 353. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones voting aye. Have all voted? There being 131 ayes, 10 nays, House Bill 353 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 355. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 355 by Craddock, relating to the period within which the Texas Juvenile Justice Department must accept custody of a person committed to the department and to the consequences for the failure of the department to accept custody of the person within that period.
The chair recognizes Dean Craddock to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this solves the problem of months and years from youth being transferred to TJJD and doing their program and services they're due. What's happening that this requires TJD to intake within 30 days of the disposition ordered by and signed by a judge to take these young people and put them in the program. And what they're doing is leaving them sit in the counties. In fact, what I did, we called this morning to check what they've got. At this point, they've got 118 youth pending admission, and and this week they're only processing 12 of them, and they are at an average of 61 days before they're being committed into the program, and they're required to do 30. This mandates the 30th. Move adoption.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 355. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones voting aye. Have all voted? There being 143 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 355 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 786. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 786 by Jones of Harris, relating to justice court security in certain counties.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a local public safety bill which is supported by the JP and Constables Association. Their concerns were alleviated by the perfecting amendment that I have filed, and they now support the bill. Last week, there was a shootout inside the Harris County complex where Precinct 1 Major Sheila Jones was shot multiple times and had emergency surgery. Thank God her vest saved her life. JP courts still have minimal security. This bill is a compromise scaled down to require only a handheld wand and a peace officer at entrances rather than an x-ray machine and I guess where you walk through with metal detectors. And this is a local bill bracketed only for Harris County. And I'd like to,
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Jones of Harris.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones to explain the amendment.
Yes, this amendment changes the source of funding, and it's gotten the JP and Constables Association to support it. I move passage.
Ms. Jones sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Jones to close on the bill as amended.
I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 786. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones of Dallas voting aye. I'm sorry, Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Have all voted? There being 100 ayes, 40 nays, House Bill 786 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 762. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 762 by Leach, relating to severance pay for political subdivision employees and independent contractors.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you've heard about public employees that are terminated for misconduct and somehow they get away with fat retirement packages. These are known as golden parachutes. This bill is intended to do away with that practice. And the bad news is that other states like Florida and Illinois and even California have already done this. And so with this bill, this will put restrictions upon around the use of golden parachutes, and I would favorably ask for your vote for the bill. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 762. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all voted? There being 132 ayes, 10 nays, House Bill 762 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 705. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 705 by Wilson, relating to the cosmetology licensure compact authorizing fees.
The chair recognizes Colonel Wilson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 705 would provide licenses with opportunities for multi-state practice, support relocating military families, improve the safety of cosmetology services, and foster workforce development by reducing unnecessary burdens. And I have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wilson.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment simply adds a legislative council footer to the language. It is acceptable, and I move adoption.
Mr. Wilson sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to close on the bill.
Military families, move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 705. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Have all voted? There being 127 ayes, 15 nays, House Bill 705 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out House Bill 45 as a matter of postponed business. On second reading, the clerk will read the bill.
HB number 45 by Hull, relating to the duty of the Attorney General to prosecute human trafficking criminal offenses.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 45 until today at 4:30.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 932. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 932 by Wale, relating to the occupational therapy licensure compact authorizing fees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wale to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 932 would create the Interstate Compact for occupational therapists. Occupational therapists play a critical role in helping injured, ill patients with disabilities recover and improve daily skills necessary for, again, everyday life and working. The compact would provide a huge benefit to a lot of our military families who oftentimes must transfer between states and are left without the ability for their members' spouses to continue their careers in the new state. So the compact would help Texas take a step forward in creating a more flexible and prosperous economy for military families, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 932. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 131 ayes, 9 nays, House Bill 932 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 849. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 849 by Fasut, relating to the authority of a county board of park commissioners to hold a meeting by video conference call.
Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, currently, County Board of Park Commissioners can hold meetings by audio conference, but they can't by video conference, which doesn't make sense, so this bill changes that. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 849. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 144 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 849 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1160. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1160 by Hull, relating to increasing the criminal penalty for the offense of assault committed against certain employees or agents of a utility into the prosecution of the criminal offense of interference with public duties of those employees or agents.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1160 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 5th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1119. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1119 by Gomez, relating to the biennial report of the regional allocation of mental health beds.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gomez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will help ensure an effective use of state-funded mental health beds and improve regional mental health resource planning. 1119 builds on the already existing study conducted under Section 533 of the Health and Safety Code to maximize the effective distribution of mental health beds by adding evaluation of resources, funding methods, and the impact of our current protocols on state-funded beds. Mr. Speaker, members, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 1119. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 108 ayes, 32 nays, House Bill 1119 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1612. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1612 by Frank, relating to direct payment for certain health care provided by a hospital.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill seeks to provide at least a very modest protection from the price gouging that some uninsured Texans face at some and not all hospitals. As many of you know, hospitals charge a wide variety of prices to customers. Many times, if you're insured, you may pay $5,000, but then an uninsured patient comes in for the exact same thing, can pay $10,000 or even $15,000 before it goes to collection. What this bill does is it sets a cap on what hospitals can charge, and there's two different choices they can take. They can either take 25% above their what's called amounts generally billed, which is basically 25% above their average what they collect. So they're still charging 25% more than they charge the rest of us, or they can do 50% above their lowest negotiated commercial rate. We had a lot of discussions with the hospitals, and it was easier for them to get the one number, but some of the average number, but some of them wanted, so we gave them two choices in the bill. So members, I think it's an important step. I do have an amendment, and then.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I would be happy to yield to my classmate.
The gentleman yields.
I just, Representative Frank, I just want to get some clarifying, I want to clarify some things on the bill. Does this bill apply to individuals who are part of a health benefit plan, like an insurance or HMO or Medicaid?
No, ma'am. I think it's clear in the words. There was a bill I had last session, but it's clear that it's only uninsured.
Do the provisions of this bill apply to a person who chooses not to use their health benefit plan for a particular health care service?
No, ma'am. The hospitals can continue to charge as much as they want for those.
Do the provisions of this bill apply to a person who declines to enroll in their employer's group health insurance plan?
I don't know how somebody would know that. If they're uninsured, they're uninsured. Okay. So I don't know that they, if I heard that right, if they don't have insurance, I don't think there is a way to tell whether somebody chose to be uninsured or not. You know, a lot of our uninsured in Texas, we've got about 800,000 uninsured in Texas that make 4 times poverty but choose not to have insurance.
just trying to understand what you mean by otherwise entitled to coverage on page 1, line 10 and 11. Well, I guess it's line 9 through 11 where you define enrollee. Because it says enrollee means, and it ...
And I'm sorry, I may need you to tell me where. I may need to defer. I've had 5 hours of sleep in the last 2 days thanks to some committee assignments. So what, wonderful committee assignment, Speaker, by the way. It sounded worse than it. This is why I didn't want to be on a microphone today. Could you tell me where you were looking again?
Page 1, starting on lines 9 through 11, the word enrollee. So you define enrollee as an individual who is enrolled in a health benefit plan or otherwise entitled to coverage under a health benefit plan. So I'm just trying to figure out, are you saying that this is for somebody who, if somebody declines coverage, like they're entitled to enroll, but they decline not, they decline to enroll?
It is.
Or, okay.
Go ahead.
Or does it apply to somebody who's just plain uninsured?
Well, if they had coverage and declined it, they would be uninsured.
Okay. So what if they have insurance and the insurance doesn't cover this particular facility? Are they still
I believe
covered?
under the terms of the bill, and I can,
I just wanted
we
to
had
clarify.
this in the committee. I could answer these questions. I'm happy to research these. I
Okay.
can put this on a pause and
No,
try
I
to
just
research
wanted-
them because I'm going to have trouble coming up with those right now.
Okay. And then does this bill apply to an individual who is enrolled in a health benefit plan, but that plan excludes a particular hospital? That's another way of putting that question.
I don't believe so. It's only uninsured. That person would still be insured.
Okay, good. And do the provisions of subsection B apply to an individual who is enrolled in a health benefit plan, but that plan excludes a hospital? And your answer is going to stay the same? No?
I cannot hear what you're asking. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll move on. How would a patient know when to request the reduction in their bill? Because your bill says that they have to do it within 60 days.
Well, I think the bill, the hospitals are the ones that should know under this bill. They are the ones, hopefully, that are going to follow the law that says they can't charge more than this.
Okay, so on your bill, you talk about the patient has to request the hospital to do that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what is...
And that, yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, what does request mean? Like, can I call the hospital and request that they reevaluate my bill, or do they automatically do it?
No, they won't. I mean, I am hopeful that after this law, they will not charge that much. They will start billing an uninsured patient no more than this. The patient then can request it. If for some reason they've been charged more, the patient could request it.
Okay, so they have to request. So on subsection B, it says at the request of a patient. And I'm only asking these things so that way when it is passed, we have clarity on how it works.
Can I suggest, unless you want to make sure we do this, can I suggest I pull this down and we try to work some of this out and we can actually come up with accurate answers here and I can understand your questions?
Okay.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Canales,
would the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I'd be happy to yield.
So you're capping fees on what exactly?
On charges to patients at hospitals.
What kind of hospitals? Are these private hospitals?
Private hospitals, public hospitals, that's as defined in the
Mr.
bill.
Frank, as a Republican, have you ever heard of the free market?
Yes, sir, I've heard of the
So
free
you're,
market.
so you're going to cap what private hospitals and private entities can charge from here? Do you consider that free market?
No, sir, I don't. Do you realize many of the hospitals, most of the hospitals operate with tremendous amount of government pay. Many of them operate as monopolies or near monopolies. Many of them operate also in emergency type situations. So it's hardly a free market in the hospital market. Would you agree with that? I'm sorry,
I would tell you
don't
if it's
get to ask
if it's a
questions from here.
private entity.
Well, actually, some of them are private, some of them are public.
Well, I think that if it's a publicly owned entity, I think that this body might have an interest in potentially capping fees. But I think when you are capping fees on private entities and what they can charge, I believe you are tussling at the strings of what we call the free market.
If I may, could I answer the question as to whether or not it is capping the fee? Because it is not capping the fee. It is simply saying that if you are charging a fee to an insured patient, that you cannot charge more than 25% more than what you get from other people. So I would ask the body, how much more should a hospital be able to charge an uninsured patient than they charge an insured patient? Do you want them to charge 50%, 100% more, or just whatever they want? As long as they're uninsured, we can charge them absolutely as much as they want. Is that the free market? I guess it is. I think I'm living in an alternate universe here.
Ms. Jones, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I am happy to yield. I was planning on.
May I get to this just before you do that? Because I want to get this on the record.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Pretty please. Thank you.
I yield for questions.
Representative Frank, isn't it true that whether you're insured or you're not insured, whatever injury you have, at whatever hospital you go to, the doctors in the hospital are doing the same thing for you? Whether you are insured or uninsured, you go into a hospital, whether it's public or private, and you've got a health problem.
If it is an emergency, they do have to do the same thing for you. If it's not an emergency, if it's if I have a knee, if I want a knee surgery, they don't have to do the knee surgery. But for one person, an insured patient, they may charge $5,000. For an uninsured, they may charge $15,000 for the exact same thing, only because
one has a negotiated rate and one doesn't.
Right.
And as a person, have you also heard, Representative Frank, that some people are one medical injury away from bankruptcy?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know, well, I don't know if you know this, I literally lost my savings, my retirement, because my son happened to have gotten hurt when I didn't have insurance for him. Are you familiar with that happening with anyone?
That happens to a fair number of people, yes, ma'am.
And did you know that if you do not have insurance, that you actually have to pay the cost of your medical treatment before they give you the medical treatment rather than after? Did you know that?
I did know that, and you get the opportunity to pay quite a bit more than the insured patient.
And did you know that regardless of whatever your medical problem is, the insurance company, the hospital is going to charge you what they charge? And the reason I bring that up is because I had to go get every piece of money I had in the bank in my entire retirement to save my son's foot, because he had the misfortune of playing basketball when he was away somewhere and breaking his foot, and a staph infection took place. And I literally had no clue that I had to pay more for the exact same treatment because my son was uninsured and I couldn't afford it than I would have had I been able to afford health insurance. Do you think that's fair, Representative Frank?
I do not think that's fair, and I'm guessing you will like this bill then.
I'm telling you, I think this is a great bill. Wish it would have been in place when my son almost lost his foot. Now, would I go back and change anything I did? No, because my son has a foot. Otherwise, it would have been amputated. But thank you for this bill.
All right, thank you.
You're
Thank
very
you,
welcome.
Representative.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1612 until 4:45 today,
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered.
Mr. Harless for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Corrections to meet while the House is in session today at 4:15 in room 1W.14 Agriculture Museum to consider pending business referred in committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Corrections will meet today at 4:15 p.m. in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
Mr. Speaker. Ms. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate.
Admit the
Door
messenger.
House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HCR 35 Ordaz, urging Congress to amend the Internal Revenue Code to make spaceports eligible for tax-exempt private activity bonds. SB
Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3041. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3041 by Paul, relating to measures to support the enrollment of students with non-traditional secondary education at the public institutions of higher education, including eligibility for certain student financial assistance programs.
Chair has Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill to update a bill that we passed last session dealing with students from non-traditional backgrounds like homeschoolers when applying to college. It changes the class rank formula from using an average test score to a medium test score and makes the students eligible for the Texas grants and dual credit. This has been a highly worked out bill with universities as well as stakeholders in the homeschooling environment. And I do have an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Paul.
Chair has Mr. Paul.
This amendment just updates the start date from 2025 to from 2026 to 2025. Moving to
Mr. Paulson's amendment is set to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Paul on the bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Paul voting aye. Ms. Jones voting aye. Ms. Leo Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes, 1 nay, House Bill 3041 is passed to engrossment. Everybody good? Go and get a helmet. Everybody okay? Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 713. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 713 by Howard, relating to an exception to certain reporting requirements for healthcare providers reviewing selected cases for the Texas Maternal Mortality and Morbidity Review Committee.
Chair has Ms. Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This legislation is actually a recommendation of the Maternal Mortality and Morbidity Review Committee. On September 2nd of 2022, then Commissioner of the Department of State Health Services, Dr. John Hellerstedt, sent a letter to Governor Abbott stating that the 2022 Maternal Mortality and Morbidity Review Committee's report would not be released by its statutory deadline of September 1. In the letter, he said that the department was still in the process of reviewing maternal death cases for the 2019 cohort. This was 2022, the 2019 cohort, but that the extensive nature of this process, coupled with staffing shortages, had led to a delay in the committee's ability to release the report by September 1. The extensive nature that he was referring to was the process of redacting information from maternal death case files. According to the department, Texas is unlike any other state in terms of its data collection because it takes the extra step of redacting maternal mortality records before they can be reviewed by the nurses who are responsible for analyzing the data for the committee. The additional step of redacting this information has caused significant delays in the preparation of the report and creates unnecessary delays. House Bill 713 would allow nurses to review unredacted materials related to maternal mortality and morbidity cases in the course of preparing the review committee's report and would accelerate the process of abstracting data from maternal death cases, allowing us to have more real-time data that can help us save the lives of Texas moms. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Show Ms. Howard voting aye. Ms. Jones voting aye. Ms. Ward Johnson voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 105 ayes, 33 nays. House Bill 713 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3104. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 3104 by McLaughlin, relating to the salary of bailiffs appointed by the certain district courts in Webb County.
Chair recognizes Mr. McLaughlin.
Mr. Speaker, members, House Bill 3104 addresses concerns brought forth by my constituents related to the bailiffs in the 341st and 406th district courts. HB 3104 removes the requirement that district judges appoint their own bailiffs and instead allows the sheriff to deputize a peace officer to serve in that role. This change gives our local officials greater flexibility without impacting any current bailiffs. It does not have a fiscal note and ensures our courts can operate more efficiently moving forward. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. McLaughlin voting aye. Have all members voted? 139 ayes and 1 nay. House Bill 3104 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3970. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3970 by Darby, relating to electricity planning for large loads.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we need to increase the usable capacity of the existing grid by leveraging new intelligent tools such as advanced monitoring controls or intelligent controls combining with backup generation systems. This bill allows ERCOT to recognize these combinations of on-site capabilities to resolve energy and transmission limitations, to use infrastructure more fully as we have for safety and efficiency. And I think I have two amendments.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Darby.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment simply makes clarifying changes to the language by ensuring that all statutory provisions do not conflict with contractual or otherwise established terminology. Acceptable to the author.
Mr. Darby sends out an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment's adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Here's the second one. Amendment by Darby.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment simply fixes a drafting error and clarifies the priority designation in the legislation. Acceptable to the author.
Mr. Darby sends up amendments acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment's adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Guillen.
Chair is Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply strikes the word new. It proposes that all generators, not just generation facilities, be allowed to participate in serving new load. It's acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Mr. Guillen sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Darby to close on the bill.
Thank you. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Ms. Jones voting aye. Have all members voted? 141 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 3970 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3962. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3962 by Guerin, relating to the eligibility of the IndyCar Grand Prix of Arlington for funding under the Major Events Reimbursement Program.
Mr. Guerin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to
postpone further consideration of House Bill 3962 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 5th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5061. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5061 by Leach, relating to prohibiting certain activities by contractors and vendors of state agencies providing administrative penalties.
Mr. Leach for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 5061 until 10 a.m. Thursday, May 1st.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4042. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4042 by Morales of Maverick, relating to the applicability of certain safety provisions and regulatory fees administered by the Railroad Commission of Texas to gas distribution pipelines.
Chair recognizes Mr. Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a Railroad Commission request that helps clean up the definition of propane gas distribution. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Ms. Flores voting aye. Have all members voted? 118 ayes, 25 nays. House Bill 4042 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4115. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4115 by Meyer, relating to shareholder proposals submitted to certain domestic corporations.
Mr. Meyer for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 4115 until 10 a.m. Monday, May 5th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4490. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4490 by Smithy, relating to an exemption from required disclosure of information related to the next of kin of deceased persons.
Chair recognizes Mr. Smithy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. There's a problem right now because under the Open Records Act, these data mining firms can get names of next of kin of people, victims who have been killed, and these firms are using that to market goods and services, so this bill would make that information exempt from disclosure under Open Records. So I would move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? 140 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 4490 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1731. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1731 by Campos, relating to the Physician Assistant Licensure Compact, authorizing a fee.
Chair recognizes Ms. Campos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Texas is ranked 42nd in physician assistants per capita. This bill would attract licensed PAs and facilitate their ability to practice in our state. All PAs that practice under this licensure compact would have to adhere to Texas's 16 laws and regulations. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Ms. Campos voting aye. Mr. Alverson voting aye. Have all members voted? 119 ayes, 21 nays. House Bill 1731 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 1705. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 530. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 530 by Sparks, relating to the accreditation of certain post-secondary educational institutions in this state or of certain programs offered by those institutions.
Chair recognizes Ms. Schaffner on her very first bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 530, it's a cleanup bill that removes Southern Association of Colleges and Schools as a sole accreditor for institutions in the state of Texas in order to align with current federal law.
Ms. Harris-Davila, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
I will yield for questions.
Yields for questions.
Were you trying to get your first bill snuck through this body?
Just as quickly as possible.
And what do you host in your office once a week?
Once a week, I host a Bible study for women members of the House.
And who always has the answers to every question we ask in Bible study?
You do.
No, that's not true. For the record, it's you. But I just want to thank
the
you.
Lord.
Thank you, though. That's been an incredible encouragement to us. So thank you and welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Yes,
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Question for the author, please.
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes, I yield.
Gentlelady yields.
Are you wearing purple today to commemorate Mr. Wharton's time playing basketball?
Today is for Stephen F. Austin University Sylvans who came. They're the lumberjack force team with women.
So you don't like Mr. Wharton? Is that what you're saying? Thank you. Tell me something. I think you've come to the Capitol in a very unique way. Was it on the back of an animal or something? You ever ride a horse?
I'm not advised. However, I do ride horses.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Raymond, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for a question or two?
Does the gentlelady yield for a question?
I yield for questions.
She yields.
I'm going to do my best. I forgot my glasses over there, but I'll do my best. So this bill is relating to the accreditation of certain post-secondary educational institutions in this state or any other state and Puerto Rico of certain programs offered by these institutions. Is that right? No.
Your glasses might help. Yes, sir. Not only in the state of Texas.
Not Puerto Rico?
Not Puerto Rico
All right.
at this moment.
Well, since this is the one time that I'm allowed to ask you about something that has nothing whatsoever to do with your legislation, this legislation, I'm going to ask you about another piece of legislation you have. You have another bill, do you not, that would name the Interstate Highway 35 in the state of Texas after someone. Is that right?
That is correct.
Who would you, were your bill to become law, who would you name the Interstate 35 highway in the state of Texas? Who would you name it after?
President Donald J. Trump.
Okay.
I know you're for it.
Let me tell you what I'm for, okay? Let me tell you what I'm for, and I want to ask you about that. So, and you and I spoke about this, so that's not going to be a big surprise. If that bill comes to the floor because, is that in transportation?
Yes, sir.
Because Speaker Craddock allowed it to come to the floor, I'll put it that way, he and Chairman Hunter. So if that bill comes to the floor, I will be offering an amendment to name it the Governor Greg Abbott Interstate 35 Highway.
Yes, sir.
Are you with me?
It is a win-win for Texas.
Will you accept that amendment?
I'm not advised.
You're not advised about whether you would name this highway after the guy who signs or vetoes bills? They have to be dead. Oh, well.
That's not germane.
We'll change the law. They can be alive. So this is important because I know the governor's watching. Will you accept my amendment to name Interstate Highway 35 the Governor Greg Abbott Interstate Highway?
That's not germane.
It will be germane to that bill, and so the question is germane. Will you accept that amendment?
Still not germane.
So you're not going to answer the question. So you don't want to answer, you don't want to name Interstate 35 Highway after Governor Greg Abbott.
I'll let the body vote, and it's a win-win for Texas.
Governor, are you listening? I'm the one who's going to offer it, Governor. Where's the camera? There's the camera. Governor, I'm the one that's going. And it's going to be, I'm going to offer an amendment to name it the Governor Greg Abbott Interstate 35 Highway. It's going to be beautiful. You're going to love it.
It'll be a big, beautiful highway.
It's going to be a beautiful highway. It's going to be a great name.
Everybody want to be on Yes.
Ms. Troxclair, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions? She yields.
I think what our colleague Mr. Kane was trying to get to is something about a wagon. So can you tell us a story about a tradition in your district that involves a wagon?
Yes. Since I was 6 years old, I ride on the Saltgrass Trail Ride every year. That starts the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. It's for a week before the rodeo starts.
Okay, and how long is that ride?
It's for a week. It's every day for a week. We ride on horses from Cat Springs, Texas to Houston, Texas.
That's a pretty big commitment.
It's a big commitment. It's a fun commitment. It's a sore commitment.
Well, we've enjoyed seeing the photos. How many times have you run for office?
One time.
So, and how many times have you won?
I've won one time.
So you have 100% record.
Yep.
We are so glad that you're here. You're a wonderful addition to the Texas House.
Thank you. I have to finish reading the bill.
Smooth passage.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Schaffner.
Chair recognizes Ms. Schaffner on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, this amendment is acceptable to the author and is meant to reflect the changes made in the committee of the House Companion Bill. Additional language instructs Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to adopt necessary rules to keep our accreditation standards in line with federal requirements for financial aid. I move.
Mr. Schofield, for what purpose? Ms.
I
Schaffner.
move adoption.
Ms. Schaffner sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Schofield, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield?
Gentlelady
I will
yields.
yield for questions.
She yields for questions.
Glad you were paying attention. So, Ms. Schaffner, did you just put an amendment on this bill?
Yes, I did.
How long have you been working on this bill?
January 14th.
So you've been working on this bill for months and you didn't get it right the first time and had to put an amendment on your own bill on the floor?
The Senate,
Was your bill acceptable to the author?
yes,
Okay. I would assume if it wasn't, you'd have a problem.
I would.
So, Ms. Schaffner, are you the first member of your family that I've met?
No, I'm not.
So how long have I known your father and your brother?
Many years.
Probably 20 years? All throughout your campaign when you were running for office, your brother, who I see all the time, did he ever one time tell me that the Schaffner who was running was a member of the Wilson family?
He did not.
Was he ashamed of you?
No, he didn't know.
He didn't know you were running for the House?
Well, not until later on.
So on the week before you were elected, when your brother finally told me that that was his sister who was running, which he did obliquely, saying, "Take care of my girl," which I didn't know what that meant. What did he tell me to do? Do you know?
I'm not advised.
Basically, he told me to take care of you, and I feel like I've failed because we've gotten all the way to April 30th and you haven't passed a bill yet. So maybe I should get off the mic so you can pass it.
Thank you so
Thank
much. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Schaffner voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 108 ayes and 26 nays. Senate Bill 530 is passed to third reading. Ms. Schaffner moves to lay House Bill 1705 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2607. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2607 by Wharton, relating to the terms of the members of the Board of Hospital Managers and Leasing Authority of the Walker County Hospital District.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wharton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2607 updates the terms of the members of the Walker County Hospital Board and allows the board to lease all or part of its property. Thank you, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Ms. Jones voting aye. 134 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 2607 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3556. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3556 by Vasut, relating to certain structures located near a national wildlife refuge.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of HB 3556 on the
Bring-
ground that the caption fails to give us reasonable notice.
Bring your point of order down. Ms. Zwiener raises a point of order against further consideration of the committee's substitute for HB 3556 under Rule 8, Section 1A1 on the grounds that the caption fails to give reasonable notice of the subject of the proposed measure. The caption states the bill relates to certain structures located near a national wildlife refuge. Ms. Zwiener presented uncontested evidence that the bill would apply to areas that are located over 70 miles from the refuge. The caption's use of the term near is misleading and thus does not give reasonable notice to individuals who might be affected by the bill. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. Mr. Hunter for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for Committee on Calendars to meet while the House is in session today at 5 p.m. in room E2018 to consider a calendar.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Leach for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence to meet while the House is in session today at 5:15 p.m. in room 3W15 to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following announcements, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence will meet today at 5:15 p.m. in room 3W.15 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 138. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 138 by Dean relating to the establishment of the Health Impact, Cost, and Coverage Analysis Program, authorizing a fee.
Mr. Dean for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration HB 138 until 5:05 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3689. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3689 by Hunter relating to funding of excess losses and operating expenses of the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association, authorizing an assessment, authorizing a surcharge.
Chairperson, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. And Dr. Oliverson's here, and our representatives, Kane, Vasut, and a bunch of Wharton and everybody, Morgan. This is an agreed upon, finally, TWIA bill. You may never have to hear us again after this week. We have two amendments for comptroller is going to be finding a new set of funding. It's been 2 years. Dr. Oliverson started it 3 years ago. We got the comptroller involved, and I want to thank you, sir, for all your work. Thank you for all the legislators. Mr. Speaker, I have two amendments, one that is comptroller language, and then one other which is TWIA language.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hunter.
Mr. Hunter.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is basically dealing with payment of excess losses under the insurance code, and it provides the protection that we are in the funding that you set up, Dr. Oliverson, and our coastal legislators. I move adoption.
Mr. Hunter sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hunter.
Check out Mr. Hunter on the amendment.
And again, thank you, members. This is the comptroller section that allows the financing to take place, and I move adoption.
Mr. Hunter sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Hunter to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your help, Dr. Oliverson, all the coastal legislators that are up here and sitting down, and I just want to let you know we appreciate you. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. Dean voting aye. Mr. Paul voting aye. Mr. Oliverson voting aye. Mr. Frank voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 124 ayes and 10 nays. House Bill 3689 is passed to engrossment. Please excuse Mr. Gerdes and Mr. Tepper to attend a meeting on the Committee on Calendars on motion of Representative Guillen. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Mr. Romero, for what purpose? Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1788. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1788 by Hernandez.
Chair has missed.
Relating to continuing education for barbers and cosmetologists on identifying and assisting victims of sexual assault, domestic violence, and human trafficking.
Chair represents Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. According to the CDC, 1 in 4 women and 1 in 7 men will experience physical violence by their intimate partner at some point during their lifetimes. About 1 in 3 women and nearly 1 in 6 men experience some form of sexual violence during their lifetimes. And in Texas, according to the 2023 DPS report, there were almost 250,000 victims of family violence, almost 17,000 victims of sexual assault, and over 500 cases of human trafficking. And these are just the reported numbers. We know the actual numbers are likely higher. This bill would add domestic violence, human trafficking, and sexual assault awareness training to the continuing education license requirements for cosmetologists and barbers.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Luther, for what purpose?
does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Not at this time, if I can
Not at this
finish my
time.
list.
Thank you.
Salons are one of the few places that individuals who are being abused or trafficked are able to go without supervision, and stylists often develop close relationships with their clients. This places them in a unique position to recognize signs of potential abuse when interacting with clients, but this bill would not require them to have to report any abuse. This training would be incorporated in the current continuing education requirements, which are 4 hours every 2 years, and if incorporating this awareness training can lead to a stylist to refer even a few clients to a hotline or a program, there is potential to make an impact and even save lives. I yield for questions.
Ms. Luther, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions, please?
The gentlelady yield for questions?
I do.
Gentlelady
Thank
yields
you.
for questions.
Thank you. As most people know, I own a salon, so I've talked to my, I call them tenants, the people that work in my salon about this. Who pays for the training?
It's incorporated into the CLE requirements. It's not any additional training.
So who pays for that?
The stylist.
So the stylist has to pay for this training?
To maintain their license.
Okay. And obviously, we always sympathize with people that have, I mean, anybody that's been abused, sex trafficked, obviously, that is a big deal. But I want to also say that they have to take time out of their not making money working on clients. Anytime they're away from their chair, they're not making money. So I just want to say that I don't really agree that this should be part of their training. You go there to get your hair trained. You go there to get your hair cut or whatever you're supposed to do, and it's not something that they should feel obligated to do. I think it should be on a voluntary basis, not mandated to the stylist. So I just wanted to make sure that people were clear on that. Thank
Yes,
you.
and as I mentioned, this is not any additional requirement. The stylists are already required to have continuing education every 2 years for 4 hours. This is just providing that within those 4 hours because we know that there's a potential to save lives if they even have a hotline number to share with someone to save their life, because that is the only time that they're away from their abuser and might be able to open up to someone that can help them. I move passage.
Please excuse Ms. Lopez, Mr. Hunter, Mr. Leach, and Mr. Harris because of a meeting on the Committee on Calendars. A motion of Mr. Munoz. Is there objection? Chair has none, so ordered. Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Simmons voting aye. Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? 85 ayes, 48 nays. House Bill 1788 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out House Bill 45 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 45 by Hull, relating to the duty of the Attorney General to prosecute human trafficking criminal offenses.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Mayor, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 45. Under Rule 8, Section 1, the House rules on the grounds that the caption fails to give reasonable notice.
Bring your point of order down.
The point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Ms. Hull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members,
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 45 under Rule 4, Section 32, subsection 2, on the ground of the bill analysis does not properly describe the bill.
Please bring your point of order down front.
The point of order has been withdrawn. Chair recognizes Ms. Hull on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, according to the National Human Trafficking Hotline, Texas is historically ranked as number 2 in the nation for human trafficking case reports. In 2023, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children received over 18,420 reports of possible sex trafficking in the U.S. and 28,800 cases of children reported missing. Tragically, it is estimated that as many as 1 in 6 runaway children are likely victims of sex trafficking, which disproportionately affects children involved in our child welfare system. Even harder to find is data on the transnational criminal and terrorist organizations that traffic labor and sex through our state. I am sickened to see the number of ads on known commercial sex trafficking sites that come up from our top 10 cities. In a 3-month period alone, there are hundreds of thousands of ads, with my hometown of Houston being number 1. Houston also leads in illicit massage businesses, which total over 1,400 statewide. In 2021, we had 247 statewide arrests for trafficking of persons. In 2023, this number had dropped to 141. To ensure we are using every tool available to the state to put these evil perpetrators behind bars, this bill would give the Attorney General the duty to prosecute human trafficking cases if local prosecutors have not acted within 6 months. It also requires local prosecutors to share information on cases, which would allow for the AG to see if there are large multi-jurisdictional cases. Members, it is incumbent upon us to make sure that we are exhausting all means possible to put these heinous traffickers behind bars and bring justice for survivors of human trafficking. We want to ensure that no trafficking victim is left behind and that there is always a second set of eyes reviewing these cases. Texas has invested huge resources in combating human trafficking cases, and we should fully leverage those resources.
Speaker, for purpose?
Will lady yield for questions?
Gentlelady yield for questions.
Yes, I do.
She yields for questions.
Ms. Hull, I think your explanation of how horrific these crimes are right on point. And I don't think you're going to find anybody here to disagree that human trafficking and sex trafficking are serious offenses. They're complicated cases in a lot of instances and can be very complicated in prosecution. I think the entire body would agree with that. But your bill is putting a construct in the law. I just want to walk through the way it works as you have it here on the floor. Law enforcement, when a case is presented to a prosecutor, local prosecutor, on human trafficking or sex trafficking, or certain offenses that are delineated in the bill, correct?
Say that again?
The notice provisions, the new notice provisions. Under what crimes are we giving notice?
Yes, under human trafficking.
Okay. And that notice goes, that notice is coming from whom?
The notice to who?
That
Say
notice is being given by whom and to whom under your bill?
A law enforcement agency would then submit that, the first part, Section A.
Okay.
A law enforcement agency that submits to a local prosecuting attorney a report.
Okay. And then in conjunction with that, under the terms of the bill, they would send that same notification to the Attorney General's office. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, your bill then permits the Attorney General's office to request, and a local prosecutor must provide any documentation relating to the investigation to the Attorney General's office at their request.
Only after 6 months.
Well, the request for information is after 6 months?
Correct.
Okay.
So the only thing that goes to the Attorney General is the initial case. Everything else, no other information goes to them until after the 180 days, the 6 months.
Okay.
And
so,
we do have an amendment to help clarify.
Understood. And I know we can discuss that when we get to it. At that point, you have a 6-month provision that says if they haven't moved forward with the case, the Attorney General without consent of the local prosecutor, can take the case. Is that correct?
If there has been no action,
Would that include a prosecutor making the decision that there wasn't sufficient evidence to move forward on a case?
they would then have that conversation, and I'm sure the Attorney General would also decide that there was not enough.
No, I would say, like, so the power of the prosecutor, and you would agree that the prosecutors are constitutional officers, correct?
Yes,
These are officers that have powers under our Constitution.
yes.
Okay. Is one of those powers under Article 5, Section 21, as the prosecutor representing the state in any crimes that occur in their jurisdiction?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. But this isn't a constitutional amendment in front of the body today.
No, that is not no, it is not.
If prosecutors are constitutional officers and are constitutionally defined to be able to be the attorney representing the state in criminal cases that take place in their jurisdiction, why would we not need to change the Constitution to provide this authority to the Attorney General's office? Because under the terms of the bill, the Attorney General, without the consent of the local prosecutor, can simply take the case.
Under Article 4, Section 22, there's a provision that says unless otherwise expressly directed by law.
Okay. And are you familiar with the State versus Stevens
Yes.
decision?
Yes.
A decision that said that the claim of 70 years of legislatively granted authority for criminal prosecution of election law violations, that the AG has that power, is false? That the legislature has done so in violation of the Constitution? That's the holding in that court case?
It is my understanding that the Court of Criminal Appeals decision in that case is counter and irreconcilable with precedents set and repeatedly upheld by the Supreme Court of Texas in numerous different cases.
Okay, but the case law in State versus Stevens is still good law today, is it not? Has there been any other further court cases that have overturned that opinion since the denial for rehearing in 2022?
Right, it has not been overturned, but it is my understanding that Stevens reasoned that the Office of the Attorney General and local prosecutors cannot both concurrently prosecute criminal matters without violating separation of powers principles. Any overlap in these responsibilities must be on a case-by-case basis.
Okay.
HB 45 allows the Office of the Attorney General to represent the state in the prosecution of human trafficking only after local prosecutors have had 6 months to bring their own prosecutions and have chosen not to bring any action. By creating a protected time when only local prosecutors may bring charges, this bill creates separation of the areas of operation for local prosecutors on the one hand and the Office of the Attorney General on the other.
Sorry, go ahead.
Therefore, I believe this satisfies the Stevens requirement that the overlap between local prosecutors and the OAG in this space only occur on a case-by-case basis.
Also, in previous case law back in 1957, the courts struck down such a law where the legislature purported to give this authority. Are you aware of the Shepard v. Alaniz case?
I do not, but I do not believe that is the controlling law here.
Understood. So what happened was after Shepard, the legislature came back in 1973 and recodified that. And in fact, that is what led to the confusion that was ultimately rectified in Shepard. Sorry, Stevens. Would you agree with me that the power of a prosecutor includes not only the power to prosecute cases, but also to get to decide what cases are not prosecuted?
Yes.
So, under your bill, if a local prosecutor has evaluated and made those decisions, and I'm not saying they can do that in 6 months or not, because these cases are extremely complex. In a lot of ways, the victims are complex, sometimes hard to keep track of. And 6 months, in the world of criminal prosecution, 6 months is a very short period of time. But you would agree with me if a prosecutor had evaluated a case and decided that there was not sufficient evidence to move forward on that case, the bill as written today would still give the authority of the Attorney General at that 6 month period the opportunity to take that case and move forward with it, regardless of what the local prosecutor says.
But again, that's only after, if they have done not a single thing on the case.
But what about them investigating and deciding not to move forward with a prosecution? That's covered under the bill as well, is it not?
That's when they would have a conversation about about the case.
Well, but respectfully, the bill doesn't require a conversation. It says the Attorney General can take it. And there is nowhere else in the law that we have this authority, because the constitutional provisions relating to prosecutors bars it without consent of the local prosecutor. And you talked a little bit about separation of powers. Under this bill, the legislature, by the terms of the bill, is saying within 6 months, a prosecutor has to do X. Otherwise, the case can be taken away. So the legislature is now going to step in and tell another branch of government how they are supposed to proceed, and takes over control of their preparation for trial. Is that not a separation of powers issue?
It does not take over control. They have 6 months to do anything on the case.
My point is it within the legislature's purview to tell another branch of government how to proceed and prepare for a trial that's within their constitutional power to prosecute? It is not.
The bill does not infringe on their power. It merely allows them to step in.
But I don't think that's what it does. It does infringe on their authority on how they prepare their case for trial. By setting an arbitrary 6-month deadline, that is telling a prosecutor how they have to conduct their business in their office and how to prepare for a trial, and the legislature is overstepping into another branch of government.
I disagree.
Okay, I appreciate it. I guess we can all disagree on these issues, but I don't know. Can you point me to another place in the law where the legislature has said certain prosecutions have to move forward by a certain time period, otherwise the Attorney General can take them over, or some other prosecuting entity could take them over?
I am not advised at this time, but the penal code has plenty provisions on deadlines.
Yeah, correct. Deadlines that they have to meet within the confines of due process and bringing things forward, statute of limitations. This is the legislature, though, stepping in and telling them how to move forward, even within the confines of statutes of limitation and due process provisions. The legislature is now stepping in, pursuant to this bill, and telling them within 6 months they've got to take a certain action. Otherwise, unconstitutionally, in my opinion, the Attorney General can take the case away from them without their consent. Is that the way this works?
No, it is not. It is not a certain action. It's any action. So it's not saying that something has to be filed. It is any action, and part of the amendment that I have helps to clarify that as well.
No, and I did have a chance to look at a little bit of that, so I know that we're going to get to that part of the conversation. So I don't want to belabor the point. I do want to say that these are horrific crimes that we all need to take very seriously. And you said, right, we got to look out for the victims in these cases.
Yes, I agree. I want
That's
to make
really
sure
what we need to
that
be
they're
we need to be
prosecuted.
centered on, right? Victim-centric. As someone who served in a prosecutor's office, who's worked with the victims assistance teams, I know it's very sensitive work. I know it's very difficult work. And some of these victims, as I stated before, are very complex and complicated themselves. And so these cases can take a significant amount of time to come forward. In fact, sometimes you can move forward with certain cases and then decide that you want to go through other statutory provisions that you think you can make the case better, that you can do better with other penal code provisions. But if we're making this arbitrary 6-month deadline, then those decisions are being unilaterally taken away from the constitutional officers that have the authority to prosecute those cases in their jurisdiction. Is that not how it would work?
I just respectfully disagree. Victims are not served when the prosecutor does nothing. That this is to make sure that victims are served.
I agree, and we're going to talk about in just a little while victims that weren't served by the Attorney General's office. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Does the lady yield for questions?
Does the gentlelady yield? Gentlelady yields.
Representative Hall, thank you for this incredibly important bill. It seems to me that the purpose of the bill is to make sure that significant human trafficking prosecutions don't fall between the cracks. Am I stating that correctly?
Yes, you are.
And it seems to me that another purpose of this bill is to give the Attorney General an opportunity to prosecute crimes and elevate the Stevens decision back up for reconsideration so that incredibly poorly reasoned opinion can be reconsidered and we can have an opportunity to have these offenses prosecuted. Isn't that right?
Yes, that is
Thank
correct.
you. I ardently support it. Thank you for your work on this bill.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield for question?
I do.
Gentlelady yields.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I want to just kind of dumb it down for me a little bit. Where does the AG get involved? Where does the local prosecutor, what's their requirements? So from your understanding, you said after 6 months. So everyone agrees it's just like we've talked about rape kits sitting there and nothing happening with them. So your belief is that we have to do something if there's a case that's just been sitting and nothing on. So at what point in your bill do you instruct the local prosecutor to notify the AG of that case? Is that when it happens? So when they learn that there's somebody that's committed that offense, that they immediately notify the Attorney General that that type of situation has happened?
So when it first starts, when the case first starts, or with law enforcement, then the AG is notified. Nothing else happens. The district attorney does not have to notify beyond that the AG of anything else. They don't have to update them. They don't have to give them anything unless they're after 6 months. At 6 months, then the Attorney General, then it is on the Attorney General to check in with the DA. And part of our amendment clarifies, we're not on that, so I don't.
Yeah, that's okay. But your intent is, so this situation happens, then the Attorney General knows 6 months has elapsed since, case number whatever it is. AG reaches back out to the local prosecutor. Prosecutor says, yes, that's still an active case. This is what we've done. What satisfies the AG that is enough that they actually are working that case? Can they simply just give a verbal notification that something's going on? Do they have to show that there's been court case? What's happened?
No, nothing has to be filed. It could be anything. It could even be the investigator going and talking to a witness again. It could be anything. They just have to show that they are doing something. That does not mean that anything has To be filed.
So as long as the prosecution in the local prosecutor, the DA's office, shows that some progress is being made, and you said anything, are you going to...
The gentlelady's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask for an extension,
Mr. Romero,
please?
for what purpose?
Can we extend the time, please?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The gentlelady's time is extended.
I'll finish up quickly, Chairwoman. So as long as the local DA has documentation of their continuation with that case to prosecute, then at that point it'll be up to the DA. Is there going to be some resolution? What happens if there's discrepancy as to what is, in your eyes, action or non-action?
Well, my amendment also helps to clarify that. But again, if they have done any action whatsoever on this case, this bill would not apply.
Okay. All right. I'm looking forward to seeing your amendment. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Spiller, for what purpose?
Yes, will the gentlelady allow questions?
Yes.
Gentlelady yields for questions.
Right. Thank you. Ms. Hull, with regard to your legislation, the bill here, we talked for a minute, and Speaker Pro Tem Moody asked you some questions about the bill itself, and I want to follow up on some of those questions. And your bill seems to allow 6 months after the local law enforcement or the law enforcement authority notifies not only the local prosecution but also the Attorney General's office of the arrest of the information, and the AG's office can request that information. There's a 6-month time frame within which prosecutors can determine what they're going to do with that case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is it your understanding that these types of cases are actually can be fairly complex and maybe somewhat difficult to prosecute because of either uncooperative witnesses, witnesses that may be in other counties, witnesses that may be in other states, witnesses that may be in other countries? But if the local prosecutor, if they initiate, as your bill says, if they've not initiated proceedings to prosecute the offense, then it would go forward. But initiation of proceedings could be any of those things relative to the investigation of that case. Is that correct?
That is correct. And again, we have an amendment to help clarify that even further.
And I think Mr. Moody talked about if they chose not to prosecute, and is it your understanding that there are a couple ways they can do that? They can either just do nothing, which is what we're trying to combat here, or if they actually want to investigate and do something, within that time frame, they could investigate, they could contact witnesses, they could schedule a grand jury, they could present the evidence to a grand jury. And if in fact a grand jury no-billed someone, my understanding and my reading of this was that no-bill would preclude the Attorney General's office from prosecuting them for that offense in which they were charged, or at least the offense that was presented in the grand jury. Is that correct?
That is correct,
Right.
yes.
And so when we talk about taking no action and actually presenting a case to a grand jury and a grand jury no-billing someone, those are two entirely different things.
Yes,
Right.
completely different.
Likewise, he asked some questions about the Constitution. And first of all, with regard to district attorneys and county attorneys, although I would submit to you that district attorneys would be the ones primarily prosecuting these types of offenses, the authority that they have is that your understanding of the Constitution, under Article 5, Section 21, that those duties, as it says, shall in such counties be regulated by the legislature. So, such that this body has the authority to regulate what they prosecute. Although it's set forth in the Constitution, this body determines what they get to do, correct?
That is correct.
And likewise, when we're talking about the Constitution, we also have the provision dealing with the Attorney General's office under Article 4, Section 22, where they are allowed to perform such other duties as may be required by law, correct?
Yes.
And what you're asking this body to do is approve this so that they would be authorized by law to do exactly what your bill has asked them to do.
Yes, that is
correct. You think
correct.
that's a fair request?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for a question?
Yes, sir, I
Gentlelady
do.
yields for questions.
Thank you. Under the bill, it says if the local prosecutor takes an action, any action, I think what you said, any action that would basically send us down another track. It wouldn't go to the Attorney General. Is that right?
Can you repeat that? Sorry, I'm
Yeah.
struggling to hear.
Okay, I thought I heard you say that if the prosecutor takes any action, that would be enough to, would suffice taking it out of the hands of the Attorney General.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And would a no bill be an action?
Yes.
And likewise, would a motion to dismiss with prejudice from the prosecutor be an action?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I
Oh,
didn't.
yes, yes.
Okay, so if the prosecutor no bill, that would be, with prejudice, that would be the end of the case.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I have an amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from the Senate at the door of the House.
please admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. SB 1.
Thank you, messenger. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hull.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment does a few different things that helps to clarify a lot of what has already been talked about. Can walk through it. When it talks about information requested, we're changing it to say requested information that has not been made publicly available. This is so when the Attorney General is reaching out to the district attorney to ask about what is going on, if information is publicly available, things that they can find themselves, then they do not need to reach out to the DA if they can already see that action has been taken. The other has to do with where it says initiated proceedings. We are changing that to say taken prosecutorial action. And so to change that again to where it's any action, not just a proceeding, to make that broader. The other, when we talk about, where it's on 4, Section B, this is when there would be a disagreement. If the Attorney General wants to take up the case and the district attorney disagrees, they can take that to a district court where they have to have a finding where the local prosecuting attorney has taken prosecutorial action to prosecute the offense and determine whether the Attorney General or the local prosecuting attorney shall represent the state in the prosecution of the offense. I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentlelady yields for questions.
Okay. So I'm going to focus more on the second portion, taken prosecutorial action. Previously, as the bill came to the floor, it was initiated proceedings, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So now we've changed that to taken prosecutorial action, which I assume is meant to capture a broader category of actions.
Yes, that is correct.
Because initiated proceedings may have meant taking the case to a grand jury or made a actually started the case forward. So this is an attempt to gather more activity that would be considered taking an action, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where in the process does the local prosecuting attorney get to file this motion to object to the state being represented by the Attorney General?
It would be after 6 months.
So after the 6 months, the Attorney General does what?
They will reach out to the district attorney to see the status of the case. But again, if anything, and part of the other amendment has to do with requested information that has not been publicly made available. So if the Attorney General sees that action has been taken, then they do not even need to bother the district attorney.
Well, so that's what I'm trying to pin down here, though. Not so much the informational part of it, but there is a new provision in the amendment that they get to file a motion in front of a district court objecting to the Attorney General's representation of the state. So does that then presume that the Attorney General has entered an appearance on behalf of the state without the consent of the local prosecutor?
Can you repeat that? I only heard
Just
part
me-
of the question.
No, it's okay. I'm sorry. Mechanically, you've added in a provision that would permit the local prosecuting attorney to object to the Attorney General representing the state in a particular matter in a district court.
Yes, yes.
So what action are they responding to?
Yes, when the AG steps in, if they're going to take over the case,
so
and if
they-
the DA disagrees.
So just functionally, that's why I want to get the timing of it down, because that's really kind of the crux of it.
Yes, all after 6 months.
I understand the 6-month thing. So 6-month timeline under the bill. The Attorney General's office decides to, if the bill becomes law, would enter an appearance on behalf of the state in a district court in whatever jurisdiction this case is in.
Yes,
And would they do that with or without the local prosecutor's consent?
yeah.
Well, I'll just ask it two ways. Could they do it with the local prosecutor's consent?
Yes.
Can they do it without the local prosecutor's consent?
If they have not taken any action, then yes, they could.
Prosecutorial action. So they enter an appearance. The local prosecuting attorney is now in a posture to object to that entry of an appearance in the district court. And now their posture is, we don't consent to this. We're objecting to their representation because they are the constitutional officer charged with prosecuting cases in their jurisdiction, and they now have to prove up in that district court what prosecutorial action they've taken.
Yes.
So nowhere in here are we involving our constitutional officers in the decision whether the state attorney general enters an appearance on behalf of the state in one of these cases. They can do that unilaterally. Nothing in this amendment changes that.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for a question?
Yes, I do.
Gentlelady yields for questions.
Okay, I try not to ask you the same questions that Speaker Moody asked, but when the local prosecutor files a motion in objection to the AG's appearance in the case, does that happen after the AG has filed the motion to appear in the case?
Not necessarily.
I'm trying to figure out how it happens. Does the AG file a motion to appear in the case? Is that what happens?
A notice of appearance. A notice of appearance.
And is that a motion that has to be approved by the court?
Yes, they have to make a finding and make a ruling.
The court would, on the AG's motion to appear, the court would have to make a finding at that point, and then
The prosecuting attorney would have to file.
so the AG's filing of the notice of appearance would necessitate the filing by the local prosecutor of an objection. Is that the way it would work?
Correct.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails so that we can hear the colleagues at the microphones.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry, we're struggling to hear.
I'm just trying to understand what the process dictates in terms of the AG would file a motion to appear in a case where the AG may believe that there had been no action taken on a case. Is that the first thing that happens?
Yes.
And in doing so, the court would have to rule on the motion, but is that the time in which the local prosecutor would have to file a motion objecting to the AG's appearance?
So the court will either allow it or rule on the objection.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you. You said the court
court
would.
Either allow it or to rule on the objection if the prosecution.
So if the
gentlelady's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Could we extend a time limit for this?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The gentlelady's time is extended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the local the AG will file a motion to appear, and would the court have to have a hearing on that motion?
If the prosecutor objects.
Only if the prosecutor objects. And so when it says the local prosecuting attorney may file a motion in a district court objecting, I assume that's in the district court where the proceeding lies. That's not, he couldn't go to a separate court and get a
Yes, that is correct.
ruling. Okay, and so the other thing I wanted to ask is, how many times could the Attorney General do this more than once in a same case?
I'm not understanding your question.
Well, if the court denied the motion of the Attorney General, I assume it's like most motions, they could be appealed, correctly?
I'm not advised.
Okay, well, what happens if the court denies the motion of the Attorney General?
You take it up on mandamus?
It did what?
Mandamus.
Oh, the AG's office could file a mandamus rather than appeal.
Yes.
And when he filed the mandamus, action would be kind of like an appeal almost, but what would be the basis for the mandamus?
Abuse of discretion by the court in making the findings.
And an abuse of discretion, the court would look to whether or not, because this dictates only one action, one thing needs to happen for the local prosecutor to maintain the case, and that's take an action of some kind in the case. Is that right?
Yes.
Well, how would an abuse of discretion work if the only facts underlying the case would be the local prosecutor took an action on the case?
would be factual insufficiency would be the basis.
And so it would be an examination of whether or not only whether or not the local prosecutor took a prosecutorial action, there would be some analysis of whether or not that was sufficient.
Yes.
I'm not sure how that would work, but let me ask this question finally. It says the court shall make a finding as to whether or not the local prosecutor attorney has taken prosecutorial action. That's not enough, is it? Because it says and, which is conjunctive, that they also have to determine whether the attorney general or the local prosecutor should represent the state. But what that seems to suggest is that it doesn't matter whether the local prosecutor has taken a prosecutorial action. Because you don't need an if the local prosecutor taking a prosecutorial action is enough to defeat the entry of the attorney general, the appearance of the attorney general.
With the amendment, you have to make both findings.
Well, that's what I mean. So the local prosecutor could actually take a prosecutorial action, and the attorney general still could have a ruling that he or she is still taking the place of the local prosecuting attorney.
Yes.
Even though they took a prosecutorial action.
A trial court could rule that way.
I didn't
A trial
understand.
court could rule that way.
And so what I just said is something that could actually happen?
Yes.
So what would be the standard the court would be looking for to determine that whether the attorney general or the local prosecutor would represent the state?
That would be up for the appellate court to decide.
That would be up for the appellate court. Well, okay, I'm not sure what that means. But let me be sure I understand finally. It is not enough under the amendment that the local prosecutor has taken a prosecutorial action. Is that true or false?
There would have to be two findings.
Okay. And the first finding is that whether they took a prosecutorial action. What's the next finding? What's the second one?
To determine whether the Attorney General or the local prosecuting attorney shall represent the state in the prosecution of the offense.
Well, that's what the whole question is about, isn't it?
Yes.
So we don't need whether or not the local prosecutor has taken a prosecutorial action.
I believe it's important to have that in there.
Yeah, but it's not important to the final ruling, though, is it?
You have to make both findings, one of the two. You have to make both.
Well, let me ask it this way. Let me ask it in the reverse. If the court made a finding that the local prosecutor had not taken a prosecutorial action, what would be the result then, just of that? What would be the result of the case if the court made just that one finding?
Made which one finding?
Made a finding that the local prosecutor had not taken a prosecutorial action.
That the Attorney General would be allowed to prosecute.
That what?
that the Attorney General would be allowed to prosecute.
So it works that way when he hasn't taken a prosecutorial action. That's all you need. But if he has taken a prosecutorial action, you still need to determine whether or not the court would still need to determine whether the Attorney General or the local prosecutor would take the case. I mean, you understand what I'm saying? It doesn't seem to be a balanced approach because if they don't make a finding, you're saying that defaults to the Attorney General. But if they do make a finding, then the court still has to make the determination.
You're saying on number 2, whether it's the Attorney General or the local prosecutor, they have to decide either one.
Right. Well, that's what the whole issue is, isn't it? The issue is whether or not the Attorney General or the local prosecuting attorney will represent the state. That's what the issue is, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so the way the amendment seems to be drafted is, and what I understood you to say is that if the court makes a finding that...
The gentlelady's time has expired.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Hull sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
Chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I just want to kind of zero in on the functional parts of this and why I think it matters. Because I don't think you're going to find anybody here that doesn't want to prosecute these cases to the fullest extent of the law. In fact, we've passed bills after bills after bills on human trafficking and sex trafficking. In fact, one of the first committees that I was appointed to during the interim was the Select Committee on Human Trafficking, and it was a joint select committee with the Senate, the first of its kind, and it led to some revolutionary laws that helped prosecutors figure these cases out and bring them forward successfully. In fact, it was done in partnership with our friends at TABC, because if you don't know the early days of prosecuting these types of crimes, it was TABC that really created the strike force that they understood how to get into some of these legal businesses that were doing illicit activity out the back door, and they had the right to inspect. And so there was a lot of partnerships going on. Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation does the same thing now. And so there's a lot of good collaboration. I want to be very clear. I am not against collaboration. In fact, in a lot of cases, that is the best way to go forward and find a good prosecution. What I do object to is doing this in an unconstitutional fashion. Our 1876 Constitution is unique in a lot of ways when you look at it as compared to other states. We divided our government up into 3 distinct branches like others do, but unlike the federal government and other states, we housed our criminal prosecutions with our local prosecutors in the judicial branch. That is where they sit. In the executive branch is where the Attorney General's office is, and they have authority to prosecute a whole number of things that are laid out, but not criminal prosecutions. It's never been that way. No matter what the legislature has tried to pass, that is not the way the Constitution is built. We have separated those for a purpose. And those actions matter. So when we do this, how we do it also matters. And that's why I'm bringing forward this amendment, which does no violence to Ms. Hull's bill, which is let's get these things moving. Let's get another set of eyes on this. I don't object to that. It's a good idea. But how we do it matters. And I know we've been here all day, and I don't want to get into the nuances of all these laws, but
Mr. Speaker.
the way we, one second, I'm sorry. The way this amendment works, in conjunction with Ms. Hull's bill and her amendment, all still intact, this does not conflict with it in any way, is it preserves the consent of the local prosecutor. It doesn't upend the 6-month provision. It doesn't upend the information being shared back and forth. In fact, it fosters collaboration. That is what this amendment does. It does no violence to the core principle. And Ms. Hull stood up here, and I believe her. Other people may say that this bill is about getting a test case. I don't think that's the real reason. I think it's that Ms. Hull wants to make sure that victims are taken care of. And I believe in that too. And so this does no violence to that underlying purpose, but it inserts our constitutional officers, our prosecutors back home, into the process so that there is collaboration by virtue of the bill, not a takeover of a case. That's not collaboration. This is the better way to do this and would allow the Attorney General to enter into these cases when they're working together with our local prosecutors. Those are the best case scenarios when done correctly. And so that's what this amendment does.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for a question or two?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Speaker Moody, one of the points that was brought up by the author was that some of these cases may be statewide. You know, these rings that may be going all over our state. Do you, the people that are doing these things, do you as someone that's worked in a prosecutor's office believe that a DA doesn't coordinate with other law enforcement agencies or wouldn't bring in the AG?
I think very often you do have complex networks that would touch multiple jurisdictions.
Correct.
Right? And so you would have collaboration in those cases. And so that's my point, is that no one here is against collaboration. It is the way in which we do it so that we preserve the boundaries that we created between the branches of government in a way that fosters collaboration and not conflict. Conflict doesn't help the victims. Collaboration helps the victims. And so by inserting our prosecutors locally into these conversations about information sharing, about bringing the Attorney General's office into a case, putting them in that position to collaborate is a better structure to get these cases moving faster. And the 6-month provision is still in here under my amendment. I didn't touch any of those provisions. All of that's still here. All that's been done here is that the local district attorney, county attorney is going to need to consent to those stages of the process and keeps them engaged in the collaborative prosecution of these cases. They could also make the decision to just hand it off if they're a small office and they want to do that. That's also, they could do that today.
Yeah, well, that's the point that I was hoping you would make and elaborate on, because I feel very confident that the Tarrant County DA and Phil Sorrells, would communicate with the Johnson County DA, because as our communities continue to grow and they grow together, the locals, I would feel like, know best. And I don't know what would happen when an Attorney General's office comes in and do they just turn over the investigator to some completely new investigators? Could we be dropping cases? Could we actually be doing a disservice to the people that we're purportedly trying to help?
I think that's a very good question.
Mr. Speaker, could we get order?
Members, please take your conversations outside the rails.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. I think that's a very good question. Because when you create unilateral authority to come in and take a case, those victims don't get to decide whether their cases are being worked properly or not. And it wasn't very long ago that because of turnover and staff shortage in the Attorney General's office, that major sex trafficking crimes were dropped through the cracks, leading a Republican district attorney in Gatesville to say, I made the mistake of trusting them that they would come in and do a good job. That's a Republican district attorney in Coryell County that said that about the way the victim's case was handled by the Attorney General's office. So all I'm saying is that that DA in Coryell County should get to be able to say whether they think that office is functioning well enough to collaborate with or not. Because if it's running on all cylinders, I guarantee you that case would have ended up differently. But if it's not, then that prosecutor needs to be able to protect their community. That's their job. And all I'm saying is don't take that power away from them. It is constitutionally given to them. Let them collaborate. In Bexar County, there was another example, where you had a 16-year-old that was part of a sex trafficking ring. The mother of that victim said, I don't even trust the system anymore. When the people that were charged with those crimes, they ended up taking plea deals that kept them out of jail and even kept them from having to register as sex offenders. That's not victim-centric.
Yeah.
So let's make sure that our local DAs, who are the frontline protectors for those victims. In fact, when we have victim services offices, they are housed in our prosecutors' offices. Why? Because they're the ones that have to care for them. They're the ones that have to hold their hand through the process, and it is a difficult process. And I've been in the rooms with those victims as they're re-victimized going through this stuff, and it is challenging.
Yeah.
Let's not take those trusted local elected officials out of this process. That's all the amendment would do, is it keeps them in the mix so that collaboration works for those victims.
Well, Speaker Moody, I believe that the author shares your passions for the victims, and I don't believe that anybody in this body should not be listening to what we're talking about right now, and that we cannot drop the ball. Is there anything in the bill that tells us what's going to happen if nothing happens again?
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, could I extend just to finish this statement, sir? Extend time.
Is there objection?
First extension.
There is objection. All those in favor of extending the gentleman's time, vote aye. All those opposed, vote no. It's a division vote.
Appreciate you.
Strike the board. The gentleman's time is strike the board. The gentleman's time is extended.
Thank you, members. This is not something, this is important enough to every single person in this room. My desk mate, I don't think there's very many people in here, as I served with her on licensing, and Symphonia Thompson, our dean, that is working harder on sex trafficking. So Speaker Moody, I didn't see anything in the bill that says what happens after a month if the AG doesn't do anything. So what happens after 6 months, and now it's in the hands of the Attorney General? What do we tell the families if once again nothing is happening?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question, and I don't know how I would answer the mother of this 16-year-old child who had this case fall through the cracks when it was being handled by the AG's office just a few years ago, or the district attorney in Coryell County. I don't have an answer for them. My point is, these problems may not exist in that office anymore, and I hope they don't, because that's not good for Texas. And if they don't exist, and we have a good collaborative working relationship between our local prosecutors and our attorney general, that's best for everybody. That's a winning combination for the victims of crime in this state. And that's why I'm asking the author to take this amendment, because I agree with you wholeheartedly. I know what her focus is on this, and is bringing resolution for those victims, and holding people accountable for the vicious crimes they've committed. But we don't do that by cutting out our local prosecutors, who are best suited to understand their needs and are constitutionally charged with prosecuting crimes in their jurisdiction. Yeah. Let's just, if we want to do this, the way that the bill came to the floor, bring a constitutional amendment. If you want to do it within the confines of the Constitution as it is now, let's do it this way. And let's keep these local prosecutors involved in the decision. Like I said, this doesn't upend any of the timelines, any of the structures of the bill as it came to the floor. All this says is, let's respect our local district attorney and county attorney and keep them in the process. And if we do that in a collaborative fashion, we're all going to win. Most importantly, the victims are going to win.
Thank you for keeping them on the front of mind. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you. Chairman Moody, I'm trying to understand how this process would work. And on what basis would an attorney general decide to get into a case? I don't, that's kind of escaping me. Does he just read the newspaper and make that decision? Or does he ask the local prosecuting attorney for some files on it, or how?
Well, and so I'll answer it within the confines of my amendment here. If the amendment goes on, the way that would work is that notification with the consent of the local prosecutor can be sent off to the Attorney General's office so they're aware of it. But now the way the amendment's written, both the local prosecutor and the AG are collaborating from the get-go. And the local prosecutor is saying, I want them to have that information. And then the supplemental information, they agree to that too. And then if they want to come in, if they think it's the right thing to do, the way it would work with the amendment is that the local prosecutor would consent to the Attorney General's office coming into the case. They could do it one of two ways. They could do it together, or they could hand the case off to the Attorney General's office to handle as a whole. That's the way the amendment will work, but it keeps our local prosecutor involved in the decision making.
Would that decision by the local prosecutor be voluntary?
Under my amendment, it would be. It wouldn't be compulsory. Under the bill as it came to the floor, it's a unilateral decision. And that's really kind of the crux of the matter for me, is to respect our constitutional boundaries and also respect our prosecutors that have a very important job in each one of our communities to protect their community from crime and also stand up for the victims of crime.
And so, under your amendment, the local prosecutor has to voluntarily send over whatever files or copies of files to the Attorney General's office.
It would put them in the discussion of whether to engage or not. And if they want to engage, then all of the things under the bill continue to move forward. The 6-month deadline is also something that continues to move forward.
Well,
but the difference between the bill unamended and if this amendment went on is that you are making sure that there is a local prosecutor involved in that decision making.
And if the local prosecutor, let me turn it on its head. If the local prosecutor made the decision not to send any information to the Attorney General's office, is there something in here that would cause that to be changed?
In the amendment?
Yes.
No, it would have to be done with their consent.
That would have to be done what?
It would have to be done with the prosecutor's consent.
Okay.
And so then, ultimately they're going to be accountable for those decisions that they make.
And if the prosecutor, again, decides, I'm not sending you anything, the Attorney General says, I'd like to have the information, there's no penalty, there's nothing in here that would suggest that you could even have a mandamus on the part of the Attorney General's office, is it?
No, with the amendment, you would put the local prosecutor in the decision-making
In
tree.
charge.
Yeah, and so, your hope would be, and I do think this would be the case. I think in reality, the way this was going to work with this amendment on it is that a local prosecutor, they know their bandwidth, they know their ability to move forward on cases, and they're going to make a decision on how to handle complex litigation like this. And my guess is 9 times out of 10, they are going to reach out to the Attorney General's office and seek that help. But that decision should be theirs, because that's what the Constitution says.
Right. And I know this doesn't happen generally, but it seems to me that we're creating a kind of an opportunity for a local prosecutor to get out of a case.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, the prosecutor says, well, no, I don't really want to deal with it, so I'll just give it over to the Attorney General.
Well, and I mean, you look at an office like the Harris County office, while I'm sure they would not say that they have plenty of resources, they are a very well-resourced office.
Right.
But I know back in my county, particularly as we went through 2 changes of administration and a very high-profile mass murder case, and a lot of turnover, the bandwidth in the office was very low.
Right.
On a good day, they would be able to probably take any of these cases and prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law. But in the current state of affairs, they're going to make the decision to reach out and collaborate, and they have. Right. But that decision needs to rest with our local prosecutors. And I'm telling you, if you talk to your local DA, they're going to agree with me.
Right.
Some of them may have already reached out to you because this is about preserving their constitutional authority.
Right. And finally, let me ask this question. Does the Attorney General have to take the case?
It's a good question. I don't think they can be compelled to take the case.
So even though the local...
I don't want to speak out of turn. I actually don't know.
I'm talking about the amendment. The amendment you have doesn't force the AG's office to take the case, even though the prosecutor may have
consented to it.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think there's a compulsory nature to that. No, I think obviously you've got to be willing and able to take on the case as well. So I think, like as I said, it's the collaboration that's the key.
Yeah.
And
okay.
that's what we're trying
thank
to
you,
get.
Mr. Chairman Moody.
Thank you.
Speaker Moody.
Members, I've had similar conversations like this throughout my time in the House. And the conversation always comes down to talk to your local prosecutor. They're the ones that are on the ground. They're the ones that are directly accountable to the folks they serve where these crimes are being committed. Their job is to prosecute these crimes. It is to protect these victims. And they will tell you, just don't cut me out of the process. And that's what this amendment does. I have no objection to collaborating with the Attorney General's office. I think I would encourage it in many of these cases because they are complex. And when that office is running at full steam...
The gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have to respectfully disagree with my friend, Speaker Pro Tem Moody, and I know his heart for these victims too, and everyone in this chamber. The amendment would undo the entire purpose of the bill, and so I have to respectfully oppose. We want to make sure that these cases are prosecuted. So I respectfully oppose and ask that you vote no.
Mr. Moody sends up an amendment. The amendment is... Oh, I'm sorry. Chair recognizes Mr. Moody to close on the amendment.
Thank you, members, and I certainly appreciate your attention. These are incredibly important issues, not just the cases, but when we're talking about constitutional boundaries and separation of powers. And I know that can get a little bit weighty, particularly at this time of night, but these are important barriers that we have in place that have been in place since 1876 for a reason. And if we want to encourage collaboration, this amendment does nothing to upend the goal of the bill, which is to get the Attorney General's office involved in these cases. And they will be, as long as we're following the provisions of the Constitution, that our local prosecutor, your DAs back home, play a role in this decision making. That's all I'm asking. I ask you to vote yes on the amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Moody sends up an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. This is a record vote. All of those in favor of the amendment vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Show the clerk. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bill. Show Ms. Hull voting nay. Show Mr. Shaheen voting nay. Show Mr. Morgan voting nay. Show Mr. McQueenie voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 64 ayes and 74 nays, the amendment is not adopted. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on, for, or against the bill? Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. First, let me say thank you to Chairwoman Hull. She and I came in together. We've always had a great working relationship, and I appreciate that she has taken time to talk to me about this particular bill. With that, though, I deeply oppose this legislation. In 2007, I was appointed to represent a 13-year-old little girl who was charged with prostitution. At the time, she was convicted. I believed that that was wrong, and it took me 3 years to get that case to the Texas Supreme Court, where the Texas Supreme Court proudly, for the first time in this nation's history, said that 13-year-old little girl was a victim and she was not the offender. I never imagined that in my life I would become a human trafficking expert. But I did over the 3 years that it took me to develop that case and get that analysis to our court. I am proud of what this state has done on human trafficking. I went back to the DA's office and became your chief human trafficking prosecutor in Harris County. I've taken these calls. I've sat with these kids. I've been in these courtrooms. And I will tell you, there is nobody here that wants to take a vote against human trafficking. I can walk into any place at any time and say, I'm your former chief human trafficking prosecutor, and let me tell you, people's eyes will light up. It's the kind of phrase that breaks down all barriers. It's the kind of phrase that breaks down all partisanship. And that's the thing that scares the hell out of me about this bill. Because this bill is suggesting to you that you need the Attorney General's office to shall reach in and supersede the jurisdiction and control of each and every one of your elected DAs under the promise that it has to do with human trafficking. I don't believe this. I don't believe you need this, and I have grave concerns of why. Because in January of 2016, the Attorney General's office created a new unit. And that new unit was supposed to do what they say now, which is to go into jurisdictions and help other counties that didn't have the same kind of robust prosecution unit that we did, and to help where people were not trained. In January of 2020, there was an article posted in the Texas District and County Attorney's Office by then Lisa Tanner that said, Happy New Year. I'm writing each of you to talk about the confusion of how you get the Attorney General to assist in your case for prosecution. Our review is the same. Upon receipt of your request, we will decide if we can accept it, either because you are disqualified or you need special assistance. Human trafficking would be one of those that was special assistance. Look halfway down the article, quote, please do not ask a judge to appoint us on a case before hearing from us that we will accept it. Additionally, if a judge indicates to you that he wants to appoint us, please urge him not to do so until the request and approval process has been completed. While we would like to help you in each and every request, we only have 20 prosecutors able to cover 254 counties. Well, guess how many prosecutors they have handling this today? Go look at the AG's website for today. You know how many they have? 7. This is not a good bill. This is not about human trafficking. This is about the Attorney General, regardless of who is in that office, having the unilateral power to supersede your elected local DA. We all should vote against this bill.
Chair recognizes Ms. Hull to close.
Move passage.
The question occurs on the passage to engrossment of HB 45. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Morgan voting aye. Show Ms. Hull voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 78 ayes and 62 nays, HB 45 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out HB 1612 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1612 by Frank, relating to direct payment for certain health care provided by a hospital.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'll try to do this again. This time I'm a little more awake. And when my classmate was asking me questions, I thought she was working against me. She actually likes the bill. She has an amendment. This merely sets, it doesn't set a cap, it just sets when hospitals charge uninsured patients, they simply can't charge, they can't, and I would call it discriminate, they can't charge more than 25% more than what they charge the average insured patient. They can charge whatever they want. It's not a cap. I do have an amendment, and then Ms. Collier has an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Frank.
Chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the amendment.
Thank you. It does two things. One, it just changes the word change to charge. It was just a typo, and then it clarifies that nothing in this bill can cause someone who is entitled to charity care not to receive that charity care. I move adoption.
Mr. Frank sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Collier.
Chair recognizes Ms. Collier to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there was a provision under this bill that says that the patient has to request the reduction, to trigger this bill to happen. My concern was, how would they know that they are entitled to request it? So what this amendment says is that once the hospital sends the bill or the final accounting, they have to notify the patient of the ability to make that request under subsection B. So it's just letting you know, they have to tell you that you can make that request. That's all. We just want people to know that they have this option available, and I move adoption.
Ms. Collier sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Frank to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate your support on the bill. It was a good bill before. It's a better bill with Representative Collier's amendment. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 1612. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Frank voting aye. Show Mr. Dean voting aye. Show Mr. Morgan voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 132 ayes and 7 nays, HB 1612 is passed to engrossment.
Chair lays out House Bill 138 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 138 by Dean, relating to the establishment of the Health Impact Cost and Coverage Analysis Program, authorizing a fee.
Chair has Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, one of the first things we started off as an insurance committee was to discuss ways that we could bring down the cost of insurance. We also looked at the various mandates and how we tried to better understand how they could impact the cost of our insurance. We worked on and have worked on transparency issues to make sure that the consumer understands what they're paying for, what they're getting, what they're not getting. We've talked about fraud and abuse. We've worked on effective and efficient delivery of insurance to our citizens and have tried to focus on those buckets. One of the big things I've learned so far is when you talk about insurance and you talk about the number of dollars that are involved in this state in all forms of our insurance, it's mind-boggling. I would say it's probably into $500, $600, $700 billion or more per year. And we all know what happens when you start talking about those types of dollars. It creates a frenzy when you start looking at trying to save our consumers money, because we may end up getting into some pots of gold that people don't really want us to get into. So one of the very first things that we did, and we were able to work with a lot of the stakeholders, you know, they, of course, they agree with you, and then there's a lot of misinformation put out and a lot of stories told, and that's fine. I accept that challenge. But one of the things we wanted to do was look at what are we doing about the rising health insurance costs. When we go home, we're going to hear about, obviously, property tax. We're going to hear about our appraised values, but let me assure you, you're hearing about people's home insurance continuing to skyrocket. I know that firsthand because I saw mine go up 2 years in a row, 20%. We're going to hear about that. So HB 138 is a bill about cost reduction and transparency. After New Hampshire created a similar program in 2007, their state saw a 4% reduction in health insurance premiums over the next 5 years. Meanwhile, here in Texas, some years we've had 13% increases. HB 138 simply creates the health impact, cost, and coverage program at UT Health Science Center in Houston. When the state pays for something, we get a fiscal note so we can consider what that cost. But for mandates on private insurance, we don't talk about cost. We all know how this works, don't we? We cut our own ERS and TRS insurance so that the bill doesn't get a fiscal note. So Texas has removed itself from many of these mandates. So we're worried about the cost if the state has to pay, but we tell private employers basically we don't care. Well, private employers are telling us the cost increases are unsustainable. This bill does not expand government. This system is already in place with UT. They're already doing this. This bill uses existing data when requested to have UT Health generate a report similar to the fiscal note. Again, they're already doing this. We will not expand government. We will not create a fiscal note. I'll have an amendment shortly that lays out that this will be paid for through a fee by the providers. 29 other states, Florida, Ohio, Louisiana, Oklahoma, Tennessee, they already do this. You know, it's unbelievable to me that the state of Texas has more mandates in our code of insurance than the state of California. Please understand this. We're the state of Texas. We're trying to bring businesses in, but we're having a hard time with our businesses being able to insure their employees. Why? Because we've created a situation where our cost is so high they can't afford to pay for it. The little businesses, they can't afford to pay for this. This bill is supported by Texas 2036, TCC, the Texas Conservative Coalition, and the Texas Association of Business. It's good, it's limited government, fiscally responsible policy to understand We're simply asking to understand the financial impact of any of our future legislative mandates. Existing mandates, it does not pertain to. Mr. Speaker, I do have a perfecting amendment. This amendment basically clarifies the language for UT Health Science Center and clarifies the assessment on health insurance companies.
Ms. Morgan, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Love to.
Gentleman yields for questions.
So, did I hear you right that the state of Texas has more mandates in their health insurance than the state of California?
That's correct.
And we're trying to lower the cost of health care for everybody so more people can afford it. Is that correct?
Well, I think you need to define we.
Well, okay.
You need
So,
to define who the we is.
The committee.
Our committee, excuse me, I won't talk over you, but our committee, and in close consultation with the speaker's policy people, we came up with the various buckets we wanted to work on this session to have some meaningful discussion and hopefully some meaningful bills like 138 to start the process of helping us reduce the cost of insurance for our citizens.
Right. And to simplify, basically all this bill is doing is using data that we've already collected in a different set and telling us how much that's going to increase the cost of insurance for consumers if we pass additional mandates. Is that correct?
Right. That's exactly right.
So very simply, this is a transparency bill to help us ensure that we understand the impacts and costs that it is to the people paying health insurance at home when we pass legislation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And one more thing. This bill does not have a fiscal note. Is that correct?
That's correct. The amendment that we'll lay out will show that.
Right. And so therefore, there's no impact to Texans, but it's going to inform legislators in future legislation to ensure that when they're passing bills, they understand the financial impact to the consumer at home. Is that right?
That's correct.
All
you know, and I appreciate you, Representative Morgan, as a member of our committee. Our other new freshman, Trey Wharton, both have been in insurance business, David Spiller. And I also want to recognize Dennis Paul. Dennis has been a warrior with this bill for the last 2 sessions. We came to an understanding of the things we wanted to do, and every bill that we've looked at, we've tried to weigh against what our collective understanding and agreement as members were that we wanted to try to accomplish. It does address cost, which is one of our buckets. It does address mandates. It does address transparency. It does address the effective, efficient delivery of insurance. You know, one of the reasons about 88% of our businesses in the state of Texas are self-funded or use an ERISA-type plan is so they can get around the state's mandates, okay? And ERS and TRS said, oh, us too. We don't want to meet those mandates. So if it's good for the state, it should be good, you know, for the little person, the little company trying to give a benefit to help recruit and retain employees. And this bill just says, hey, we're going to give you the fiscal note of what it costs of a mandate that we might propose in the future. And then we have other bills, hopefully, to come to the floor. We'll address additional items to do at mandate.
So, again, I want to point out one other clarifying point. So we exclude the health care benefit that we're on here as state legislatures, right, from these mandates, but then we pass it on to the people. And this is to try and bring that together so that anything that we're not passing on to them, you know, we're not passing stuff on to them that we're not willing to take on ourselves. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some
Does
questions?
the gentleman yield for questions?
For you, Ms. Goodwin, I always yield.
Thank you, Chairman Dean.
Gentleman yield.
Thank you. So I agree that health insurance costs are outrageous. having been self-employed for several decades, prior to coming to the legislature and having to find new insurance coverage every year because of the high costs. I get it. And I think it's great that we're looking at ways to bring down or at least keep downward pressure on health insurance costs. So the information that is going to help do that is coming from insurance companies, from claims, correct?
Are you talking about this bill?
Yeah, isn't the UT Health Science Center has been collecting data?
They have.
And so this bill will allow that data to be used in future sessions when we're contemplating new mandates for insurance carriers, correct?
I think that would be accurate.
Okay. So the insurance companies are providing information about how much things cost to the UT Health Science Center, right? That's the data.
That's part of the data collection, yes.
I mean, I think it's important for the members to understand how this is going to put downward pressure on healthcare insurance costs to evaluate this bill. Because I have one concern, and that's that a big piece of health insurance costs is CEO pay. Is that not correct?
There's a number of, Ms. Goodman, where do you want to start? There's multiple different things that cause that to go up. Where would you like to start? You can talk about, pay, and I know exactly where you're going. You're talking about the administration costs that we've talked about in committee, okay? But however, this is not the bill that, we're addressing that admin cost, okay? We're working with the data between TDI and utilizing UT that they're currently collecting. So on a go-forward basis with new mandates, we have that information readily available.
Right. So the data that they're currently collecting will let us understand how much a procedure or a treatment costs, so that we know that if we add that as a requirement to the health coverage, then it's going to increase the cost because here's how much it costs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So there were a couple of examples.
That is the intent, so that we understand that if this mandate were to be legislated and go on, become effective, that our body knows exactly, hey, this is what it's going to cost. And more importantly, that's one of the things about the Texas Code of Insurance booklet. It's 1,200 pages now. There's mandates in there that are 50 years old. Do we need those anymore?
But we're not looking at those, right?
Let me finish one thing, because I think it's important for the body to understand this. I mean, mandates for the last 10 years, let's say, have been flooding on into the Texas Code of Insurance. I think as a member of our committee, our insurance committee, you care about, making sure we have great health for our citizens. We want to make sure we protect public safety, but shouldn't we ask about some of these mandates, going forward? Why do we have this, and what is the effect, and is it doing what it was intended to do? And that's where the data collection, starting with UT, helps us to understand, well, that sounded great, but we know what happens in this body. We pass bills and come back the very next session, well, we meant to do this, but we have to fix something. So we want to start here at being able to take a look at, on a go-forward basis, what these mandates are going to cost the people have to pay for it.
I think that's a wonderful thing to try to do. I'm just curious because in committee, one of the examples that was given was if we were going to require health insurance providers to provide wigs for patients of breast cancer, as an example. Is that something that
comes from the insurance company, how are they going to know what the cost of something like, if we
Like a
were to
wig.
mandate that, how will they know, how will we evaluate that cost?
For the cost of the wig,
Right, if that's a mandate.
you know, like I said, that's part of what their responsibility would be. That's part of their, you know, the big deal is, in what we've talked to TDI about, is the collection of data, Ms. Goodwin. I mean, we live in a data world. All of our businesses, you know, in trying to operate here on this floor, we have to have good, accurate, current data. And that's some of the data. Let's say that's a new mandate. That would be one of the things that they would go and look into and try to collect the data to come back and tell, for instance, let's say it was a mandate bill you were working on, Ms. Goodwin, to come back to you and say, okay, here's what the data shows you. So we would be collecting that information, that data, in order to show what it's going to cost. And the
So-
other thing about it is this. In order to have this program instituted or to have, UT go through this process, the bill reads that the governor can ask for that, the lieutenant governor can ask for that to be done, the speaker can ask for that to be done, the chairman of the committee can ask for that to be done, and because of your request, we included the vice chair that can ask. So we have a number of people in leadership, et cetera, members of the committee that can ask to have this information investigated.
And I appreciate that. I appreciate that all these people can ask for the data. But I guess my point was that some of the data, while it may come from here's how much a procedure costs, and they're sending that, the hospitals or what have you are sending that to UT Health Center, some things like the cost of a wig might be a little bit outside what insurance companies currently have in their data set. Similarly, something that we may not have contemplated is CEO pay or administrative costs, but yet that is such a big piece of why our health insurance costs what it costs. So I feel like my point is,
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Goodwin, for a purpose?
can we extend the time, please?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered.
So I was just wrapping up. My point being that there might be some data that's not just what insurance companies can send to UT Health right now that is impactful in knowing the cost of health insurance, such as the wig example and such as the example of CEO pay. I just think it's a big glaring gap in information and data if we're going to be looking at what's driving the cost of health insurance. So thank you, sir.
Ms. Goodwin, let me just, I'm assuming that was a question. So they have other information besides just, they're a university. They do research. They have more information than just the health insurance information. So I feel pretty confident that they can get the information to provide us with accurate, current, up-to-date data on a particular mandate that's being considered.
Well, would you agree that more information will help future legislators understand what makes sense and what doesn't make sense when it comes to new mandates for health insurance coverage?
You know, Ms. Goodwin, I don't disagree, but this has been going on for a long time. These mandates just didn't happen, okay? Our health insurance costs didn't just automatically go up. This has been happening. And I think we all talked individually when we began our journey together as the House Insurance Committee that let's find places to start, and I listed those out to the entire body earlier. and we will continue to work on that. But we have to start somewhere, and we believe this is a good place, a good bill to start with.
And I agree with you, sir. I just think that it would be an even better bill if we included information so that we can make better decisions. And what I'm saying is I would like to include information on administrative costs. And so, as you know, I have an amendment, and
Yes,
I will.
yes, ma'am. Let me just say this. We've been meeting since I think our first one maybe March 9th or so, and we started talking about this bill very early on. This is the first time today that you're a member of the committee. This is the first time that, as your chairman, as the author of the bill, who's worked very hard with members and with stakeholders to try to have a good product that we could support on the floor. But you have not talked to me about this specific amendment. I don't think it's germane, number one, but also I don't think that amendment fits with the bill that we're talking about. I think we need to start somewhere with this bill, and we continue to move forward to look at other ways to evaluate mandates of all costs.
You and I have had conversations about the fact that administrative costs are a big piece of the puzzle. I didn't specifically talk to you about this amendment on this bill, but my staff and your staff had conversations.
That's much different than you speaking to me.
And
and let me assure you something. The only conversation we've had about administrative costs, you heard me bring that up in committee, correct?
You did, and
Okay,
so I
correct.
followed
So,
up
but I
on
wanna
it, and I
make
said
sure
we should. I
but
don't
I-
know any bill that we're bringing this issue, and if it fits better on House Bill 139, great. But I think it fits on House Bill 138 because this is where we're looking at cost drivers in the future. When we're thinking about mandates to put on our health insurance providers, we should be looking at the overall picture of what are the cost drivers.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It'd been good to know up front. I think we could have had this conversation instead of, I know this floor is tired. They've been here a long time. They've been through an hour and a half on another item. And I really think that, we should move forward with our bill. And that's where, that's my position.
All right.
Mr. Harrison, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for brief questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I want to say,
Gentleman yields for questions.
I heard your responses to, and thank you for yielding, to Representative Morgan. And I just wanted to highlight that real quickly because we're Texas, and I think people naturally think of Texas as a low regulation state. But when it comes to healthcare plans, that's not exactly true, is it? I mean, could you just restate what you said? I mean, how do we compare to other states in terms of the number of mandates that the government places on health insurance plans in the state of Texas?
Well, Representative Harrison, let me start off with this. Who has the largest number of uninsured citizens in the United States as a state?
I know the answer to that question.
Okay.
Yeah. And I think I know one of the reasons, which is one of the reasons I support your bill, and that I'm going to get there. And it sounds like a simple question, but I think it's important that we get it on the record. When we add mandates on our health insurance plans, does that increase or does that decrease healthcare insurance premiums?
I don't want to sound like a fence rider, but some absolutely do.
Yeah.
Okay. But sometimes in talking with some people have been on insurance in the past. I get why they're necessary because they actually go a little bit further. They go further than what the federal regulations are,
Right.
the ACA, et cetera. And I get that. Do I believe that we should do that on every mandate, be that much different than federal? No, sir, I don't.
No.
So sometimes they do go up, but it does provide a better product to the citizen. I don't know a whole lot of cases of where they went down.
That's what I was about to ask. I mean,
No.
maybe it's a safer and easier question to say. When we load up plans with government mandates, premiums don't typically go down, do they?
Typically.
To the extent there's an effect, they are in higher premiums. And who pays these premiums? Is it safe to say that big businesses pay these increased premiums, small businesses pay these increased premiums, individuals pay these increased premiums when we jack up the mandates on their health plan? Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, but let me just repeat something I said
Yeah.
earlier. To avoid the state's mandates, most of your larger companies, 80% have gone to self-funded programs
That's right.
like the ERISA
Yep.
to avoid.
To get around that.
And again, the state, our TRS, ERS, they're not subjected to the mandates.
And then to go back to what you said a second ago, one of the reasons for the uninsured percentage that we have in the state of Texas, is it fair to say, at least at a minimum, a contributing factor to that number is the relatively high cost of health insurance plan premiums? Is that a fair
Yes,
statement?
sir. And who hires, the majority of new employees? Small business.
That's correct.
Okay, I'm talking about employers, small companies, 5, 10, 15 employees, less than 50.
And those employers are very unlikely to be able to self-fund in most cases, right?
Exactly. So
Yeah.
what happens? So they're trying to recruit, retain employees, but they can't offer them insurance. Guess what? It's very hard. And then those people get sick, and what happens? They go to the ER room. Okay, they go to the emergency room because they don't have insurance, and guess who pays for that?
Well aware.
Yep.
The taxpayers in many cases. And just real quick, for my colleagues on my side of the aisle that might mistakenly believe that your bill is really growing government, wasn't one of the chief criticisms of, you mentioned the ACA, it's also commonly known as Obamacare, but wasn't one of the chief criticisms from colleagues on my side of the aisle, our side of the aisle, the fact that at the core of Obamacare was the mandate, or was the implementation of many healthcare mandates from the federal level? That wasn't that not one of the chief concerns from conservatives?
Yes, it was.
So that if we pass this bill, is it safe to say that this would improve the information that future legislatures have when considering whether we should add more mandates or not to health plans in the state of Texas? Is that the intent of the bill? Do you believe that is what this would accomplish?
Yes, that's the intent.
Well, thank you very much for clarifying that. I think it's a good bill and look forward to supporting it.
Appreciate it.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dean.
Chair has Mr. Dean.
Okay. Members, this amendment is just a perfecting amendment. In working with our various stakeholders, we made a few little small, subtle changes, and also it lays out the fact that there's a fee that's charged to this, a fiscal note for the state. And I move passage.
Mr. Dean sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Goodwin.
Chair has Ms. Goodwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. So I was asking the questions at the back, Mike, so you may have the gist of what this amendment is about already. But basically, we are talking about cost drivers for health insurance and the fact that we're collecting all this data. UT Health Science Center is collecting the data. Now we have access to it so that we can make good decisions about what mandates we do or don't want to add in the future. We should also be looking at administrative expenses, which is CEO pay. And so with that, members, I ask that you vote for my amendment. Move adoption.
Mr. Dean, in opposition to the amendment.
Yes. Again, y'all heard the discussion. I do not, and I do not support the amendment.
Ms. Goodwin to close.
Thank you, members. When we talk about transparency, if we're leaving out a big piece of the puzzle, that's not really transparency. So I hope that you will vote for my amendment. Thank you.
Ms. Goodwin sends up an amendment. It is opposed by Mr. Dean. A record vote has been requested. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote aye. If you're against the amendment, vote nay. Clerk, ring the bell. Show Ms. Goodwin voting aye. Show Ms. Rouse voting aye. Show Mr. Harrison voting no. Ms. Gonzalez-Dallas voting aye. Mr. Paul voting no. Mr. Morgan voting no. Mr. Dean voting no. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 52 ayes, 91 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. Chair recognizes Mr. Dean to close.
Thank you, members, and apologize for the longer layout. I know if you're like me, we're tired, we're ready to go, so thank you. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record votes been requested. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Morgan voting aye. Mr. Paul voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 137 ayes and 4 nays, House Bill 138 is passed to engrossment. Members, the Speaker's desk is clear except for one resolution that we're going to do. Ms. Garcia, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move to reduce to writing and place in the journal all dialogue on House Bill 45.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Vo for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to suspend the rule to bring up a resolution.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail for this resolution. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. number 963 by Vo, commemorating the 50th anniversary of the fall of South Vietnam at the conclusion of the Vietnam War.
Chair recognizes Mr. Vo to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today marks 50 years since the day that changed the lives of millions and my own personally. Today, 50 years ago, Saigon, the capital of the Republic of South Vietnam, fell to the communist forces and was swallowed by the red tide of communism. What took over? A regime that crushed dissent and forced families like mine to flee in the middle of the night with nothing but the clothes on our back and the knowledge that if we turn back even once, we would be killed. We fled by boat, traveling by sea, lost and in search of a future. No certainty that we would even survive. However, hope came in the shape of a U.S. Air Force plane who single-handed saved our lives. They spotted our floating boat in the dark of the night, desperate for help, and signaled us to follow their path until we landed at Subic Bay, a naval base in the Philippines. Shortly after, we were sent to the United States, where this great country gave me a fighting chance. Texas gave me that chance. I arrived in this country as a young man who had lost everything: my home, my possessions, my sense of certainty about the future. Although I and my family lost everything, what we gained in America was greater than what I lost. I found safety, I found opportunity, and I found a purpose. Through the kindness of Judge Robert Shaw and Bobby Shaw and the First United Methodist Church in Lubbock, Texas, who were gracious and kind enough to sponsor my family, we were blessed with compassion to work and earn our place here in Texas. That act of kindness gave my family, who fled with nothing but the clothes on our back, a chance to begin again. For that,
I will carry eternal gratitude in my heart for the American people who made it possible for me to call myself one of their own. I stand before you today not just for myself, but for every Vietnamese refugee who struggled, sacrificed, and overcame. I speak also for American veterans who fought alongside our people, many to this day who carry that burden of that war long after they return home. I speak for a new generation, my children and yours, who must understand the burdens and blessings of freedom. That the promise of tomorrow, of democracy, of opportunity, is not inherited, but earned, protected, and passed down. And though I lost my homeland, I found something equally profound, a home in this country. That is why I serve. That is why I speak today, and that is why I will continue to work every single day to protect the values that welcomed me to these shores so many years ago. The values of freedom, democracy, and opportunity. On this solemn anniversary, I ask that we remember the past, not to wallow in what cannot be changed, but to draw strength from the South Vietnamese resilience. Let us honor the memory of the Republic of South Vietnam and the lives forever changed by its fall. Let us forever commit ourselves to the principle of this great state and what makes America a land of hope to all those around the world who face the tyranny of authoritarianism. Let us commit ourselves to American freedom for the oppressed and the light for those in darkness, and let's never take our freedom for granted. Amen, my brother. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, the question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. It's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Turner moves to add all members' names to the resolution. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Mr. Jones, for what purpose?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I move to take the remarks on, I think, House Bill 1612. I believe that's Chairman Frank's bill. Should be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. So ordered.
That's the story of my grandmother.
Mr. Hefner, for what purpose?
I move to have the words of Mr. Vo reduced to writing, placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair has none. So ordered. Mr. Landgraf moves the House adjourn pending the reading and referral of bills until 10 a.m. Thursday. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The House stands adjourned.
The following bills and resolutions on first reading or referral, the clerk will read the bills and resolutions.
SB 227 by West, relating to the application review process for certain delayed birth certificates, referred to the Committee on Public Health. SB 401 by Paxton, relating to participation by non-enrolled students in university interscholastic league-sponsored activities, referred to the Committee on Public Education. SB 407 by Middleton, relating to healthcare facilities required policy for vaccine preventable diseases, referred to the Committee on Public Health. SB 467 by Paxton, relating to a temporary exemption from ad valorem taxation of the appraised value of an improvement to a resident's homestead that is completely destroyed by a fire, referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 482 by Alvarado, relating to increasing criminal penalties for the offenses of assault and harassment committed against certain employees or agents of a utility, for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 512 by Colcourse, relating to prohibiting the imposition of a monetary fine or penalty for a violation of a money service business's terms or service agreement, providing a civil penalty, for the Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services. SB 527 by Schwertner, relating to health benefit coverage for general anesthesia in connection with the certain pediatric dental service, for the Committee on Insurance. SB 648 by West, relating to recording requirements for certain instruments concerning real property, for the Committee on Trade, Workforce, and Economic Development. SB 816 by Huffman, relating to authorizing the disclosure of certain electronic consumer data by a provider on an electronic communication service or a remote computing service in certain immediate life-threatening situations, for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 1055 by Nichols, relating to permit fees for groundwater wells imposed in the Southeast Texas Groundwater Conservation District, for the Committee on Natural Resources. SB 1137 by Miles, relating to the group home consultant referrals, creating a criminal offense, for the Committee on Human Services. SB 1169 by Hinojosa Adam, relating to the provision of water or sewer service by public entities operating jointly or concurrently, for the Committee on Natural Resources. SB 1433 by Betancourt, relating to the assertion of legislative privilege by the Attorney General and certain legal challenges to the constitutionality of state statutes, for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 1490 by Betancourt, relating to adult high school charter program funding, for the Committee on Public Education. SB 1558 by Perry, relating to the liability of nonprofit entities contracted with the Department of Family and Protective Services or with a single source continuum contractor to provide community-based care or child welfare services, for the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 1575 by Zaffarini, relating to the Centers of Excellence program developed by the Texas Judicial Council for certain justices and judges, for the Committee on Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence. SB 1626 by Hughes, relating to the censorship of certain other interference with digital expression, including expression on social media platforms or through electronic mail messages, for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 1718 by Sparks, relating to the eligibility of the National Rifle Association annual meetings and exhibits or other annual event of the National Rifle Association for funding under the Major Events Reimbursement Program, for the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SB 1756 by Birdwell, relating to the authority of certain municipalities to use certain tax revenue for hotel and convention center projects and other qualified projects, for the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 1924 by Creighton, relating to the enforcement of certain criminal offenses on school property, for the Subcommittee on Juvenile Justice. SB 1964 by Parker, relating to the regulation and use of artificial intelligence systems and the management of data by governmental entities, for the Committee on Delivery of Government Efficiency. SB 2004 by King, relating to the eligibility of the IndyCar Grand Prix of Arlington for funding under the Major Events Reimbursement Program, for the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SB 2018 by Paxton, relating to the Strong Families Credit against certain taxes for entities that contribute to certain organizations, for the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 2031 by Colcourse, relating to the removal of a fence surrounding a breeder deer release site, for the Committee on Culture, Recreation, and Tourism. SB 2111 by Zaffarini, relating to the legal representation of indigent persons in this state and to the proceedings before a magistrate, including the appointment of counsel for indigent defendant, for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SB 2117 by Parker, relating to the establishment of the Texas Committee of Foreign Investment to review certain transactions involving certain foreign entities, creating a civil penalty, for the Committee on State Affairs. SB 2206 by Betancourt, relating to the franchise tax credit for and the application and sales and use taxes to certain research and development expenses, for the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 2253 by Creighton, relating to the certification of public school educators, including financial and other assistance provided to public schools by the Texas Education Agency, for the Committee on Public Education. SB 2314 by Creighton, relating to the creation of the electronic platform and submission portal known as My Texas Future to facilitate public high school students' awareness and application to institutions of higher education using the electronic common admission application form, for the Committee on Higher Education. SB 2322 by King, relating to the findings required to be made by the Comptroller of Public Accounts in order to recommend for an approval of an application for a limitation on the taxable value of eligible property for a school district maintenance and operations ad valorem tax purposes under the Texas Jobs, Energy, Technology, and Innovation Act, for the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 2351 by Alvarado, relating to the construction and certain concrete plants under the standard permit, for the Committee on Environmental Regulation. SB 2371 by Nichols, relating to the skimmers on electronic terminals, authorizing civil penalty, creating criminal offenses, for the Committee on Pensions, Investments, and Financial Services. SB 2570 by Flores, relating to the legal justification for the use of force with a less lethal force weapon by a correctional facility guard or peace officer, for the Committee Committee on Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Veterans Affairs. SB 2658 by Perry, relating to the production and study of a brackish groundwater, referred to the Committee on Natural Resources. SB 2692 by Hancock, relating to the filing of an appeal regarding certain water, drainage, or sewer rates with the Public Utility Commission of Texas, referred to the Committee on Natural Resources. SB 2779 by Wordwell, relating to the allocation and use of certain hotel occupancy tax revenues, referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 2877 by Hughes, relating to the penalty for the crime of election fraud, increasing criminal penalty, for the Committee on Elections. SB 2900 by Colcourse, relating to the review of a certain advisory entities under the jurisdiction of the Comptroller of Public Accounts and to the repeal of redesignation of certain of those entities, for the Committee on Ways and Means. SB 2920 by Campbell, relating to the regulation of steroid use by students participating in athletic competitions sponsored or sanctioned by the University Interscholastic League, for the Committee on Public Education. SB 3031 by Huffman, relating to the punishment for the offense of aggravated assault, for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence. SCR 46 by Sparks, relating to or expressing support for renaming the New York strip steak as the Texas strip steak and directing the Texas Department of Agriculture to promote the Texas strip steak as part of efforts to support Texas beef and agricultural products, referred to the Committee on State Affairs. Following resolutions are being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. HR 894 by Manuel, HR 895 by Kitzman. The following resolutions by Lujan are being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. HR 896, HR 955, and HR 958. HR 897 by Harless, HR 898 by Wilson, HR 899 by Thompson, HR 900 by Flores, HR 901 by Flores, HR 902 by Spiller. The following resolution by Martinez Fisher are being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. HR 903 through HR 905, HR 908 by Kitzman, HR 909 by Button, HR 910 by Dyson. The following resolutions by Lauterbach are being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. HR 911 and HR 952 through HR 954, HR 912 by Reynolds, HR 913 by Guillen, HR 914 by Johnson, HR 915 by Troxclair. The following resolutions by Plesser are being referred to the Committee on Local Consent Calendars. HR 916 through HR 928 and HR 930 through HR 932. HR 929 by Guerin, HR 933 by Vo, HR 934 by Munoz, HR 935 by Darby. The following resolutions by Leach are being referred to the Committee on Local Consent Calendars. HR 936 through HR 943, HR 946 by Manuel. The following resolutions by Kane are being referred to the Committee on Local Consent Calendars. HR 947 through HR 949, HR 951 by Spiller, HR 956 by Raymond.
Pursuant to a motion previously adopted, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Thursday.